morning and welcome. Hello, everybody. It's the Steel Toe Morning Show. I'm Aaron. That's April.
Good morning.
Last one. Last one for the week, and then we're done with. We've got lots of things to talk about. We have all kinds of time to hang out with you guys. And, of course, celebrate another successful week of Steel Toe. Thanks, boys and girls.
Yes, thank you.
George Zimmerman says this is way too punctual. Well, we don't want to get shot on a sidewalk, George. I've with all like the crazy shit that's happened in this country the last like 3-4 years, we all forgot about George Zimmerman.
What did happen?
He was like the OG of the beginning of the race wars. It's George Zimmerman.
We're sorry, George.
Some fucking Hispanic guy shot some black kid, and all of a sudden it was white supremacy. And that was always kind of that one blindsided me. Like, as a white guy, I felt a little blindsided by the George Zimmerman thing because they were like, a guy named George Zimmerman shot a black teenager who had Skittles and iced tea on him. And I'm like, uh-oh, this isn't going to be good. And then they showed me George Zimmerman, and I was like, we ain't got anything to do with this one.
Right, not our fault.
Yeah. Don't call me about George Zimmerman. I don't know shit.
It's not my fault.
Yeah.
Damn it.
Some over-aggressive Latino shot a black kid who was beating him up for following him around. What was amazing about the George Zimmerman thing was everyone wanted to make somebody a victim or make someone a righteous self-defense guy. But it was really just two retards acting like shitheads, and one of the shitheads got shot.
Fuck around and find out.
I mean, that's really what it was. If either one of them dies in that scenario, I would have said, you put the wheels in motion for that shit.
Look, you're starting shit.
George Morton. That was George Foreman after he retired and moved to Utah. George Zimmerman was following around some black kid who was walking around, in his opinion, looking suspicious in the neighborhood. And then that kid went, who's this motherfucker following me? And he hid by some bushes and then jumped out at George Zimmerman, started beating the shit out of him and slamming his head into the pavement. And then George Zimmerman grabbed his gun, shot the guy in the chest, and killed him. I mean, really, those two people acting that way, it's one of those things where I'd be like, either one of you gets shot, I'm not going to feel bad. Like, you guys both totally deserve to be in this situation.
I'm not close to you guys.
Yeah.
And you're being a real pain in the ass.
Yeah, if you guys would, if you get beat up for following this guy around, I'm not going to feel bad for you. And if, on the other hand, on the George Zimmerman end, I'm like, if you would, call the cops and then go home. Like, don't sit there and go, I'm going to follow him around for you. It's like, you're a fat idiot with a gun. This isn't going to end well.
That's what I always figure. Even if you, shot somebody with, good intentions or, good reasoning.
Yeah.
You're still getting in trouble, guys.
Don't make it happen.
Don't make it.
Right.
Don't manifest shootings.
If you're George Zimmerman, call the cops, go home. They've got it from here. And if you're Trayvon Martin, don't just, you see a guy following you around, don't just snap to, I'm going to beat the fucking shit out of him. It's like, just everybody act like a human for a second. Take a breath.
Don't you like to live a little?
Yeah, he doesn't. I like to live a lot. Not a little. I like to live a lot. I wouldn't follow someone around who looks menacing today because I'm like, I got to go to a carnival today and I got sparring to do on Saturday. I got shit to do, man.
I think I was having a similar conversation with my dad yesterday.
Uh-oh. Yeah, but the N-word was included.
For sure. But it's like, yeah.
That wasn't a joke, by the way.
No. But I just kind of said the same thing. I don't care to go address anyone nowadays. If something looks bad, I'm probably just going to stay away from it because people just snap right to violence. It is so weird.
Nah, it's fine if they're white. No, I'm just kidding. What? I was recreating the conversation you had with your dad.
Oh, were you secretly recording me?
No, yeah.
Or you just assume?
Yeah, you just don't do that if it's... That doesn't even sound like that.
No.
Stevie J says putting threats in the stream title is very Sith-like. Damn it. You know how yesterday I was yelling at people for doing Star Wars references?
Uh-huh.
And now today is another Star Wars day. I know it's Cinco de Mayo.
It's Cinco de Mayo.
But also it's it's another Star Wars. They say Star Wars shit today.
I don't know. Oh, and I found out you and my dad are the same on the Star Wars shit for the "May the Fourth be with you."
Yeah.
You know why? Does he hate it?
I'll tell you why.
Oh,
because he's heterosexual.
And he's a Huge Star Wars mark, too. He loves Star Wars, always has. Hates May the 4th be with you.
I despise it.
But
is that not our fault? Is that just us hating fun? Because that really is just people having some fun.
Because that's what I thought too. I'm like, oh, I don't care either. It's just kind of silly. Whatever. Yeah. But then like you and Dad were both just.
I have a problem because I really love fun, but I also hobby love hate. So fun and hate are.
Which one's more fun for you?
Fun is more fun for me. There's no baggage to it. It's just innocent. It's good. But hate has a warming effect. Hate is like a heating. Heat, burn this thing. Bow your knee. My neck gets very vascular when I do that. There's a different. You're a narcissist. There's a difference. Like hate is like a heating pad that you turn on too high. Like it can kind of burn you, but it feels soothing at the same time.
Sure.
Whereas fun is like a nice ice pack with a towel wrapped around it. It's just cooling and relaxing.
I could use one of those.
Yeah. We're both getting very old. I'm having back problems. How gay is that?
He needs a chiropractor, but he won't go.
I don't believe in them. I believe they're all a bunch of weirdo. I might as well go to Africa and have hands put on me by the medicine man.
And get Ebola? No.
When I saw there was blood coming out of her eyes, that's when I told her, girl, you got Ebola.
Oh, here we go.
Ebola.
I'm so sorry.
Hold on. Why would you listen to me sing it when you could just hear this?
Pig's feet Dupree.
I heard something I could not understand.
Not this one.
Well, I'm not the world's most intelligent guy, but when I saw there was blood coming out of her eye, that's when I told her, girl, you got Ebola.
Oh, sorry.
Oh,
Skip
why?
around.
Why'd you do that?
Because my life is over.
I want to get to where he's yelling. I want to get to the yelling.
Don't know what to do, cause this ain't the flu. But one thing's for sure, it don't seem like there's any cure. And I'm not the world's most healthiest guy, but I got diarrhea and I'm gonna die from Ebola. I got Ebola. I got the Ebola. Ebola. I got the Ebola. And my life is over.
I was just enjoying some Rob Bartlett this morning, that's all. It's just a lovely way to start a Friday. See the difference between fun and hate?
Oh, of course.
No baggage attached to that. But if I were to hate somebody who did that, I would enjoy myself, but I would also go, ah! So there's a yin and a yang to it. All right, we did a little George Zimmerman talk and then some Ebola talk. Perfect. And, what a wonderful start to the day.
No Star Wars talk.
And no,
Aaron's a hater.
I didn't say no Star Wars talk. I just, in the title, it says, see what happens. You know, I'm not
a huge erection.
I mean, only if you show me pictures of Jabba. Fat Cody says, good morning, Aaron and April. Happy Friday. Hello, Fat Cody. Good to see you, buddy. Toastmaster says, may the force be with you and also with you. See? Nobody listens to me.
Cinco de Mayo.
Yes, Matthew says Revenge of the Fifth. That's what people keep saying. They're like, they got May the Fourth be with you, and then Revenge of the Fifth.
I don't even like that one.
As you shouldn't. Last statue says back problems. It's because of the big titties. That could be it.
Nah, Kyle said April blew you back out.
Oh, okay. Well, that too. I don't believe in chiropractors. I don't believe in chiropractors, and I don't believe in a lot of therapists. Because I believe that if you have a problem and you go to someone that has doctor in their title, that they should fix you. Unless you have like AIDS and like there's no going away. Like a chiropractor just seems like a hustle because it's like, oh, my chiropractor, worked great. Oh, did it? Yeah. Oh, yeah, I'm going back again Tuesday. Like, well, wait a minute. What shouldn't you be? You're cured. No. Like if I stop going, then I just feel terrible. Well, how do you feel in between appointments? Oh, I feel like shit. It hurts all the time. Well, then it's not working, fuckhead. Like it's not even an argument to me. It's just like common sense. You're like, oh, when I go to this guy, I get a placebo effect and I feel better for a day or two. And then I got to go back in a week or two. Otherwise, my shit hurts all the time. It's like, Guys, come on. We're smarter than that.
Okay, well, I haven't been to a chiropractor in 8 months at least.
Yeah.
Because it went well the last time I went. And also, I've been listening to you complain about your whole body just broken.
All I've been hearing
for,
you
like, the
say is
last
that you
week.
need to go to you need a chiropractor.
But I don't go because, like when I decide, maybe I don't want to take time to go there, I stretch the shit out of myself. I go work out. I sit in the sauna.
And you get the same
and I
effect.
fix it.
Yeah, you get the same effect
But
as you
you're
do from a
not
chiropractor.
fixing it. I'm listening to you complain daily.
It only hurts when I sit down. I get this weird thing in the lower
I
right.
come home from being gone all day. I've got some old man problems going on.
Lower right side of my back, and it kind of sends a numbing sensation down my right leg once in a while.
Yeah, I've had that. I know.
Yeah, so it'll fix itself. But no, I mean, when you have to keep going to something and you keep having the same problem in between going to that thing, I've got bad news for you guys. This isn't a matter of opinion. This isn't like an I agree or disagree thing. I don't need you to agree or disagree. It's a fact. That thing isn't working.
Okay, well, also a matter of fact, not opinion. Whatever you're doing right now is not working either. And it's getting obnoxious.
But that doesn't mean I should pay someone people pay thousands of dollars to these people. I shouldn't pay thousands of dollars for the pleasure of not fixing it.
Well, do something else then. Fix it.
I don't go. I'm saying it's not a matter of opinion. People want to defend themselves going to a chiropractor. I'm like, that's fine. You can go to a chiropractor if you want to. Just don't trick yourself into thinking you're fixing anything. If there's someone who's been like, I went to a chiropractor 3 times and it fixed this and it was good. Great. That's wonderful. That's what a doctor is for.
I've been there. I've done that.
That's like having strep throat your entire life. And you go, I keep going to my doctor for my strep throat.
You die.
And it's great a week after I go, and then it comes right back, and then I have to go back to the doctor. I would go, I got bad news for you. That doctor is not fixing your strep throat. Same thing with therapy. If you go to therapy and you've got these problems you need to work through. I know there are some people who go like to a few sessions and they work through the problem and they're fixed and they're good.
Yes,
That's
sir.
great. That's wonderful. People who go over and over and over and over, people who tell me I've been going to therapy for the same thing for years and years. I'm like, I got bad news for you. It's not working. You need to try something else. Or here's where I won't blame therapists. Some people are so fucked up that there's no helping.
Yeah, that's accurate.
Like therapists or no therapist. Like sometimes therapists will take heat for like, this guy's been going there for 2 years and nothing's been fixed. Well, yeah, that's because this therapist is taking on an impossible mission.
I'm clearly projecting. I've been to actual therapy and it worked for me, and chiropractors that worked for me. But I retract my, what is it called? Advice.
Therapy is less of a swindle than a chiropractor. Therapy,
I don't know.
If you go 5 or 6 times and you go, I worked through that, I feel better, I'm good, then it works. Somebody talking to you helped you and you were able to work through some things and they gave you some strategies to help. But like that Law and Order episode we watched where the woman like goes, oh yeah, I'm bringing up suppressed memories that you have. And it turns out none of that shit ever happened. Like the really intense ones, that's some weird shit.
That doesn't happen. That's a fucking TV show.
It does happen. The suppressed memory thing, that's a thing.
Nobody's sitting there injecting you with whatever that serum thing was.
Not that part.
That's the whole episode.
No, not the sodium pentothal thing. I mean the whole repressed memory therapy. That's something that's like a experimental shit that people do.
Okay, but they don't really inject you with the drugs when they're doing that like that episode did. That was a whole blown out of the water
Maybe not
thing.
anymore. No, that's like ripped from the headlines shit. Like, yeah, it's controversial. I don't know if it happens anymore, but back when they did that episode, that absolutely did happen. People did that. They would put people on truth serum during therapy.
Well, then I guess I got lucky.
Well, yeah, they don't do it to everybody.
I got so lucky.
Just real psychos. The Fire Ginger with $5 says, Aaron draws weird lines, doesn't have faith in chiropractors, but has faith in cousins. Yeah, you know what? When I pay a Kirk Cousins, I get a certain result that I was looking for. When I see a chiropractor and someone goes, oh, my ankle's been hurting the entire time I've been seeing this person. I'm like, then he failed. I'm sorry, but I'm like, as an example. It's like, no, then he failed. He has fucked you over and stolen your money.
I've had really great luck when I go, I guess.
So all the pain is gone that you went there for? Then you've had no luck.
Yeah, all the pain I have daily is muscle pain because I go to the gym and I work out. Right. That's normal. That's shit you go to a masseuse for if that's like really tight.
Well, then you don't.
But I try to work that out at the gym too.
Well, then you don't ever need to go to a chiropractor again. You're
No,
cured.
there's definitely been times when things are out of place that I've gone and it has saved my day. Absolutely.
And then you didn't need to go for that thing again.
For a very long time, yes.
I'm making my point here, but it's not being seen. Kyle calling me a chiropractor denier. I mean, by the way,
you get hurt. That people get injuries. It's not like you just get injured, go to the chiropractor and he fixed it, and then you just never get injured again.
No, that's not what I'm saying. You
crazy.
weren't listening to me. I said the same thing over and over and over again. People who go for the same thing over my neck. I've got this thing in my neck right here. I've been going to the chiropractor and it really works. How long have you been going? 6 years. Then it's not. Then he failed. He did it wrong.
Some people do have things that act up now and then from accidents and stuff.
You need surgery is what you need. You need real medicine.
You'd rather jump to paying thousands and thousands of dollars for surgery?
It's not about money. It's about what works. What I'm saying is if you have a neck pain problem and you go to a chiropractor, like if you have a structural problem with your neck, the chiropractor is not going to cure that. They're going to hustle you out of money and you're just going to feel like shit over time. If you get it operated on, they will fix the problem.
What are you going to operate on in your neck that goes out of place every so often?
No, whatever the hell's wrong with it, I'm saying. I don't think you're kind of understanding what I'm saying. If you have a structural problem with your body, a chiropractor is not going to fix it in 2 or 3 appointments. They're going to keep saying, oh, you need to keep coming here over and over and over. But if you went to a doctor, they'd tell you, oh, no, you have vertebrae out. Like, we need to operate and put this back in place.
Oh,
and then
are you
that
just
would
going to
fix
cement your vertebrae together?
I mean, if you need fusion surgery, yeah, you should be going to a doctor, not a chiropractor.
I think most people don't. I think chiropractors are very much like a maintenance event.
That's not the way they pitch it.
That's what the one I've gone to. He doesn't want to see me in there every week.
Veldrain says, live long and prosper. Hey, that's Star Trek. That's not Star Wars.
That is Star Trek.
Drew Allen says, I disagree. I was in major pain and it took a few sessions, but now I never go back and I don't have the pain in my shoulder. Then that's See, that's my point. That's fixing. People who go year after year. You guys need to stop being so defensive about chiropractors and listen to what I'm saying. What I'm saying is there are people, you guys can deny it if you want to, but there are a lot of people who go to a chiropractor consistently and because they have the same thing acting up. And when they don't go to the chiropractor, it hurts. And when they do go to the chiropractor, they get a placebo effect and a week later it hurts. And they're like, if I don't go to the chiropractor, it's going to hurt. Then I have bad news for you. That's a failure. That's not a success story.
You're right.
That's all I'm saying. Citizen M says, I'm having back problems. How gay is that? How is that gay? Why do you call everything gay? Because I grew up at a time where homosexuality made you very insecure about your masculinity, and I'm projecting that fear onto everyone else. See, I'm doing this new thing with Citizen M where you tell him exactly what he wants to hear. And I'm going to see if he goes, oh, okay, I get it.
I never know what he wants to hear.
I do. We're kindred spirits. The real Cheetos from Stoney says, Aaron, show us on the doll where Dr. Dave touched you.
Right.
How much time do you have?
I mean, you used to be friends with that guy, though, and you used to advertise for him.
We were never friends.
Yes, you were.
Nope. Never hung out with him.
You did chiropractic shit on air on the radio.
And then I found out I had COVID. So how about that for bullshit? It wasn't
He's not a medical doctor. He's not supposed to know that. He's a chiropractor.
Thank you. There we go. That was
I mean, he doesn't treat diseases. He fixes your body.
Not a medical doctor.
That's a different type of medical doctor. You know exactly what I meant.
Stevie J says, historically, they are epic grifters. I mean, there's a whole Penn and Teller bullshit on this. I mean, it's pretty...
Okay, but it's not all of them. Some of us have had very good luck going to them, and other people
I get it.
haven't.
And I get it. People who go to chiropractors are very defensive.
It's no different than you and the dentist. You hate the dentist too, and some people don't have a problem at all with them.
I would definitely say dentists are
grifters. You've said that before too.
I think they're more into the money than they are the teeth. I think.
Oh boy.
Don Lemonade says it only hurts when I sit down. Says the professional sitter.
Yeah.
Right?
No shit.
Sometimes you can lean this way, but then it looks like I'm farting. Jack Floyd says, Aaron, I always say it'll fix itself. I'm 38. Yeah, eventually it stops hurting, or you just forget that it hurts.
So that'd be really great. I'm praying you just forget it hurts very soon.
But then the problem is, like, you get old, and then shit just hurts, and that just becomes normal.
My dad couldn't remember how old you were yesterday.
That's nice. That's really
He's like, I can't remember. Is he 34, 38? What is it?
Let's go with 34. Let's go with that one. Stevie J says yoga. I agree with him wholeheartedly. Yoga is gay, but it's more effective than a chiropractor, and it's free. If you don't think yoga helps you more than a chiropractor, you're insane.
Yep, I've recommended that. Did you do the yoga at all this last week when you've been home?
I did some of the stretches. The last statue says, I don't floss. Now I need a gum job. I don't know what that means to what we're talking
He's
about.
got gingivitis.
Something Wong says, yes, everyone, listen to Dr. Aaron. I'm not a doctor. The difference between me and a chiropractor is I will admit I'm not a real doctor. That's the difference between me and a chiropractor is I will sit here and tell you I am not a real doctor. A chiropractor will fight you on that tooth and nail. Kyle says your shit. Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on.
You talk like a fag and your shit's all retarded.
Chuck says I had to go see a therapist after Steel Toe Morning Show began warping my mind.
That's understandable. We're sorry.
You think we don't have a deal with them?
I'm not paying for it, though.
You think that we don't have, look, I mean, a business needs revenue. We got to have a partnership. Stevie J says long-term therapy is better than long-term medication for people with real mental disorders.
I agree to that. If you get a good one, that's true. Those medications are nasty, dude.
I mean, if your brain is fucked and there's no fixing it and you can just kind of manage it, then maybe therapy's all right. I'm talking about like fixing it. If you're going for one thing, like my parents were shitty, and you're like, how long have you been going to therapy? Like Howard Stern. I don't think Howard Stern has been helped by therapy. He claims he has. I go every day, and I've been going every day for years and years. I'm like, you shouldn't have that many problems.
But how do you know how much worse he might be if he didn't do that?
Because I listened to him over the years. He's far worse now than he ever was. Like, for example, COVID. Wouldn't you think that someone who's been going to therapy and the therapy's working would have dealt with COVID a little better than Howard Stern?
I do.
Psychologically?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I feel like old Howard would have, pre-therapy Howard would have been, devil may care.
What happened to him that caused him to need therapy? What happened?
I think it was, and I could be wrong, but I think it was being Jewish. It's a joke. It's a joke. We're kidding. Stop wearing Nike and your back will be fine. Oh, no, I got to stop drinking Bud Light is what I hear.
That's true. I hear if you wear Nike, a lady might blow your back out.
That's
that
what
was
I
the
hear.
most PC thing I could have said.
That's right.
I went through 8 other things.
He did Nike too, didn't he? I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Why didn't nobody ever boycotted Nike? Like Bud Light took it in the asshole, but not Nike.
I heard some athletes that were upset about it. I don't know if that means they stopped wearing it, but I did see some titterings online of like, oh, well, looks like I'm going back to Under Armour or something else,
Veldrain says, Steel Toe has been a great replacement for therapy. I went from thinking women should have no rights and racial stereotypes are funny to no difference at all. See, I'm just like a therapist. Hobo Chili Recipe with $1.99 says, I command you to stop talking about Star Wars. Wait a minute. Is he doing a Jedi mind trick on me?
Maybe.
Son of a bitch. Ugly Fuckling says, I have snake oil for you, April. Ooh, you should go pick that up. I hear that shit's good.
It sounds sexy.
I hear it works really well. Bird Collector says, point is, Aaron can be an ass that can't believe things. Aaron can be an ass that can't believe things. Red Fox Man said the Vikings should trade the starting quarterback. He sucks. See, look, you guys can say whatever you want about chiropractors, about therapists, all of that. I will say that I will not tolerate any besmirching of Kirk Cousins. That's just beyond the pale.
The man drives a conversion van. He's a problem.
He's a good dad. Grinch Girl says, agree, Aaron. Chiropractors are only good if you need to go less than 4 times. More than that, see an orthopedic surgeon. Right. Or like if it happened during sports, like maybe a sports medicine doctor, perhaps.
Yeah, I'd rather take my chance paying $50-$60 maybe to go see a chiro before I go get surgery.
Well, if you're gonna do something if you're gonna do something on the cheap, then yeah, go.
And
for
also,
it.
I want to say this: no matter what the topic is, if you go into it thinking shit's gonna be bad and it's not going to work, I promise it won't work. I promise you, it will not work.
I bet you, if you need neck fusion surgery and you go into it thinking that neck fusion surgery,
guess how many people need that? Nobody.
What I'm saying is, if you need like a structural surgery to repair something, and you go into it thinking it won't work, it's still going to work.
Nobody needs neck fusion surgery. That is so rare.
Tell that to Kurt Angle.
Fuck that guy.
I'm getting Kurt Angle on the show, and you can tell him right to his face that
nobody needs it.
The man is like Batman. He has to turn like this to talk to you. He can't turn his neck anymore.
Okay, well then I have another question for you. If you don't believe in like the massage or like chiropractor shit, how come when you're hurting you ask me to go rub it?
I didn't say massage. Massage isn't medical. Massage is just it's relaxing. Yeah, it's not
therapeutic.
It's not medical.
I think it's therapeutic, right?
Massage doesn't like fix anything. It makes you feel better for a little bit.
It does fix some things when you got shit that's super tight and pulling on other shit. Yeah,
It gives you some temporary relief.
exactly. But you have
That's
to
not
see
fixing.
that when you keep going to the gym every day, your body will have different things going on different days, and sometimes you just need to go put that thing in check, and then you're good for a really long time.
Bird Collector says they will not do a neck surgery because you tell them to. Insurance will make you try different things. Yeah. I mean, they're not going to just let you do a neck surgery if somebody refers it.
That's because that is so extreme.
Stevie J says, April, I love you, but it's mostly a scam. Mostly. Like, that's all I'm saying.
I don't care. Like, some people, maybe they are scamming you. I'm just saying, I personally haven't been scammed. I've had great experiences.
Hobo chili recipe. Chiropractors want repeat business, so they're going to F your back up so you keep coming. I just don't know if cracking the shit out of your body is a good idea. Like, I've never heard a medical doctor tell me, hey, you know what you should do? You should just have all the shit in your body cracked like fuck.
You ask me to pop your knuckles every day.
Because it gives me temporary relief. It ain't fixing anything.
But you still want it, don't you?
Right, but thank you for making my point.
No, I'm just saying, like, it does fix it temporarily.
That's not fixing. Fixing temporary.
Stop asking me for it.
Temporary relief. TK 800 kilowatts says, Aaron, you're wrong. My lower back goes out at least twice a year during the temp changes.
Yeah.
There are definitely hack chiropractors, but the one I use does an awesome job. Use continuously. So he hasn't fixed anything. He gives you temporary relief. Thank you.
Check that out. If he only needs to go twice a year, I'd say that's a huge success.
No, he said his back acts up twice a year.
Which then I would assume he
Mark
goes.
W says, I recently went to a chiropractor for some neck and shoulder issues. After 2 visits, they wanted to do some $3,000 6-week treatment plan. Wasn't guaranteed to fix it.
That's not common.
That's more common than you think.
I've never spent $3,000 at a chiropractor.
Lab Glass says, let's all just face it. Aaron won't listen to anything anyone has to say if he is against. I've been to chiropractors.
That is
and I'm
true,
sorry,
though.
they didn't work.
Well, you could admit that. That's true.
What?
When you have your mind made up about something, there's no telling you otherwise.
Oh, yeah, and all you chiropractor people are totally different.
I'm not saying we are.
I was beginning Toastmaster. I was beginning to feel the way you do about chiropractors about your dentist. Yeah, that's accurate as well. Kraken Slappin says, Aaron, can you please explain for the 10th time how you feel about chiropractors? I was reading your guys' thoughts on it.
That's a good request.
Aaron with $4.99 says, what happened to that chiro guy you advertised on the radio? His wife wouldn't let him anymore.
And is that the only reason that you cut ties with him?
Yeah, his wife wouldn't let him anymore.
I'm just saying, like, don't you like advertising things you believe in?
I mean, I would talk on the show openly about how I thought chiropractors were kind of a racket while promoting the guy. Yeah.
It's kind of silly.
Well, so was the belief in chiropractors. What do you do? Rexstart parody account says, my objection is more about laying on a table while some sadist yanks and twists on my neck. Yeah, there is the medieval superstition of it all. That's a little weird to me too, but we don't need to get into that. Because again, people who like chiropractors are never going to admit that it's kind of scammy.
I will boil it down to this. No, it's only scammy sometimes if you go to the wrong one. That's it. Okay, it feels good. And people like to do things that make them feel good, so I don't see a problem with it. If you want to pay for the thing that you think feels good, you pay for alcohol. Somebody pays for chiropractor treatment.
Don't do that.
You know?
Don't do that. That's the same logic crack addicts use.
No, I'm just saying, why have a problem with it if somebody else likes it?
The fentanyl makes me feel better.
And you think fentanyl addicts have their place too, right?
Well, in
On
heaven.
the street corners?
In heaven. God bless you, George.
Just saying.
Love you, miss you, bro. Dave Man Brain says heroin feels good too. Let's fucking do it.
Right.
Let's get some heroin.
Some people
up
do
here.
that.
Chuck says, Aaron and April, will you guys be on Compound again soon? Yes, we have a couple more Compound dates scheduled, and we will get that. Out to you as soon as we're ready.
It's very exciting.
All right, where do we end up? What are we?
In hell. God damn it.
Where are we at? 2:30.
Tooth hurty, huh?
Oh yeah, see the dentist. 2:30 away from knocking out our goal for the entire week. 2:30 for the entire week, boys and girls. PayPal, Stream. Let's just do it all on PayPal and Streamlabs today. Why not? Go crazy. Venmo, Super Chats and memberships. You know, the whole deal. Go ahead and chip in a couple of bucks. Oh, my goodness. Look at this. Gray Duckling starting us off this morning with $40.
Thank you.
40 coming in from Gray Duckling, and that's going to put us $190 away from knocking out. Guys, there it is the whole week. And, of course, Whenever we go over, it goes to Monday. Wrong Hole Rick says, openly mocking chiropractors while promoting a chiropractor. No wonder his wife wouldn't let him.
I know. Like, that's not surprising at all. She did hate your guts, though.
You know what? I agree with Patches the Furry. I shouldn't make fun of heroin. Heroin is more effective than a chiropractor.
Heroin made some people very funny.
It did. It's true. Labglass says the chiropractors that try to hound you and create your appointments are the snake oil salesmen. Yeah,
Right.
probably a good point. Kyle says, April, he just wants to complain, not solutions. I mean, I personally think that in most cases, medical doctors are a better solution than chiropractors.
Okay, well, the one time I did listen to you on that for my shoulder, and you can't say I didn't. I did listen. I went and got a goddamn MRI on my shoulder and spent hundreds and hundreds of dollars for them to tell me there's nothing
in
wrong
fairness,
with my shoulder except inflammation.
In fairness, I believe it cost you thousands of dollars.
I still listened to you.
I think it's
it was a big old hit to the pocketbook for no reason.
It's probably a neck problem, not a shoulder problem.
So should I go get an MRI on my neck? I will, just for you.
I mean, if it'll fix it, but
You're cute.
you gotta decide that for yourself. All right, guys, time to get going. We got a bunch of shit to talk about today. I should know better. There's two things I should know better on. I shouldn't talk to pit bull owners about pit bulls, and I shouldn't talk to chiropractor fans about chiropractors. You get the same level of defense. I gotta stop.
A fan of anything. It's not just that. It's people like it or people don't. No different than your dentist griping. Some people have great experiences with the dentist and they don't mind it at all, but then you'll sit on here and say they're grifters, they're the demons of society.
Actually, I'm like a chiropractor person on dentists. The one I went to is a hacksaw doc. Dr. Thompson.
Never had a problem with her.
Dr. Thompson that I had in Blaine was a miracle worker. He was a wonderful man.
Go to that guy.
Well, I mean, that's not...
Don't ever go to mine then.
In fairness,
don't ever.
He's probably dead. He was
I'm sure he'd still do a better job.
He was an older gentleman.
The guy in Litchfield, great.
Right,
Dr.
awesome.
Chuck, great.
What are those two guys? What do those two things have in common that the other dentist doesn't?
Oh, penises, I get it.
There you go. If we just stop allowing women to be dentists, it's not a good profession for them anyway.
The lady that you claim...
It involves leadership. It involves making decisions.
I totally agree with you.
They can't do that very well.
The same lady you've claim wrecked your mouth, which... I think part of that was you, if you're being honest, because your mouth was a disaster zone.
My tooth was cracked.
Your whole mouth's a disaster. I went to her for 6 years already. No issues. Ever. Not ever. I've got one filling done from her even. No problems.
Till your mouth falls apart.
I'm just saying. Sometimes it's just very situational per person.
Dave Man Brain says, and never ever talk about chiropractic for pit bulls. Oh yeah, I would never.
You have to stick something up their rears to get them to calm down.
Oh, you think that's going to calm them down?
That you said that is what stops them in their tracks.
No, a thumb. Specifically a thumb, not something. You got to put your thumb up their asshole.
For some reason, it's
the texture of the thumb that neutralizes them.
I didn't specify, and I'm sorry.
Schnoop, see, now I agree with Jimbo. Physical therapy is good. Chiro doesn't know anything. Yeah, chiropractor's kind of based on pseudoscience, whereas physical therapy's on actual science.
I will agree to that. I will say that sometimes, I've been in a car accident before, let's say, long time ago. And if I were to get that part of my neck from, the whiplash, worked on from a chiropractor, it didn't always be as successful if I didn't pair it with physical therapy, like a massage thing to loosen the shit out of it. You know what I mean? So the chiropractic treatment didn't always work very well if I wasn't pairing it with something.
Hobo Chili Recipe says chiropractors and dentists fight like hell, so watch it. Fair enough.
I'd like to see them duke it out, actually. We should have dentists versus chiropractors.
I believe in dentists more than chiropractors.
Oh, bullshit.
I do. No, I do.
God, you are so weird.
No, because it's based in medicine. Chiropractor is kind of a little more medieval.
If you think about it, if you guys are all right and chiropractors know how to screw up your body, a chiropractor should know instantly how to disable the other person then.
Well, they're not karate masters. Pip says, woman dentist, that's your first mistake. Be better, Aaron. You know what? You're right. That is my fault. Yeah, that's where I should have not fucked up.
I will never again recommend you go anywhere that I go. I don't want you there.
$10 from Decent Big Balls. Thank you very much, buddy. 185 away from knocking out today. Thank you very much. All right, let's get into some items on today's show. Our first item is the lovely and talented Steven Crowder.
He's so hot.
Steve,
Don't you think?
change my mind?
Yeah, change my mind.
We get to actually involve two of our favorite people on this one. Kyle from Unique Entertainment. We get a Kyle clip today.
Who took down a video for some reason I wanted to watch
The
yesterday.
Kumia one?
Yeah.
He must have called into Kumia's show or something.
What the heck?
So you have the Crowder situation that's ongoing. We didn't get to hear about the medical records and everything this week. Remember, he said next week we're going to hear about the mental health records.
I'm sure he's facing some backlash privately for that.
You think there's some pushback?
Yeah.
On the Crowder?
I would guess his lawyer doesn't like that.
Yeah.
I would guess his lawyer's like cautioning against it. So.
I don't know if he talked to anybody before he did that one. But yes, we get to hear from Unique. There you go. He wanted to cover the latest Crowder thing, and I'm sorry to be a skeptic. I'm sorry to be the conspiracy theorist that I am, but I think this one's a work.
Okay.
You know how Crowder does that thing where he addresses things, but he addresses things you shouldn't address in those situations?
Oh, yeah.
Like it's
but
a weird...
he thinks it's going to be an own.
He thinks it's going to be an own, but the problem is, like, if you're going to make fun of an allegation, you have to be innocent of the allegation.
Right. You have to be confident that there's nothing anyone really has on you.
You can't be guilty of the thing and make fun of it, then you look like a psychopath. Like if someone accuses you of graping somebody and you make a joke of you fucking a doll against the doll's will and you're actually guilty of the thing. Like if Bill Cosby, was like, oh, am I a rapist? Fuck the doll in the asshole. And you're like, oh my God, that's horrifying. This man has actually done this to people and he's making fun of it. Now, if you're not guilty of it and it's a ridiculous charge, you can go, oh yeah, I totally did that. Oh, look at me. And people will be like, that's funny because the Spurgs that are accusing him of graping somebody full of shit. It's kind of like this show. Like we make fun of the people who go, they never hit their goals. We make fun of that. And
we never hit our goals.
Our audience makes fun of that because it's total horseshit. You can just go look it up and it's not true. And you're making fun of the people for being unhinged. Crowder can't make fun of the allegations that are made against him because they all end up being true. So you just kind of end up looking like a dickbag.
Oh, yeah. Over here, it's like everyone jokes, Aaron's gay.
Right.
April's a beard. Get it? Aaron is gay, and I'm a beard.
Right, exactly. There you go.
Confident.
If you cop to something in a joking manner, it's because you're making fun of the fact that the thing's not true.
Right.
Crowder does this thing where, remember the dick story came out where he's putting his dick on people's shoulders and all that stuff?
How do you forget?
And then he goes, he did a jokey bit about it where he goes, oh, was it the Terminator sketch? Was it this? Like he tried to get out in front of it by naming things that the people in the article didn't name so that people, when his fans saw that headline, they wouldn't read the article because they go, oh, they're just talking about the Terminator thing. But in the article, they're clearly not. They're talking about him in a van with not gay Jared putting his balls on his chin or whatever.
I will argue this. Maybe he just doesn't remember which time they're talking about.
That's a good point. Yeah, that's true because he went, oh, was it this video? Was it that video? And like if you
Crowder,
told him no.
How many dicks have you had out?
Right, like no, it was other ones. So how many other dick slapping things have you done?
Have you slapped your father with it yet? We've heard you yell at him.
He yelled at his father. He made the interns get him or his staff get him baked potatoes and tea before the show. And you had to put each one on a separate spot on the table.
Whoa.
But there was no dick involved with that one.
Could you be upset about that? I bet you'd love a baked potato.
Who doesn't love a baked potato?
With your shows.
Just a little, all I need, butter.
And
if you got some creamed corn, I'm not going to say no.
I'm screwing up.
So anyway, Crowder does this thing where he addresses the stuff he's guilty of, which is not what you're supposed to do. Now he's going to make, I think he's making fun. I think this is a work. People are debating this. Some people thought this was so good that they didn't want to believe it was a work. They're like, yeah, Crowder's a fucking piece of shit and all that. I think Crowder is trying to own something that he's done and make fun of people. The problem is you can't make fun of people for accusing you of something when you've done the, like Dave Landau said,
true.
He has a shut the fuck up button.
Mm-hmm.
He has a switch at his desk where he tells someone to shut the fuck up if they're talking.
And that's too specific, by the way.
Right.
Nobody makes that up.
So now let's watch this Crowder thing, and you guys can tell me, we'll play our, hey, everybody, we're going to play our great wacky morning show game, Work or Shoot with Steven Crowder. Here's our boy Kyle from Unique. Let's give him the credit he deserves. Give him a like, give him a follow.
Oh boy. Okay, so on Steven Crowder's show today, which he still live streams on YouTube. I thought he signed a Rumble exclusive deal, but whatever.
We talked about that yesterday. The deal apparently is that Steven is Rumble exclusive for 1 hour of his show. So you can watch the first hour on YouTube, but you have to watch the second hour on Rumble. So the guy that was like, big tech is ruining everything and YouTube is bullshit, behind closed doors goes, look, I'm not going to have as much reach without YouTube. I kind of need YouTube. I got to be on YouTube. I mean,
all the views.
Right. You had your excuse to abandon big tech and leave them in the dust and fuck off and build this other thing on Rumble. But there's that little insecurity inside of old Steven that goes, yeah, but what if they don't follow me? What if I don't get as many people?
I still need to dabble in big tech.
I got to keep the big tech thing. This is exactly what he shit on Daily Wire for, by the way.
Yeah.
Like, big tech is terrible, but they still use it. Daily Wire still uses big tech.
Everything that comes out of his mouth is a projection.
Right. And then Steven signs his deal with Rumble, but goes, but I still need that hour on YouTube. Because I got to make sure that people are.
He hit the button on Bryan Callen. So I'm going to play this, then explain what exactly just happened here, and then we'll make fun of Bryan Callen and Steven Crowder.
You think you probably think ladies? I bet you probably think ladies ladies. Huh? I bet you probably think that. Look, if you want to be in a place where kids, parents can force them to keep their cooks. You think you
Okay, so
So Steven's doing some kind of wacky voice bit. I'm not going to judge whether it's funny or not because it's out of context or whatever.
Sure.
But he's doing some kind of wacky voice bit. Bryan Callen wanted to chime in and do some riffing and have some fun with his co-host.
As you should.
And Steven flipped the switch.
He
And did Bryan Callen say something like, the light? Did you hear somebody say something about a light?
I didn't catch that part. The screechy sounds were
there's a lot of
overwhelming.
screechiness.
And Steven Crowder.
You think you probably think ladies? I bet you probably think ladies ladies. Huh?
Light.
Yeah.
He said light.
It's too obvious. It's a fucking work.
Yeah, he did say light.
I think this is Crowder trying to make fun of the light thing.
I don't know about that. It seemed pretty casual. I feel like if they were making fun of it, they would have chuckled about it.
Oh, you think he really muted his mic?
Yeah.
Because Crowder wanted to go off on his fucking rant.
Yeah. No, I would buy that.
All right.
I think Crowder's being very testy lately because he's got some things going on.
What you're saying is I'm giving Crowder way too much credit.
Absolutely.
You're saying I'm giving him credit for a self-awareness that he does not possess.
Right. To me, if I want to really make fun of something, I make it pretty clear I'm making fun of something. Like, I'm a cover-up for Aaron's gayness. He's gay.
That's true.
I make that pretty obvious that I'm kidding.
That's true. Crowder is not exactly the king of subtlety.
No.
So
I think if he were doing a thing, he'd say something about it.
So you think he got...
Oh, guys, get it? I'm hitting this light so Bryan doesn't talk.
You think he wanted to he wanted to do this bit that he's doing, and he didn't want Bryan to interrupt the magic that he was about to show you with the bit.
Maybe.
So he muted his mic and gave him the shut the fuck up light.
If I were Crowder and I wanted to goof on this do not talk button with a light, I'd stick a big old siren light, like a red one, right on my desk, and I'd be like, haha, here you go.
So he just abuses these fucking people. And that's why he burns through his co-hosts, whether it's Not Gay Jared, Dave Landau, eventually Bryan Callen.
I think abuse is a very that's a powerful word. Maybe he just likes the control. I don't know if that's abuse. He's just being bitchy about his show.
He beats these guys up mentally. Because if you're a performer, like if I'm doing a voice on the program and someone says something while I'm doing the voice, you know what I do? I just reset the voice and do the fucking bit.
Sure.
Like I don't go, I'm doing the thing. It's like if you're going to have someone on your show who is your co-host, you can't, this sounds weird that you have to say this, but you can't berate the shit out of them. You can't beat them up all the time.
Oh, you can't, Aaron?
No.
Where were you all those times?
You think you probably think ladies? I bet you probably think ladies have ladies. Huh?
Yeah, so did Bryan Callen said light.
I don't know if it was Bryan or who said that.
That's
I don't
Bryan.
think that sounds like Bryan.
Bryan said light because Crowder was flustered by Bryan talking during his wacky voice that he
And
was
Bryan
doing.
probably saw it coming.
And maybe Bryan saw, but see,
Light.
we're going to put a poll up after we're done talking about this, work or shoot. I don't know why, because I've been such a vocal critic of Crowder for years. Almost as long as ROTC, am I right? Damn it. There's another story I'm going to do today. I had a story ready for today's show. I made a mistake yesterday. I tuned into ROTC.
You got to start watching like the day after.
Yeah, I do.
Because that's not doing so well for you.
I saw a story come up that they did, and I went, fuck, I had that for tomorrow.
Stop looking.
Then I saw them do a couple of stories, and I was like, haha, we did that this morning. Fuckhead.
Yeah, we had like 3 yesterday we got to first.
Yeah. They got to the Boston first pitch story. Damn it. Anyway, I've hated Crowder for a long time, so you would think I would jump all over this, but I also don't want to look, what?
That Boston first pitch story, are you talking about the Victoria's Secret model?
No.
Oh, that one you love? She did like a first pitch at a ball game too.
The Downey one? Oh. How'd it go?
I didn't see a video. I just
You
saw
can't
a post
make- you
picture
can't
about
make
it.
fun of her.
I know.
Make fun of Bryan Callen and Steven Crowder.
You think you probably think ladies? I bet you probably think ladies have ladies. Huh? I bet you probably think that. Look, if you want to be in a place where parents can force them to keep their cooks. You think you
Okay.
Oh, you just
Yeah.
keep playing it.
He did get flustered there when Bryan wanted to interject something.
I think Bryan probably saw him going for it and he's like, oh, light.
Steven is such a bad performer, too. Like a guy, his co-host trying to say something, and you see Steven's face just go, ah, and he breaks his voice, and then he hits the switch.
And it's Bryan Callen too. It's not like he had just one of us on.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but if it's a work, it makes sense because it's such an obvious, like anyone who's listened to Dave Landau talk about the light, it's such an obvious flick to the light. But then again, Crowder has such little self-control when he feels like he's losing control that he doesn't really care if it's a subtle hit of the light. He's frustrated,
Right.
he's upset, and he wants to hit the light. Shut the fuck up. It's Crowder's time to shine.
I kind of wonder if, look, we don't really watch Crowder except on the show here, but I wonder how many episodes you could go back to and watch and see him doing that.
See him doing it?
Yeah.
So we learned from Dave Landau that Steven Crowder has a button. And when he hits that button, a light will come up that Dave Landau would see. And that light meant, shut up, Dave Landau. It was the shut up, Dave Landau button. And Bryan Callen.
Can we keep calling it the Shut Up Dave Landau Memorial button
Yeah.
now that Dave's gone from the
Yeah,
show?
I think so.
Yeah, I'm starting to lean towards shoot on this one because Steven's not a subtle guy and he wouldn't do an Andy Kaufman like, is it real or is it not? He would like make a big show of it. Like, oh, you're right. He'd put like a light up
that
on
you
the
could
screen.
see, like on
Yeah.
his desk or something, even just one of them little swirly silent
Oh,
lights.
am I hitting the shut up light? I'm sorry. Like I came up listening to like O&A and Stern and like people riffing was always better than one guy going, everybody shut the fuck up and let my time to shine,
I agree.
How much gold would we have lost in the Stern years if there would have been some button where, Artie shuts the fuck up,
Callen is now sitting in Dave Landau's seat. He was interrupting Steven Crowder. So Crowder hit the button and the light came on and Bryan Callen immediately shut up because he was interrupting one of Crowder's bits.
I don't think it just turns on a light. I think it mutes his mic. I think his mic shuts off when you flip that
Or
switch.
there is a light and then one of the guys in the booth shuts the mic off.
That's true.
So the fact that, so this confirms that it was true, although no one doubted Landau on that. But
I'm so worried about looking like a sucker if he was just doing a gimmick. But then again, Steven doesn't really do gimmicks like that.
He doesn't, and I'll also tell you this, like if that's something he does often, you'll see it again.
True.
He'll do it again.
Hobo Chili Recipe with $4.99 says, compromise with these broads. You gals can be whatever you want to be, but we take away the 19th Amendment. That's a fair trade. I mean, the man, look, you say what you want. The man raises a point.
I guess.
You know, he raises a point. Ross Dog's Broken Spirit with $15 says, in honor of my Lord and Savior, Kyle. Yes, Kyle is Lord. God bless Unique. Thank you very much, buddy. We are, I think, like 175 away from knocking it out. Katie Kidney says, Rumble wants their creators that signed with them to do the first hour on YouTube to drive traffic to Rumble for the second hour. I mean, yeah, but also aren't there going to be a lot of people who aren't going to go to Rumble now because they're like, I'll just watch an hour of Crowder on YouTube and then I'll be good. Like, I know it seems...
Depends on how, like, into it you are, I guess.
I know it seems easy to just switch over to another platform, but you'd be surprised how many people, out of just comfort and convenience, don't do that.
We've gone through that before. We've always, like, when we had to switch platforms, we've crossed our fingers and been like, God, I hope they come with us.
We've always had to rebuild to a certain degree.
Yeah.
Like, we've always lost. Like, we started, I think we started doing the morning show for, like, our max viewership was, like, 300, 350 at a time. And now it's, like, 560, 570 on YouTube. And then we've added another 250 over on Rumble. So it's there's a building process.
It's going. It's working out.
Scarface says, you're giving Kyle too much credit. He didn't break this. ROTC broke it at the end of yesterday's show. I actually saw it from Kyle first. I'll be honest. ROTC did it. Crowder is the next Milo. What, they're going to run Kanye's campaign?
Whoa.
We got Hobo Chili Recipe says, Christ, we're defending Bryan Callen. What's the world come to? Hey, don't feel so bad about it. We're defending Bryan Callen because the guy across from him is Crowder. That's kind of a no-brainer.
He's graded on a curve.
I'd defend a Brendan Schaub and a Bobby Lee before I'd defend a Steven Crowder.
Boy, Bobby Lee's pushing it, but you're right, I would too.
Miloer with Crowder, says Joe the Toe. Light Bud. The Mood renewing his membership for his 9th month just says $9.99.
Thank you.
There's Jared, too. Callen is third chair. I don't know who Jared. No, not gay Jared. He's gone. What you talking about?
He's been gone.
I want to see how far. Oh God, how far behind in the chat am I?
Whew.
I wanted to see if people thought this was a work or a shoot, and I'm way behind. Crowder is making the same mistakes that Opie made, says Rob. Never noticed a button before Dave said something. Yeah, very loud switch too, says Bird Collector. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it wasn't subtle.
Well, that's what I mean. I feel like if we went back and looked, you probably see him do it all the time. Basically, whenever you find him do a rant, if you just back up the video a little bit, there's probably a button pushing. And he'll do it again.
Bob's backhoe operator says, why pick this fucktard's video to play? I'm charmed by Kyle. I know some people. I think you're too deep into the internet if you, like, hate Kyle from Unique. Like, I don't think Kyle is a guy to be hated. Like, he's just a silly, funny guy.
He's fine. Yeah. I like Kyle. His audio fucking sucks when he plays shit. I'm sure that he's putting something over it so he doesn't get in trouble, but it just sounds like shit.
Luck of the Bind says, more the fighter and the kid content. No, that was Kyle from Unique Entertainment. Try to keep up, Luck of the Bind. Jesus Christ. Connor Fullerton says, the Switch also turns on the vibrating anal beads. Oh, so it's like a double win.
Oh, that'd be cool, actually.
Okay.
Why don't you give me vibrating anal beads when you want me to shut up?
You never say please. Hobo Chili Recipe says, I can't wait till Nick DiPaolo snaps and goes scorched earth on Steven Crowder. I wonder if Crowder, there would be a level of respect I'd have for Crowder if he tried that shit on Nick DiPaolo. It would be a big mistake, and DiPaolo would lose his shit on him, but at the same time...
He'd walk out, wouldn't he?
No, he'd yell at Crowder.
Oh.
But I would respect Crowder for doing it. Katie Kidney said, several creators who signed with Rumble have that same gig working. Okie doke. Hobo Chili Recipe, you would defend Brendan Schaub. That hurts my calves, Papa, when you said that. Over Crowder, probably, because, Brendan's an idiot, but he's not as malicious as Crowder is. Like, Crowder does shit to people.
I don't think...
Whereas Brendan's just a dipshit.
Yeah, I don't think Brendan is malicious to anybody, really. I think he's just kind of dumb.
Yeah. Sam Fran says, I'm late. Apologies. Has anyone made a Revenge of the Fifth joke yet? Fucking try it. Bob's backhoe operator. I've seen Crowder do it for years. I thought it was to mute the other mics, not a light. Yeah, I mean, like you said, if you went back and watched now, you'd probably see him reach over here and hit a button. But yeah, it's Pragmatic Baxter says, more Ed and Michelle. They reviewed Brennan's fish fry. Hilarious. Maybe we'll watch that today.
Overtime would be cool.
Overtime, we could do a little Ed and Michelle.
I love them.
Ed and Michelle went to my fish fry. It was they suck. I don't like them. They're like Ed and Michelle are fucking idiots.
They don't sell tickets.
I don't like this sell tickets thing anymore. I find too many people started doing the selling tickets
really?
thing. So fucking idiot and fucking stupid are fun. I get it that if Kevin Brennan was a pull string doll, it would be very limited. You'd only have like 5 or 6 lines.
It's like a Tickle Me Elmo. It says the same shit over and over again.
Exactly. It's one of those, as soon as you got him, you'd be like, oh, this is fun. This is cool. And then you do the pull string gimmick for like 3 or 4 days and you'd be like, I've heard them all now.
It's kind of like same thing as a whoopee cushion. It only makes the same sound.
Right.
Like all the time. How many times can you prank someone?
Exactly. All right, guys. A whopping 175 away from knocking it out today. You guys are already way ahead of the game. Thank you very much. There's the PayPal. There's the Streamlabs. There's the Venmo. What do you say we knock this fucker out early today? And then we'll do a half hour of overtime. Thank you, boys and girls. Just 175 away for the entire week. Balls and Wieners says all morning shows are nowadays is retards arguing. Is it? I don't think so.
Yeah, no, that happens a lot. Oh, yeah, except for us. I don't like to argue with anyone, but yeah.
Shut up. Yes, you do.
Think of all those other shows that are just being pissy with each other. That is an accurate statement.
Danger Bear Wolf Turtle. Oh, are we at 111 likewise? All right. What time is it? Oh, my God, it's almost 7. We're not going to get to 150 by 7. We haven't really been pushing the likes at all. But if we're close, fuck it. Maybe we will. You guys have 4 minutes to get us up to 150. Everybody hit thumbs up. Everybody hit the like button. Everybody show a little appreciation for Steel Toe. Oh, hit subscribe as well. We're pushing 9650, which means what? 350 subscribers away from 10K?
Yes, sir.
We're getting there. Oh, and also, I forgot to mention this on Wednesday. We are strike free.
Aww.
No strikes for Steel Toe anymore. How lovely.
Thanks, James O'Keefe.
Yeah, you dick. So yes, hit the like button, hit subscribe. Somebody give me a refresh on the likes. Let me see how close we are to 150 before the top of the hour here. Says, would you rather watch the tree grow or a knee grow? Very nice. Oh my God, you guys are at 153 already? Holy shit! Thank you.
Hustling.
I'm a fucking idiot. 153. Great. Allie Cattail says, new sub and like, don't blow it. How do you think that makes me feel, huh?
Pressure's on.
That puts a lot of goddamn pressure on me. All right. We got some new Tucker leaks. They've got to stop with these Tucker leaks.
He looks like a rock star.
He just looks like a regular guy. He's like, oh, yeah, what are you going to take this off the bird? Media Matters. Go fuck yourself. And it's like, why would Media Matters publish that? It's just a guy predicting that someone's going to rat on him, and he's preemptively telling you to go fuck yourself.
Right. Does Media Matters think like, oh, yeah, I will report on this?
Yeah.
But that's not.
He called his audience postmenopausal, which is hilarious.
Probably true.
He made a sex technique joke with
Piers.
What were some of the other ones? He said, oh, God, nobody subscribes to the Fox Nation app. It's dog shit. He's shitting on the company and everything else. And the one about, I would replay the one about the deposition. That one was great.
Oh, yeah, that lawyer.
Yeah, the Dominion lawyer one. That might be my favorite out of all of them. This one.
Well, that was a week, I'll say. Holy shit. 10 hours. That slimy little motherfucker sitting across from me. Oh, you're the best.
That slimy little motherfucker sitting across from me. By the way,
loves his staff.
The deposition that would ultimately, in my opinion, lead to his firing. which was, I think the settlement with Dominion was they would fire Tucker.
Probably.
I think that's the most believable story
guessing.
I've heard so far.
Yeah.
My two most believable, I know everybody wants the juicy ones, like he said this, he did that, he said this. The two that make the most business sense are Dominion was suing them for $2.5 billion. They got away with $787 million and fire Tucker. There you go. The other one I believe is the Murdochs are trying to sell Fox, and Tucker's too much of a firebrand and controversial for a mainstream entity to buy Fox News from them. But I don't understand that move because your ratings have tanked now. Your ratings have cratered. MSNBC beat you this week after you got rid of Tucker. So how does that make you more valuable? But that's I'm
socially,
not,
I guess.
Yeah,
he's not acceptable.
That's what's so stupid about these different these companies that buy media. It's like you want to be more socially acceptable and have lower ratings.
That happens everywhere, though.
Yeah.
People are putting so much importance on topics that most people don't care about.
Well, a little later, we're going to talk about Bud Light finally addressing the Mulvaney thing, and they learned their lesson.
Oh, yeah? Are you going to go buy some later?
I'm a big wave man through and through.
And I wasn't talking about you. It's just the opposite.
He's giving me a complex.
No, I'm not. What do you mean? Because you've never been this affirmed in your life? But thank you, Alex. Have a happy weekend. See you, man.
He's so nice to his staff. Look. Yeah. He's so thankful.
The amount, it was so unhealthy, the hate. Thank you, Teresa. The hate that I felt for that guy. I mean,
How could you not?
I never feel that way, because I don't want to feel that way. I think it's wrong. It's bad. It's totally bad for you to feel that way. But that guy, he triggered the shit out of me.
Does not like feeling angry.
Yeah.
Admits he was angry and doesn't like being that way.
He's very emotionally healthy.
Yes, he's very in tune with himself. A lot of self-reflection.
He's like, oh, that Antifa guy who was being jumped, I really wanted them to kill this motherfucker. And then I was like, wait a minute. No, that's wrong.
That's still a person.
Yeah, I shouldn't feel that way.
Where are you now? Where do you live? The amount of times I had, first of all, fuck you on my lips, was like, it was unbelievable. Suggesting that I was cheating on my taxes? Really? Oh, absolutely.
I love the white conservative guy. That was the biggest insult. He's like,
really?
And to say that I cheated on my taxes? I mean, sure, I didn't pay the government as much as I owed, but that was all legal because my accountant's a G. Like, don't accuse me of cheating on my taxes. No, that is a compliment if you're the Dominion lawyer, though. Like,
yeah.
Like if a guy like Tucker goes, that guy triggered the shit out of me. That's,
I would agree to that. Yeah. Oh, good. I got under Tucker's skin.
Yeah, exactly. So now there's a new Tucker clip. And this one is, again, I don't know why Media Matters keeps publishing these. It's all remarkably harmless and playful banter between him and his staff, and everyone's laughing and having a good time. If anything, I would think that Media Matters secretly got recruited by Fox to leak this so that Fox would look like a fun place to work, so people would want to go there. I don't really understand how this is a bad thing, but Tucker's getting his makeup done.
As you do. That's why Aaron wants to get on national TV.
Sure, I want somebody to do my makeup. And Tucker...
I can do that.
Starts just doing a little banter with his makeup lady. Whereas, by the way, if we got Don Lemon or if we got any other, or Hannity or anyone else, they'd probably act like this person doesn't fucking exist. And they would just ignore them and not speak to them. But Tucker's like, why don't I make everybody, feel loose and jovial?
I've got somebody painting my face. Let me talk to them while they paint my face.
Don Lemon would make him smell his balls, as Don is known to do.
What do you think his balls smell like?
Another guy's asshole.
Lies and deceit.
Can I ask you a question? You don't have to answer. It's personal. I'm not speaking of you, but more in general of ladies. When they go to the ladies' room and powder their noses, is there actually nose powdering going on?
Sometimes.
Ooh. I like the sound of that.
Saucy.
Tucker's so waspy. He's like, oh, there's actual nose powdering. Ooh, I've gotten into the wondrous world that is the ladies' room.
Most days I don't give a shit about Tucker. I think he is great because he will like speak out on some things, and that's pretty fun. But like the more videos they show me, the more I like him and the more I think about him, actually.
Right. Stop showing me him being a regular dude.
Right. He looks like he's cool to hang out with. He's friendly.
Yeah.
Probably has some fun later.
Do they actually powder their nose? First of all, Tucker, I don't think women say that anymore.
No, that's a thing in the past.
Like,
when I get up at a bar to go to the bathroom, it's closer to I'm going to go take a piss than I'm going to powder my
women,
nose.
you got to remember, women aren't classy anymore. They've all been convinced that they're dudes, so they all talk like shit heathens.
I think usually I just say, I'll be right back.
Yeah, what women usually say is they push their chair out, and you hear the from the chair going out. They stand up, they put their hands on the table, and they go, I'm going to go take a big runny shit. And then and you're like, all right.
What women are you hanging out with?
Me. Well, just
oh, boy.
all your friends.
Water buffaloes?
Yes. Pretty girls, they always hang out with big old fat chicks. So, like, every time I see one of April's friends and we have lunch or something, they always go, I'm going to go take a big diarrhea.
That's not very nice.
April, I know they make you feel hotter when you hang out with them, but you have to stop doing this.
It's cruel.
That is
a cruel thing to say.
By the way, is not an uncommon thing that women that tends. I'm not going to say that women do intentionally, but it is remarkable how many hot women have a really, like, their best friend is hot, but like their second best friend is always a monster, and it makes the hot girl feel better.
I can see you're gonna get along swimmingly with all my friends.
I'm just saying, like. But then, I mean, I'm not saying I wouldn't get along with them. I'm not saying I don't like these people. I'm saying women are duplicitous whores.
I don't think they're monsters that get up and say, I'm going to go take a big runny diarrhea shit.
Yeah, they say, I'm going to take a big runny diarrhea shit, and then they come back and they're like, oh, man, almost ran out of toilet paper. I really was fighting the clock on that one. I'm like, you don't need to talk to us like that. Like, guys don't even talk to us like that. That's another thing I have with women, like, in all seriousness,
God.
Women trying to be dudes. They always do a really horrible impression of what they think guys are. It's like, no, we don't do. We're
just trying to be trans.
Right. Yeah, we're a lot more boring than you girls think we are. You guys think we have this mystic world going on. I mean, no, it's boring.
I feel like guys do the same thing with us, though, too. Any guy who ever pretends to be a lady does not succeed.
No, when guys transition, like Caitlyn Jenner, no, they're more elegant. Like, they go back in time.
Caitlyn Jenner's very elegant. Yes.
Caitlyn Jenner went back in time and went, I'm going to show you ladies how to do it. Like,
nobody else does that.
All women should be like Caitlyn Jenner and like be fancy and regal and shit like that. Women fucked it up.
Sorry, I grew up in the sticks and I'm just a pile of dog shit then. And apparently all of my friends don't cut it for you.
They announce all their shits. It's weird.
Time is lipstick.
Do pillow fights ever break out? You don't have to.
Not in the bathroom.
Okay, not in the bathroom. Okay, that'd be more a dorm activity. Okay.
This is naughty precise nurse territory.
I'm sorry. So you are such a good sport, such a good person. Thank you.
I got 2 brothers.
So he asks a funny, silly question to his staff member, makes a few jokes, and then goes, you're such a good sport. You're such a great person. Pays her endless compliments. They have funny, silly banter.
Yep.
And boy, I tell you, Media Matters really got this guy.
This guy is, I will say this, much nicer than many guys I know.
And not only that, all his staff seems to love him. He seems to be a great guy to work for.
He's thankful for them. He seems to treat them very well. This is not an own.
No.
Media Matters.
I know you do, but you do not deserve that, and I mean it with great affection.
I got you, man. Which way do you want to go?
Yes, ma'am. Sorry. Let me tune in.
And then she lint rolls him real nice, and then
God, I want her job, kinda. I guess she doesn't have that job now.
yeah, that job is gone.
That looked nice.
Phage lives with 5 gifted steel toe memberships. Thank you, buddy.
Thank you.
Bree S, Evan Long, Sumting Wong, Eric Yarnell, and Jed Akoros, all getting memberships to Steel Toe. Welcome, everybody. That's very nice of you. 165 away from hitting it today. You guys are moving quick. this morning. Thank you very much. Keep her going. Look at this. We're over 150 likes for the morning. We're 165 away from wrapping up the goal for the week and doing 30 minutes of overtime at the end. You guys are, oh, never mind. We're 5 closer. Jared says, heard that there's another guy who sounds like my name up in here. Guess we must fight to the death since there must only be one. Might watch Revenge of the Fifth today after work. See, people are still trying to trigger the shit out of me with Star Wars references.
I can see it burning deep inside you.
I'm going to be fine.
Let the hate flow through you.
God damn it. $160 away. Thank you, boys and girls. There's the Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo links, if you'd like. Mr. Pro Ghostly says, what up, everyone? Oh, hello. What's going on?
My lightsaber. That's up.
I got it. Because it's Star Wars.
Yeah.
I understand.
Okay, answer me this. Are we having tacos tonight or are we having something smothered in mayonnaise?
What?
It's Cinco de Mayo.
Oh, fucking A. Why does everyone have to make a date a thing? Oh, we have to eat Mexican food. There's a Canelo fight on tomorrow.
I'm getting exactly what I need right now out of you.
There's a Canelo fight on tomorrow. That's all you need to know about Cinco de Mayo.
That has nothing to do with Cinco de Mayo since it's not on it.
Canelo fights on Cinco de Mayo weekend every year.
Okay, but it's not Cinco de Mayo tomorrow.
Unfortunately for boxing, that's the only time these guys ever fight.
Cinco de Sith tomorrow? Oh, now I'm merging them.
Yeah, stop.
That's starting to hurt you.
I don't need 2 douchey holidays combined into one. What the fuck are we doing here? Oh, man. Phage Lives with $10 says Disney Star Wars is the best Star Wars. Changed my mind. Yule Gibbons with $10 says someone already told me Steel Toe is dead, so I guess here's my condolences. Oh, yeah. I mean.
Who said that?
Deader than a doornail. He's fucking around. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate that. Everyone.
I'm sure they died via the Force.
Everyone who says Steel Toe is dead, we tend to be about 4 or 5 times bigger then. So if we're dead, we've died and gone to podcast heaven, and they're still burning in hell. So
do you know what's a good?
My condolences.
Do you know what's a good check of the pulse? You know, to let you know that we're not dead.
The wrist.
The fact that they have to keep
my
saying
condolences.
Steel Toe's
You
know what's a good check.
That was the Rumble feed.
What are you doing?
That was the Rumble feed. Sorry about that. Oh, Zesty Taco Paco says, love Dr. Amber Chuck, best dentist.
Ooh, see, that's the lady.
There's a Litchfield reference.
That's a Litchfieldian.
All right, guys, let's continue on here. We've got my favorite Canadian coming up next.
Crowder?
Yes. No, there's a guy in Vancouver who just opened a heroin, meth, and crack store in broad daylight. Has not been arrested.
I think he's a hero.
He just opened a store. He's got a big sign out front advertising that he's selling heroin, meth, and crack, and MDMA. And
you should hit him up. Maybe he'll get rid of your back pain.
Oh, man, if I did some crack, my back would feel awesome.
Oh, because it would crack your back?
Smoking crack would fix my back better than any chiropractor would.
I'm sure you're right. I agree with you 100%. Tenfold.
You know, people forget about it because it's gotten such a bad connotation because of all the people turning into zombies and ruining their life from it.
Would you say crack is whack?
People forget all the medicinal properties of crack.
You do forget most of your problems.
Yeah, people have forgotten that crack first started as arthritis medication. Oh. And it just got out of hand. That's all.
Wasn't cocaine originally in Coke? Like, actually?
I don't know. I'm not sure if that's a thing or if that's one of those, like, old wives' tales that got started.
I feel like Coke did start as like, a medicinal, like, what is that word called?
Did Coca-Cola ever contain cocaine? The real truth, yes, Coca-Cola still contracts with a chemical company to manufacture cocaine, but none of that Coke makes its way into the drink. Wait, what?
Hold on. That's a lot to unpack. Help me.
March 2nd, 2023. Why Coca-Cola contracts with a chemical company to manufacture cocaine in New Jersey?
You can't just make cocaine.
You just make coke. Yeah,
you can't.
You just get to make it.
No, you don't.
I guess. The coca leaf has been used in its native South America in medicinal, spiritual, and recreational contexts for centuries. When chewed or brewed into tea, the leaf has a mild stimulating effect. See what happens when you make it into a powder. And has been used for traditionally to treat stomach issues, suppress appetite, and relieve the physical effects of high altitudes. But in the 1800s, cocaine, a powerful stimulant, isolated and extracted from the coca leaf by the power of chemistry, God bless, became Europeans' drug du jour. It found its way into medicine, as well as the enthusiastic embrace of Sigmund Freud. Oh, yeah, by the way, the guy that you guys base all your psychiatry off of now, giant cokehead.
That's fun, right? Wouldn't you before that? You love Coke.
What?
You told everyone how much fun it is.
I've done Coke one time.
I've never done Coke.
It was far too much fun, and I would not be doing it again.
I don't believe you for some reason.
I will not. I will never do Coke again.
I feel like if we were at one of our friends' weddings and you were approached with it, I don't think you'd say no because you know I'm there to take care of you.
No, I wouldn't do. First of all, the nice thing about a bump of Coke, you don't need to be taken care of. It's not like
I have a really hard time believing that.
It's not it's more of a yeah, fucking let's do it. Like it's an up. It is a woo.
Seems like you like it.
No, it's too much. It's too out of control for me. I don't like that.
I do not like feeling out of control. I don't even like drinking too much.
You know
what I mean?
I'm like Rick Dalton in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, where I say my booze don't need nobody. So I don't fuck around.
Don't do drugs, guys.
Kids, crack is whack.
We're gonna pass out Dare shirts, right?
Yeah, we're gonna sing songs that that was the weird thing about them always trying to get us not to do drugs or drink in school.
They made it sound so fun.
The songs sucked. Like all of the shit they did to tell us not to do drugs was so boring, and all the drugs seemed so much fun. I always thought, why not show us shit of like meth head with broken teeth and looking like dog shit and all this stuff? It's like that. That's how you keep people off of drugs.
You saying songs? Because my school did show you pictures. Like when they were talking about meth and like why you shouldn't do meth, they gave us like big before and after posters of like, look at this person. Okay, now look at what they look like after meth. Not good.
Here, we got let's see if we need...
I don't remember anti-drug songs.
I wrote anti-drug songs, and now here the first song that comes up is Necro, I Need Drugs. Here's an anti-drug jingle. Here you go, guys. First of all, why would you animate it? That's just going to encourage people to take psychedelics while they watch the anti-drug commercial, but okay. See, it's nice and fun. This will keep us off drugs because we're having too much fun.
5 cheerful friends.
Ew.
All doing coke.
Who had big, big plans.
I hope one of them dies from doing drugs. It's this guy.
One foolish act that went out of hand.
First of all, this is I'm going to show you the mistakes they're making. Those pills look fun.
I know. Stop making it look so pretty.
Yeah. Put like skull and crossbones on the pills. They look fun and jovial.
Make them look like radioactive or something.
So all of those little puppet guys were apparently stranded on a desert island, but they were having the time of their life. And then all of a sudden some drugs washed up and now their life is fucked.
Of course their dreams to come to an end. Drugs are a no-go. Let's fight them and be bold. Drugs are a no-go. Drug-free's the way to go.
There you go.
I hate it.
You don't like the message?
I hate it.
Drug-free's the way to go.
You know why this is not the way to get me to not do drugs?
Why?
It's so annoying. I'm against you just because this is so annoying.
Because of the song?
Yeah.
Shit.
Drug-free's the way to go. They had our dreams from the start.
Fun.
Bella's smart and Dave swims fast.
Oh.
Sally's
Imagine how fast he'll swim on coke, though.
Right?
Show him coke and he'll be fucking flying through that.
And how quick will that person finish their test?
Exactly. With a little meth.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. Hey, and by the way,
Adderall, you could abuse that.
Isn't that funny? It's like, hey, kids, don't do these illegal drugs. Here's a bunch of legal ones because you have you're a 16-year-old who has a hard time paying attention to shit.
Oh.
That's abnormal. Here's some drugs.
Yes, let's create an Adderall problem.
Isn't that amazing? Like, for all throughout history, like it was just taken as like a given that if you're 16 years old, you have a hard time paying attention to shit.
Isn't that just how teenagers are?
Right. But then these pharmaceutical industry, here we go, I'm going to get all conspiracy now. The pharmaceutical industry found a way to take a normal thing kids do, which is not be able to focus ever, and go, oh, yeah, we can throw a bunch of drugs and pills at them and shit. And then they'll focus more. And then we got a generation of kids that did this.
Oh, no, we got a new thing going on, too. Oh, Mommy, I feel like a boy today. Okay, here's some medicine to help
Right,
you.
yeah, exactly.
And now let's block your hormones and shit.
Yeah.
No puberty for you.
Yeah, and say like, Mommy, I feel like a girl. And then back 20 years ago, the parents would just go in the room and they're like, shit, we got a gay kid. And then you'd be like, all right.
Or you just say, aha, you're dumb.
We got to figure this out. Yeah, but you'd still panic. You'd still be like, oh, shit.
But you do it silently to yourself. You don't talk to the kid about it.
You don't project it on the kid because maybe, 99% of the time they grow out of it. But now we're like, wait a minute, you feel like something other than what you look like? Well, instead of that just being the way you are and you're totally fine, we've got to make it a problem and we got to do this. It's like, oh, shit, why? And then at the bottom of all these problems always seems to be some company that came up with a drug that they can't sell for something.
We do seem to be just shoving pills down kids' throats whenever they have a very, very normal notion.
Yeah, kids,
pop up.
everybody's throats.
That's true. A lot of people, dude, SSRIs are for some people. There's a lot of people that,
dude, honestly, SSRIs.
if they could just get a better mindset, they're going to do better.
SSRIs. Well, didn't they did that study a long time ago that showed that exercise and better diet
Just go outside for a walk,
worked
dude.
more for 30 or 40% of people than the drugs did.
Right.
And the SSRIs to me should be for people who have gone to 3 different therapists, a couple doctors, and they've both gone, look, this person is so fucking cracked. There's no way we're going to fix them. We'll try this pill.
It's the first thing they try to push on you now. And it's not even now. God, I haven't been to a therapist for a long time, probably 6 years or so. But when I first started that, I just wanted to go talk through some shit that was really troubling me in my life. I don't want to details or anything, but they instantly say, oh, would you like to pair our sessions with some medicine to see if that helps you quicker? And I'm like, no.
Sorry, I'm having a sneezing fit.
It's okay. I have
when
allergies
you're talking
too.
about this. Oh, is that what it is? Oh, no, you're right. I got watery
it's bad.
eyes. Oh, shit.
I've been sitting in dust and shit raking the last 2 days, and I'm absolutely,
You see, boys and girls.
Listen.
Yeah, that's a really sexy sound to make in broadcasting. There's an issue when you live in Minnesota, kids, that you may not know about. When the snow melts and the weather gets warm and the ground thaws out.
Throbs.
And throbs. It releases everything that invades your sinuses and makes you sneeze and feel like shit.
Molds, pollens, all of it.
For the first month of summer, everyone in Minnesota has a scratchy throat, sneezing.
Itchy, watery eyes.
You just feel like shit constantly. Hey, but don't worry. You know what I've heard? There's a drug for it.
There is.
Oh, that's
Zyrtec.
That's the other thing about allergies in Minnesota. Every year, you find out that the drug you took last year doesn't work this year. So now you got to go experiment with another allergy drug.
That happens with almost every medicine, by the way. People say that about SSRIs too. Oh, I've been on this one for a while and it's not really doing it for me anymore. Oh, okay.
It weirds me out so much that there are so many people who are literally hanging on by a pill.
I know.
And they stopped taking their medicine. I'm like, then lock them in a building somewhere.
Check this out. Birth controls, too. I was on the pill between the ages of 18 and 21, never after. But, in those 3 years, it was suddenly you'll get new side effects of it 1 month. Yeah. Suddenly, just out of nowhere. And, let's switch it up and see what this works.
I know. They treat you
okay.
They treat you like a guinea pig. They're like, all right, let's throw this at you.
Because when you go on new medications for anything, you have an adjustment period where you're going to feel like dog shit with that too, trying to regulate to it. And I was like, ugh.
Gary Crouch says, so March and April everywhere else. Yeah, it takes May and June in Minnesota is the thaw out, sneeze your balls off period. And it looks like it's starting.
And then later in the year during harvest season where there's all this dust in the air and shit too. It's
all the farming people.
All the ragweed.
So anyway, let's talk about the guy in Canada who opened a drugstore. The first brick and mortar drugstore just opened in Vancouver, Canada. Not like the local drugstore where you get Tylenol and a milkshake. On the menu at this drugstore, they have crack, cocaine, if you're a pussy, heroin, MDMA and ecstasy,
fun,
opioids, and methamphetamine.
Okay, you got to pick one. Which one are you doing?
Oh man, I've only got enough money in my pocket for one.
Yeah.
Oh boy, what am I gonna do? Oh boy, a tough menu to look at.
And you're not gonna like overdose or anything. You're gonna take like a
responsible
for
amount.
any of these. You're gonna take like a responsible amount where you feel good.
Well, then you got to go with crack, right? Just to see. What,
I'm not. I'm too scared of crack.
Just to see what it's like.
I'm probably going. Man, probably ecstasy.
Okay.
Yeah,
They've got
I want to have a good time.
They've got a drive-through, and everybody like who goes up to the drive-through at the drugstore, like nobody ever just comes up with their order. Everyone always comes and goes, "Yeah, can you give me a minute?" All right.
What am I doing today?
And then you hear a honk behind honk, and then you go, "Oh, that guy's waiting for crack."
Do I want to feel like everything is sex to me today? Okay.
I hear that's heroin.
Ecstasy it is.
I hear that one's heroin.
No.
I've heard heroin
Heroin's a
described.
big old downer.
I can't remember who described it this way. They said heroin feels like 1,000 angels tickling your balls.
That doesn't sound like sex to me.
Well, I mean,
MDMA and ecstasy
well, you,
is like
then again,
the
let's be fair, you don't have balls. So how would you know?
maybe I retract them just for you.
How would you know what 1,000 angels tickling your balls feels like?
I retract.
$150 away from today's goal. If you feel like chipping in, there's all the links. So, yeah, this guy just opened this. It's a store. He's got a sign. No impurities or cuts. 18 plus ID required. Cocaine. 2 points, 5 points, 1 gram, 2.5 grams. So a gram of coke is $90. Those are friend prices. Crack cocaine. So if you want 2.5 grams of crack, it's $250.
Can I get a punch card here or something?
Yeah. How much crack do I need to buy before I get a free crack? Wait, I thought cocaine was more expensive than crack. I thought crack was the cheap one.
Times have changed.
What the fuck?
I don't know the difference between the two.
Gram of heroin, $200. 2.5 grams of meth is $100. See, now that's a nice value buy.
I thought meth was getting more expensive now.
Well, it's only it's less than half the price of coke, and it's way less than half the price of crack. So the meth's your value buy at this guy's place.
You get what you pay for.
2.5 grams of MDMA, $150. So
okay, so I've got kind of a bargain buy going on.
So
Yours is the most expensive.
If you're more of a bargain shopper, you're going to go with meth or MDMA. But if you're a quality over quantity guy, you'll go heroin or cocaine. And if you're out of your fucking mind, you'll do crack. I think that's how we.
Can you briefly tell me the difference between crack cocaine and cocaine?
Crack cocaine is like really cut cocaine. It has like ether in it.
But he says no cuts.
Well, no, crack in and of itself is like a biology experiment. What's in crack? It's like ether, baking soda. There's there's fucked up shit in crack.
The cheeseburger pie says those prices are high as hell.
Oh, see, cheeseburger, yeah. Cheese is
a lot of what a ripoff. Oh no.
Yeah, people are saying that these prices are not good.
We just lost 40 listeners to relapse. R.I.P.
That's too bad. Balls Deep says, what do they do with the drugs that fail the fentanyl test? He says no cuts or anything like that.
Yeah, but do you believe the guy with the yellow sign?
Seems like a trustworthy fella. Scarface is right. Did I say biology? He says, you mean chemistry. Yeah, I'm retarded. I'm sorry.
Okay, I still don't know
not
the difference.
Not biology. We just told you what the difference was. Baking soda and ether.
That's it?
Yeah.
That seems, how does baking soda make or break, like, if you're crack or cocaine?
It's more the ether.
It's baking soda.
It's the ether more than anything else that'll fuck you up. You know when someone takes a rag and puts it over someone's face and puts them out? A lot of times that's ether. Crack cocaine, fast facts. Oh, yay.
This is a bad site.
Oh, this is from this is the U.S. Department of Justice.
Okay.
Believe it or not. What does it look like? How is it produced? Crack is produced by dissolving powdered cocaine into a mixture of water and ammonia or sodium bicarbonate, baking soda. The mixture is boiled until a substance forms. The solid is removed from the liquid, dried, and then broken into rocks that are sold as crack cocaine. Wait, what happened to the ether? I thought ether was in crack.
Wrong.
Wow, I'm learning a lot today.
Okay, Spicy Mustard says crack is concentrated cocaine. April, thank you. That's all I needed.
Yeah, I think Snoop Dogg described it once. And now there's a guy who should be teaching DARE classes because he can educate you. Snoop Dogg once described it as you smoke it and then your heart immediately feels like it's going to explode.
What did Jordan Belfort describe it as when he smoked it with Donnie Azoff?
Fucking crazy, bro. Triple N says ether is in coke. It's a binding agent. Oh, yeah, wrong hole. Rick goes, ether is in coke, dum-dum. That's so demeaning to call me a dum-dum because I don't know which one ether is in. I apologize.
Sir, this is a Wendy's.
Yeah. Someone says, tell us how to make meth next. It was on the U.S. Department of Justice's website. What do you want from me?
You got a little rat poison, some fucking Sudafed.
God, yeah. What do you got laying around
gasoline.
Yeah, what do you got lying around the house? It's...
Throw it all in a light bulb and smoke it.
What I'm trying
Just
to say,
kidding.
what I'm
I have
trying
no
to say
idea.
is when you look at the ingredients, you start thinking, these drugs are bad.
You would think so. Like, I feel like the most effective way to make sure people didn't do drugs, like if you're talking to kids,
Yeah.
show them the ingredient list. That should be scary.
Whoa. Yeah, okay.
I understand they might start making it.
I understand where you're coming from.
Okay.
But I feel like, April, you're walking into a backfire there.
Okay, no, I know where you're going with this. You're saying, well, April, if they know what's in it, some of them are going to start making it. If you're going to start making it just because you now have the ingredients list, you are going to make it anyways, okay? For people like me, it's going to scare the shit out of me.
That doesn't mean that
I'm
you
done.
hand them the recipe.
You don't tell them the amounts.
I'm sure there's a lot of
you don't
kids
tell them how to put them together.
I'm sure there's a lot of kids who would make mashed potatoes if you told them the ingredients, but that doesn't mean you just hand them.
You can't tell me that if you looked at an ingredients list for meth, that would make you want to start making it or smoking it.
Kids get curious sometimes. I just don't know if in an anti-drug course I hand kids the recipe for making crack. Let's say chili killed you when you ate it. Would you be handing out to kids the recipe to make chili?
I will tell you this much, though. When I was in school, like middle school, high school, and they talked about meth, they did talk about what was in it to scare us.
Oh,
They don't give you the recipe like, oh, you got to put this with the this first and then put this into that and then cook this here. They don't do that, but they do tell you what's in it.
Yule Gibbons says, I was going to make eggs, but it's crack for breakfast now. Oh, damn it. Thank you. Somebody says ether is for freebase. Okay, yeah, you're right.
What the hell is that?
That's another thing you can do with cocaine. Cocaine's a versatile drug.
I don't even know. I know the word freebase. I don't know what that means.
It's the thing that almost killed Richard Pryor. That's all, and that's all the people need to know.
Is freebasing when you don't like when we watch Breaking Bad and that chick's gonna die and they were doing heroin together? Like when she put it in the spoon with like a little water or something. So I'm trying to ask you, what is freebasing? Is that what she is doing? Like, is that the opposite?
Smoke. It's a form of smoking cocaine is freebase. It's smokable.
I'm not a drug guy.
Smoke a
I don't know
coke.
if you know that.
Yeah.
I don't like this shit.
Oh man, I love it when people that don't know shit about drugs talk about drugs. Isn't that fun though?
I think that should be very funny. You shouldn't know about drugs.
That should entertain you. So anyway, the guy opened the drug business and apparently he's just doing fine. Nobody's busting his balls, nothing.
He has a 100% fentanyl-free guarantee at the bottom of his sign.
Oh, that's wonderful. You're going to get sued, though, if anybody dies. The drug shop is currently operating entirely illegally. It is open right now. It's just nobody's busting him.
Nobody's busting him because they're excited and happy about it.
Hard drugs openly for sale. Here's a video. Let's check it out. Yeah, that's just... Oh, look at that. He's opening his store. Look at the responsible business owner. He's got his heroin.
Okay, there's 40 in there. Thanks, man. I appreciate what you're doing. Good luck on this.
I appreciate what you're doing. Good luck on this. Like he's opening a vegan burger shop. Like, I really appreciate the stand you're taking and the service you're providing.
Right. It's like he's setting up a charity or something.
Yeah.
Like people are just feeling good about it.
Look at that. All his drugs are just laying out on the table there.
Doesn't that get dangerous to keep touching some of those? Like, what if you got like a bunch in your pores and like...
Oh, come on, April. He's a professional. He knows what he's doing. It's not fentanyl. It's fucking drugs. You can touch drugs. It's fentanyl. You're thinking of fentanyl,
Dude.
where if it can get through your skin and then you get all
Yes,
fucked
I
up.
am.
Yeah, no, this guy's got no fentanyl. He's a pure heroin kind of guy.
I just didn't know that like that was untrue for other drugs. Like if you got a certain amount through your skin.
You die? No, that's just how dangerous fentanyl is. Is that it's such a concentrated dose. If you get it on your finger, you're going to need some Narcan.
Well, guess what? I guess the DARE program worked on me.
Because you're scared shitless.
I have mad respect and fear. Like, respect in the form of fear for drugs.
Well, despite the illegality of his new business, Martin markets his drugs as safe, tested, and fentanyl-free while wearing a stab-proof vest for his protection. He also says he keeps minimal drugs on site to reduce the risk of robbery.
Okay, but if anyone finds out where you live, now that's a problem too, right?
Well, he says people are dying, especially now they've allowed the entire province to do these drugs, but they provided no clean, safe supply. They're getting it from the same supply that everybody's overdosing from. So he's doing a public service. He's saying like, hey, don't OD on that street guy's shit. I'll sell you pure stuff.
Look at this tweet. Read the bottom line of that tweet.
Canadians can't even afford groceries. Meanwhile, in Vancouver, in the picture, Justin Trudeau be like, buy drugs and you won't need groceries. I mean, it's kind of a weird policy attempt, but it's an attempt nonetheless.
Well, hey, if you've ever known anyone on meth, they indeed don't eat.
Right. It's an we just said coke is an appetite suppressant.
Right.
He would allege that laws that prevent a safe supply and result in death by poisoning contravene Section 7 of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms and must be struck down. I mean, I don't know what you're waiting for. The guy, I mean, it's like they said in Goodfellas, you could just vacuum the table and you've got enough drugs to put him away. So, I don't know. But he feels he's providing a service to these wonderful people.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know if I don't know. I've never bought drugs, I guess. It just seems weird to go up to a plexiglass window with a gate and a little slide door to get my shit from.
It's the same way people buy their cigarettes at a convenience store. Guys behind plexiglass.
I'm not saying that's good either.
Hey, give me this thing that kills me. I'm like, all right, here you go.
I will say cigarettes are bad. I don't know if they're meth
Wow,
level
hot
bad.
take.
I don't know if they're meth level bad.
April with the hot take. Cigarettes are bad. Holy shit, you guys.
I would rather you all smoke cigarettes than do meth.
This is
that a hot take?
Holy shit. Yes, go ahead, hit the like button, subscribe to the show if you enjoy what we're doing here. 150 away from today's goal. If you want to help us knock that out, Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo. The links are right there in the chat, and they're pinned to the top of the chat. And you can throw in some super chats or some memberships, whatever you want to do. We're getting very, very close to hitting this week's full goal. 30 minutes of overtime at the end of the show. Excuse me, at the end of the show, if we get through it. All right, we have not talked about Jordan Neely at all on this program. Whole country's talking about Jordan Neely, and we have not even addressed it a little bit. And there's a reason for that. I didn't really lean in and figure out what was going on with this story until yesterday. I think this happened earlier this week.
Okay.
I think Sunday or Monday over the weekend. A guy was on the subway and he was causing problems. He was fighting, hitting people, and just being crazy and needed to be restrained. And this a former Marine or a guy who does MMA or whatever, he went to restrain the guy and put him in a rear naked choke. And he put the legs around his waist and everything and restrained him. The guy died.
From that?
Yeah.
Shit.
He died. His name was Jordan Neely. And there were multiple people restraining him on the subway, but one guy put him in a chokehold and he was out. And now there's a debate forming in the country between sane, rational people who just want to live in a country where there's not just constant violence and mentally ill people roaming the streets, and then people who want to make it a race thing and say that a black man was murdered and he, it's amazing how quickly the records of these total pieces of shit get whitewashed the instant the mainstream media and people in charge want them to be a victim.
Right.
George Floyd is a great example. Just because what Derek Chauvin did to George Floyd may not have been the right move, that doesn't make George Floyd a saint who all of his sins are washed away. George Floyd, had Derek Chauvin not put his knee on his back or his neck or that area, if Derek Chauvin had not done that, we would look at the entirety of George Floyd and go, wow, that guy is a bad dude. He is a piece of shit.
Yep.
That George Floyd.
Not good.
But the cop did something bad to him And somehow in modern day America, if you want to make him some kind of race martyr, it washes away all his sins.
He's now Saint Floyd.
He's now Saint Floyd. They're trying to do the same thing with this Jordan Neely guy.
Who also sounds like he should be a Derek Chauvin victim with that name.
Jordan Neely, of course. The thing about Jordan Neely is he's maybe even a bigger piece of shit than George Floyd was. He's been arrested over 40 times.
Oh, my God.
And wouldn't you know, April, you know what he's been arrested for?
Some sort of abuse or physical violence?
Turnstile violations.
Oh.
Like subway fare evasion. And also assault and robbery on the subway.
Yeah.
He beats the shit out of people on the subway. He's thrown people onto the tracks before or attempted to throw people onto the tracks before. Total piece of shit.
Kind of a big deal.
But all the media wants to report is, oh, he would dress up as Michael Jackson sometimes and dance on the subway as Michael Jackson. It's like, yeah, well, then he'd punch a bitch and try to take her purse. I mean, I don't really know if one hand washes the other on that.
No.
So this guy was being a piece of shit. He'd been let out multiple times because that's just what New York does now. They take violent, dangerous criminals and they let him go. Almost like it's a plan for something. Well, this guy ruined the plan, basically, because Jordan Neely was up to his normal shenanigans, and the people on the subway decided, you know what, enough.
They probably know him at this point.
They said enough, and they're like, we got to stop this guy from hurting people. Now, the media wants to try and make this an evil white supremacist guy, chokes a black guy to death, but you know what's interesting? Who do you see here also holding Jordan Neely down?
A black man.
That would be a black man. So to me, this seems more of a story of people on the subway in New York City want to take their city back from the scum and the monsters that have made life a living hell for them just trying to get to work in the morning.
Right.
Or get back home at night. So they decided to fight back. This to me is a lot like, and this was before my time in the 80s, but this reminds me a lot of the Bernard Goetz situation. Bernie Goetz was a guy who was carrying a gun on the subway, claimed that 3 men were trying to attack him and rob him and everything. So he shot them. I think one of them died. The other 2 got away. He got in a little bit of trouble for it, but I think I've watched a documentary on Bernard Goetz. I think for the most part, he got away with it. It was very controversial. But it kind of started kind of a conversation in New York City, which is like there's scum all over the streets. There's too much murder. There's too much crime.
What are we going to do?
Somebody should do something. And Bernie Goetz was kind of a rallying cry for people who wanted to clean up the city. I'm seeing a lot of that in this, which is there's debate, there's discussion. People are saying it's wrong, it's racist. And then other people are saying, we've just fucking had it with these mentally ill, violent lunatics basically taking our city away from us.
But then look at these idiots like AOC in this tweet here. Just, I don't know. Like when you put it like that, like, oh, he was murdered and stuff like that. Like you're completely, you're missing the whole story.
So the guy who choked him was detained, but he was released and he hasn't been charged. So there's no charges so far for the guy who choked him. Wrong Hole Rick says subway robberies went down the next year by over 500 after Bernie Goetz. I mean,
anything to help, guys.
I mean, look, it's like any other city that does, concealed carry and shit. When you know that somebody might be packing and they can defend themselves against you, you're probably less likely to fuck around.
I agree.
In that situation. Stevie Lou, do me a quick favor. Call back in about 2 minutes. I'm going to hook up to the Bluetooth. I forgot to hook up to the board this morning. Sorry, buddy. Stevie Lou's going to give us a call and just say, he's a New Yorker.
Yes, he is.
He'll be able to tell us about old Bernie Goetz and this Jordan Neely situation. Let me just get all hooked up here because I'm bad at my job. And then we'll get Stevie Lou will call back. There you go, buddy. You can call whenever you'd like to. So AOC has taken on this Jordan Neely thing as her new pet project. Racism, racism, racism. It's her bread and butter. But if you look at the video of the entire situation, didn't really look that way. It wasn't just white guy, black guy.
Okay.
We'll show you that in just a second. First, the wonderful and talented and recently banned from Twitter again, Stevie Lou. Hello, buddy.
Good morning, April and Aaron.
Good morning.
Didn't even call about that. As you guys know, I'm a New York City resident.
Yes.
So this story that you're talking about really hits home for me, no pun intended. I just wanted to say, Aaron, they did, the coroner ruled that the death was a homicide yesterday.
Oh, so they can arrest this guy now?
And yeah, I've heard that the DA, Bragg, who we all know from his
the Trump stuff,
going after Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Apparently, he's no stranger to the news. He said that he's opening up an investigation into the case. So
of course
it looks like it looks like this guy who did this is fucked. And it's a tricky situation, man. That I don't want to, because everything you're saying is completely accurate and has total, validity, especially the AOC stuff and the media, and just the fact that New York City, man, that the subway system and the homeless folks, like this system that we're supposed to have, a social network, like security, it's gone in New York City.
Yeah.
And for whatever reason, maybe it's the president right now who doesn't have a handle on funding the police, or the local voters that don't want to fund the police, but the police aren't able to keep the citizens safe. So you get a situation like this, bro. If like that guy, the guy who did this, who choked the guy, like if I reacted to a homeless guy slamming his jacket down, saying I'm going to kill everybody and choking him out, I'd be in jail 50 times this year alone, because that's something that happened.
Is that what Jordan Neely said? Did he slam his backpack down and yell, "I'm going to kill everybody"?
Yeah, because listen, it was a full subway car. So there's a lot of key eyewitnesses who saw everything go down. So I think this is complete, and I don't want to drag the show down and take up too much time here. In my personal opinion, I think this guy's going to get charged. It's going to go to trial. It's going to be like a hotbed topic. I hope that they're able to say that this guy felt endangered and the safety of others around him endangered, and he acted out of some sort of irrational fear for his own safety and caused accidentally, there was no ill will to cause the death of this poor Neely guy. Because honestly, he does sound like a psycho with the arrest records.
Yeah.
And that just because he's a psycho doesn't mean that he has to get choked out to death in the subway. I think, there was a real, it could have been a George Floyd situation where maybe the guy was in bad health and he had drugs in his system too.
Yeah.
And just a little bit of pressure. So again, I can talk all day about this.
If you've got maybe a mental illness and you're on certain medication and then maybe you got a heart thing on top of it, I mean, getting choked out can kill you pretty quick.
Yeah. So again, I don't want to thank you guys very much for having me on again this week, and I'll let you guys go. Have a great weekend.
Thank you, buddy. There's Stevie Lou joining us.
I like him.
It is amazing when Stevie Lou kind of lays out the whole thing. It's remarkable how similar this is to the Bernie Getz situation. I mean, it just seems like New York is going through this cycle all over again.
They
had it in the 70s and 80s. They fixed it in the 90s and early 2000s with Giuliani and Bloomberg. And now they're restarting. Well, they've restarted, and they're in the middle of the cycle again.
I fear that, if they're going to rule this a homicide and put him through trial, they're probably going to find him guilty.
I don't know. With all those eyewitnesses,
I really hope not, because I think that sets really bad precedents for everything else. Nobody's going to want to defend themselves and things get worse.
It takes one fed-up New Yorker on that jury to go, no, he's not guilty. I mean, how are they going to find a jury full of people who don't ride the subway in New York, don't see the problems that are happening, and don't feel a little bit of sympathy for this guy? And not only that, if you're going to charge this with, manslaughter or whatever, how do you not charge the guy who was also holding him down? How do you not charge other people who had their hands on the guy? I mean,
that turns into a Derek Chauvin thing where the officers around him that kind of enabled and just stood by get charged with shit.
I do believe Bragg, if Stevie Lou's right and they ruled this a homicide, and Alvin Bragg is investigating, I think Bragg will order him arrested. He will bring him up on charges, but I don't think you're going to convict this dude. But look at who Alvin Bragg.
I hope not.
Alvin Bragg decides to let a piece of shit like this out 40 times so he can be choked out to death for threatening to kill everybody. But yet, the people he's decided to charge, Donald Trump, Remember, he tried to charge that bodega owner who was being assaulted and robbed, and he stabbed that guy to death.
Defended himself in his store.
And it was only after people started lining up outside his office that he decided to drop the charges. And now this guy who, to a lot of people who ride the subway may seem like a hero or some kind of anti-hero.
I will say this much. If I ever do make it back to New York City, I don't feel like going in the subways. I didn't feel like it last time I was there.
Well, it's weird because like when I went in 2004 and it was pretty clean, it was pretty good. People in Minnesota would still tell you, they had someone come into our class and even say, well, carry your wallet in your front pocket.
Yeah, we
do
had
this,
that.
do that. They were talking about it like it was old New York, and I just didn't experience that. It was really nice. It was relatively clean, whatever.
Okay.
Now you listen to New Yorkers, and New Yorkers are saying, I don't want to ride the subway. It's not safe. This and that. So when New Yorkers who used to make fun of tourists for talking like that, when they're talking like that, it's definitely gotten bad.
When I went the first time in 2006, we did have people saying, hey, wear crossbody purses, carry them in front of you. Don't go on the subway system after this hour. Don't ever go at night. Don't ever walk alone. And at one of the nights we were there were 2 people shot outside of our hotel.
Wow.
And then the second time I went in 2012 or 2013, homeless people everywhere. One of them got aggressive and comes over and spits in our face because we looked his way. Like, it's a terrifying place. And there were cops right on the street corner, didn't move an inch.
Fauci's Pangolin with $10 says, let God sort them out. Well,
good luck.
They're not, I guess some New Yorkers aren't waiting on God at this point. Even if they find him not guilty, his life will be ruined by a multiple-year trial and all of the civil lawsuits. His great aunt, who he's never met, will sue, says Balls and Wieners. Stevie Lou says they're already shutting down traffic with protests in New York City about this.
Yeah, people refuse to just look at like a situation based in reality. They want to see it as race. Oh, this white guy killed this black guy. We have to riot now.
Right. Let's watch the video of the Jordan Neely thing. And I don't know, is YouTube letting you? They've got to be letting you show the Jordan Neely thing.
I don't know.
So look at that. This black guy here isn't going to this white guy, hey, let him go. Stop it. Knock it off. He's sitting there helping the guy hold him down.
Seems like nobody's fighting it.
Yeah, I mean, nobody on this train is telling him, hey, man, hey, that's too far. Knock it off.
Not a single person.
Everybody on this train is kind of giving a feeling of, oh, thank God that's over. Thank God somebody did something.
I do not believe this guy should be dead right now, but I do believe he should have been restrained and somebody should have called the authorities on him. Not that they do any good when they let him out.
I will ask, after he's like this, why do we still have the chokehold on? I will ask that question.
What do you mean?
Like, now that this guy is motionless, like, why are we still holding on?
That I don't know.
Like, every time I've seen someone restrained with a chokehold, I've heard the person talking to him like, "Are you gonna stop? Are you done? Are you gonna?" Like, yeah, I'll stop. Yeah, I'm done. And then you let him go. And there's 3-4 of you around. If the guy starts some shit again, you put him back down on the ground. I mean, I don't know. I think he's going to be in a lot of trouble for keeping a lifeless body in a chokehold.
He will be the next Derek Chauvin. I do believe, because a lot of people said about that guy too, like, why'd you have to kneel on him for 8 minutes?
There's going to be a difference in this one because I think a lot of the thing that fucked Chauvin over is he was already an authority. It was already an anti-cop time. He was looked at as a guy who's supposed to be more highly trained than that. This guy will get off a little lighter because he's not, he's not a police officer. He's not an authority. He's a citizen. He's a vigilante, basically. Okay, so he's still struggling at this point.
Mm-hmm.
So he's still trying to get... This guy's sitting there like, I guess I should do something. And he's just touching him lightly. Like when you're helping somebody like build something and they're lifting and they're like, we got it. But you're like, well, I want to help a little. So you like put your hand under there or something. You're like, I want to help somehow. All right. Before he like fucking dies or anything like that,
I don't want to know.
I'm going to take take that off. I'm just taking it off the screen, guys, so we don't end up with some kind of strike on it. We're strike free now.
I don't want to show anybody dying on our channel.
For reference, he is still alive at this point
Yes, he
and
is.
struggling. YouTube really is more restrictive than like terrestrial radio at this point. I never worried about stuff like this when we would like simulcast video and talk about it on radio. I get that radio is not a visual medium, but like I never worried as much about covering certain things as I do on YouTube. So he's still trying to get up.
What is that woman doing?
Yeah, like nobody on this subway train is telling this guy that he's going too far or that he should stop or...
Not a single person.
No, and two people are helping him.
Where are the cops? The cops.
Look, he's still like trying to get up. Dude, if somebody's got you in a chokehold and you try turning, you are not helping yourself.
No, aren't you? Isn't it kind of like a boa constrictor where it's making it tighter?
Yeah, you're turning into the choke.
Yeah.
And for those of you saying, well, we can't see, I don't know what YouTube's rules are. I don't want to show a guy dying on video, so I'm not worth it. Yeah, they're yelling, like, can somebody call the police? Can somebody get a hold of the cops? Like, and all these fuckers on the train are just sitting there filming it and watching.
They probably don't know if this guy has a weapon either.
Yeah, you can pick up your phone and call somebody. Christ. Hey, look at them. They're just getting off. Oh, I'm just going to get off the train. I'm not going to call anybody. I'm not going to get anybody over to help. I just, just mind my own business. That's the problem in a place like New York. One of the biggest problems is you get that kind of voyeur syndrome where you don't feel a part of it. You're like, oh, I'm just spectating.
You're experiencing it, but you're not there.
And you're so numb to it at this point that you're like, well, I don't really feel a need to help.
That would have been the first thing I'd do is call the cops.
Yeah, like
the first thing.
A bad situation. So, yeah, I get it. I understand it from just a pure like frustration aspect why people would be on the guy who choked him's side.
Well, this is probably a semi-regular occurrence.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. That's one of the things we were talking about. Crazy people reside in those subways. So
again, like the Bernie Getz thing, even though you know that maybe some kind of crime was committed here or maybe someone went too far, just like with Bernie Getz back in the 80s, people are like, yeah, but you know what? Fucking enough of these lunatics and robbers and assault people and all these criminals on the fucking subway.
Yep.
Like, enough already.
I'm just trying to get to work.
So,
I'm trying to get home.
Like with Bernie Getz, a lot of people were willing to overlook the fact that guy, I don't think was legally allowed to carry that weapon on the subway. Maybe shot those guys before they were a direct threat, even if they were going to be a direct threat. Maybe a little aggressive. And people were willing to go, yeah, I know this is probably against the law, but I'm fucking tired of it. Like, never underestimate people who are exhausted and fed up with feeling like prisoners in their own city.
At the end of their rope. Yeah.
Yes, at the end of their rope. Wrong Hole Rick says, Zen Rhino, is the rear naked choke truly a blood choke? You go out from loss of blood to the brain, not from suffocation. Yeah, there's two types of choke. There's a blood choke and a wind choke. If you choke, you get that, that feeling that people get when you choke them like this, and there's that panicky, painful, that's a wind choke. That takes the air away. That takes the oxygen away. The blood choke is that kind of that pass-outy feeling where
it makes your head feel fuzzy.
The black bars start going over your vision. That's the blood choke. That's the arteries on either side here. That's why people will put their bicep on one, their forearm on the other. They'll take the hand and they'll push them together. They'll squeeze it and they'll choke a guy out that way. I don't know. I'm not saying that any way of being choked out is more pleasant than the other. I think a blood choke would be more pleasant than a wind choke.
I think maybe you pass out faster.
Yeah, because you just kind of, you go fuzzy and then, I mean, don't get me wrong, you probably panic like hell for a little while, but. J-Dead says April likes the gag on a cock choke method the best.
It is the most fun of the three.
Aaron with the Hulkster. Yeah. Well, you know something, dude. When I wrapped a 24-inch python's brother around somebody's neck, man, and they're on the subway, dude, and they're threatening people's lives, brother, nobody's going to threaten anybody's life when the Hulkster squeezes the life out of a man. Because once the 24-inch pythons get around the carotid arteries of an evildoer, brother, then what you gonna do when the subway police can't run cover for you? Lonnie says, the way you choke a lover. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the way you just get behind him and you just...
I was going to say, when you're having sex with someone and they're into like the chokey thing and they get on...
What do you mean if?
I mean... They obviously don't do it to make you pass out, usually. But you do get that weird fuzzy feeling in your head, like right here first, where it's a little...
You know what I always tell
alarming.
April? I tell April, I go, I'm not doing this for you to pass out. But shit
I do want to scare you.
Shit happens sometimes in the field of battle, in the field of passion. So what are you going to do?
Oh.
Always a blood choke with the lover. You don't do a wind choke on your significant other. It's remarkably painful. Plus, it leaves bruising. So if you guys have a big fight and they decide to press charges, you've left some physical evidence.
And you can't do enough for them to pass out because then you can't keep going lest you be...
What do you mean can't?
No? Okay.
Can't. That's the real C word. What do you mean can't? If they pass out, you can't keep going. No.
I'll amend.
No, April.
Shouldn't.
You shouldn't keep going.
You shouldn't keep going.
Can't. Please. Eddie S. says, laughing my ass off. April, please tell me you have a single sister.
God, I wish I could help you out. It's just me in all my glory.
They only made one because God went, God, what a whore.
You can't handle more than just me.
No. Zen Rhino says, yes, April, that's called tunnel vision. It's from the oxygen in blood being cut off from your brain.
Look, if done properly, it feels good for a little bit.
It makes the O better, says Yamaha Biker. Amen, brother.
Tiny bit.
Oh. Toon says the driving cat says the Mahomes choke. Yeah, I think Mahomes did a blood choke on that lady when he kissed her.
Oh.
Oh, no, you know what? That was a wind choke. She couldn't get air, so she had to open her mouth and went after her.
I'm against it.
Do you still have the chokey to chokey drop? Do I still have the chokey to chokey drop? Why would I ever get rid of the chokey to chokey drop?
Watching him just thumb the page through button.
Of course I still have the... Oh, by the way, I couldn't find this one yesterday.
I'm in this for the money and the pussy, and they're both falling off the trees.
Do I still have the chokey to chokey? That is a good question, though. Who did saw them chokey to chokey?
That was in an airport, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know how we would find that video again, but that lady was fucking insane. She was fantastic.
Oh, here, quick.
I don't think she was black. I think it was a white lady. You can't go lady goes crazy in the airport.
I mean, you can.
You're going to have to scroll through.
Oh, that ass, though. Oh, my
That's
God.
not,
we could do a whole segment on just this.
Holy shit.
This is a lot of results.
Yeah, not the black woman throwing the computer.
Although that's a good one, too.
She was great.
Oh, that lady looks like a problem.
April's only pointing at black people.
No, I'm not.
I can't find the chokey to chokey person.
Search that.
I hit chokey to chokey. A bunch of rap songs come up. Not kidding.
World star.
Not kidding. Woman losers are cool at the airport.
I don't remember what she looked like.
I don't. No, as soon as I see her, I'll know. But I don't have...
that one.
Nope. That's April. That is a black person.
No, it's not.
Stop it. No, I can't. Unfortunately, I can't find...
that one.
No, that's not chokey to chokey.
That's not a black person.
No, you're right. That's not a black person.
I'm only pointing out non-black people.
Here, lady goes crazy in the airport. Choke? Nope.
I think I remember Blue Pants Lady, too. She's a
saw
problem.
New at 5, we are learning more about a
5.
Pennsylvania woman who was arrested over the weekend at Salt Lake International Airport.
Yeah.
Police say she kicked a police officer, and she made such a scene that Delta Airlines employees, they had to take everyone off of her flight.
Stop! Stop! Stop!
Everyone's just casual back there.
You know, I found that when the police are there to detain you, shouting stop usually works really well.
To me, if you just pull out your tits,
Yeah.
they usually quit.
If the cops are there to arrest you and you just yell stop, they go, oh, guys, we got to stop now.
People at the airport had no choice but to sit there and watch as Salt Lake City police arrested 30-year-old Jacqueline Fleury on New Year's Eve.
She was asked numerous times to leave. It caused delays in the flight. They had to deplane the entire airplane.
Oh, yeah, fuck you. Now you set the whole airport back.
Nobody's on your side now
Yeah.
because you made them late.
Here's tell Fox 13 she made such a scene that people boarding other flights decided to walk over to the gate and take video.
Okay, fuck you, though. Like, just get on your plane and shut up.
They refunded her fare. She did kick an officer. I checked in, and it was minor injuries, no hospitalizations.
Police say the hurt officer went back to work and Fleury's flying privileges were revoked. Eventually, the flight took off without her.
Whoa! I have not seen this lady before.
She went from saying, they told me they'd give me an aisle seat, to you.
We're dropping N-bombs. Holy shit.
Without her. Fleury was booked and allowed to be released so long as she appears in court when required. But police say the real victims are the other passengers who have already had to deal with enough drama traveling around the holidays.
These are people who might be headed out for that Christmas vacation that they surprise their family with, or a business.
Yeah, but at least now they have a story to tell at their Christmas dinner.
Is that the story you want to be telling?
I love how she starts it off with, stop, I don't even live here. And then she's trying to be innocent and a victim. And then by the time she realizes she's not getting out of it, fucking ends. Ah!
I like that her whole reason for the fit was they said I'd get an aisle seat.
Yeah, we'll sit by the window then and just go home.
This matter that they're trying to get to, or maybe even an important or tragic event with a loved one. And so this can really boil over and cause other problems.
Jacqueline Fleury was booked on 3 misdemeanor charges over the weekend: disorderly conduct, assaulting an officer, and interfering with an arrest.
Where's the New York subway chokey guy? See, that's what people are going to want his services now.
Right.
For different things. Oh, I can't find chokey to chokey lady. That's too bad.
Well, if anyone does find it, put the link in the chat.
Yeah, I'm with a couple people who have said that, with the pants she was wearing, I almost thought she was naked.
Right.
For a second.
And in the still shot, when you go to click on it, it's totally like riding up her front too. So she had like straight up camel toe. It was really bad.
Yeah. Johnny 1.0 says that we're misunderstanding. He said her safe word was the N word.
Oh. I wish you would go back and say, yeah, I am. And I'm arresting you, bitch.
Yes. $145 away from today's goal. Also, let's hit the share button. Let's hit the like button. Where are we at? 8 o'clock. Let's get up to 200. What do you say?
Ooh.
200 likes. Where are we at right now? Somebody hit refresh. Tell me where we're at likewise. And let's get that up over 200 people by the, we're 7 minutes past the end of the hour. So we'll see. Oh, we're at 215. Well, then fuck it, guys. Keep going. Get to 300. Why not? Keep hitting like, keep hitting the thumbs up, subscribe to the channel. And of course, hit the share button. And make sure that our Friday numbers bump up there quite a bit. We want to see a nice jump up. Fridays are always the getaway days for people.
Yeah, people.
But we always like seeing good numbers here on Steel Toe. So I don't want to see it. I want to see it eclipse over 500 today. If I don't see that, I'm going to feel depressed. D. Luke with $10.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that, D. Luke. 135 away from knocking it out today. Thank you so much. PayPal, Streamlabs, and Venmo. They take less than 5%. YouTube takes 30%, but it is very convenient. So either one of them works for us. All right. So here's the protest that they're seeing over the chokehold,
the death,
the death,
Neely death.
Jordan Neely thing in New York. Here's what the subway police are now dealing with. You know, I wish that people would get this up in arms and this angry when a guy's let out of jail 40 times for beating people up on the subway.
I agree. Start getting mad when that happens.
Yeah.
That is the cause of your problem right there. It is kind of almost like they just keep letting reoffenders out so that it gets to this point someday and then they can just scream racism. Isn't that something?
Well, no, it's more like they let this happen purposely so that society can devolve and it can fall apart. And
That's
then
what I mean.
They can come by and say, well, we've got the solution. It's more of a George Soros, like race has very little to do with it.
I think
race,
that's the vehicle.
No, race is just the thing they're using in this case. But they're not doing it for race reasons. They're doing it because they just want the criminals out. So black, white, doesn't matter. So that they can just let society devolve and then people can go, we need an answer. This is fucking terrible. And then all these people who have paid for all these politicians to be in place go, well, wouldn't you know it? We've had this one world government plan for about 70, 80, 90 years, and we think you guys would really love it and it would solve all the problems that we've created. I mean, that you're experiencing.
I don't think you get it to devolve for white people. I don't.
What?
I don't agree with you on that.
What are you talking about?
I think when this happens to black people, that is what causes society to devolve.
No. You're misunderstanding. I'm talking bigger picture here. I'm talking they want society in general to collapse. It ain't about black and white to them. That's just
well, they're headed the right direction. It is doing just that.
So these are the protests that are going on. So these assholes are standing in the doors of the trains so they can't leave. So now everybody else is inconvenienced. Everyone else can't get to work. And we're all doing this over a guy who was just mentally ill, arrested over 40 times, died on a subway incident. But we don't get any of these protests when an innocent person gets stabbed or an innocent person gets killed or an innocent person gets beaten up. Nope, none of that. Just total piece of shit we'll protest for. But hey, at least these protesters, some of them are being well compensated by particular agents to do shit like this, in my opinion.
Oh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Fuck 12.
I don't know.
Was that the train number?
I'm not sure.
I don't know. Either way,
these people just want to get to their jobs, man.
I remember New York was like the symbol of law and order when I was growing up, and now the NYPD is so neutered that they just have to sit there as babysitters and watch this shit happen.
Yeah, the show Law and Order itself doesn't even mean anything anymore.
The NYPD used to be the group of people that would just start, handing out the wood shampoos and just clearing this shit up. It was, hey, people got to get to work. Fucking disperse. Get out of here. This is your last warning. And then if they didn't disperse, they disperse you for you.
Maybe
Why are you giving him the finger? He didn't do it.
Right. The cops didn't do this one.
Even if the cops did do it, I bet he didn't do it. Like, that always bothers me, too. Like, when you're just being angry with everybody who didn't do the thing, you're not helping. No one's on your side.
Yeah, don't worry. We know it's your streets. As I look at the guy with the disheveled hair and the people with masks on and the people who just look like shit, don't worry. We are well aware that they're your streets.
Guys are falling apart.
You guys can have them. Just look at the amount of mentally ill people walking around, just having tantrums and being crazy, and it's just fine. Thanks, Reagan.
Oh, this is sick.
Whoa.
That used to be assaulting a police
Like,
officer.
no offense. Like, these protesters are screaming for their lives, but like they're getting off light.
That's what I'm saying. That used to be assault of a police officer. You're putting your hands on them, and now
Right.
they're lowering their standards so much that they will just yell at you and push you away.
Oh, of course, Democratic Socialists of America. So yeah, commies are funding this protest to create unrest in the streets. This is out of the communist playbook, literally. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, they're hanging on to each other. Fuck you, we'll take you both to jail. I don't give a shit. We need more cops on the streets in New York, and we need more cops like, where was that black guy? We need more cops like that who are just like, no, you're not fucking with me today. I'm sorry.
Let's go!
We'll take you both to jail. I don't give a fuck.
This is a nightmare.
You heard our friend, back up.
Oh, you heard our friend.
Yeah.
Back up.
This guy needs to be medicated, by the way. You just, like, there's just
He's a
looks.
problem.
You can look at certain people and go, this guy's just not there.
No.
Ain't none of that going down.
We need more this guy. We need more of these guys. Look at that. That guy's just ready. I need less of this guy. I need more of this guy.
I agree. I just feel so bad for them because they don't get any support. Cops don't get support.
There you go. So they're protesting. The communists are being paid to go and protest in the streets and
Man.
what have you. Good luck, New York. I feel like you say that a lot now. Good luck. I'm sure whatever decision they decide to make on this subway choker guy.
I'm scared for them a little bit.
There's going to be all kinds of problems.
I get why people leave places like that.
Guy Sartell says, cameras ruined everything. Gary Crouch says, when can I go back to class? Can I go Tuesday night? Stevie J says,
Call
no,
back.
Gary, you killed people. That chick. Oh, that's another one.
Yeah.
I saw ROTC do that story, and I went, I did that one with Stevie Lou on Wednesday. Thank you very much.
I thought they did it first. I thought.
Nope. I got that one first.
All right.
I got that one on Wednesday. They got to it, I believe, on Thursday. How do you like that? Speaking of which, this is one they got to before I did, unfortunately. Shit. By the way, 135 away from knocking it out. Thumbs up, like, share, pump it up. Let's get those numbers up for a Friday. Let's knock out that goal into a half hour of overtime. We've still got about an hour and a half, hour 40.
Yeah.
Before we need to knock that out. So you guys are on a good pace today. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Venmo, the whole deal, Rumble Rants, you got it. There is a woman who has broken a barrier. Her name's Olivia Pichardo.
Okay.
She is the first woman to play Division I baseball. She's going to be playing for Brown, I believe. And
Really?
I think she's a pitcher. She is baseball roster, Olivia Pichardo. Oh, she's a utility player. So she can play second base. She can play shortstop. Basically, somebody misses, she can fill in for him. Utility player can play a little bit of everything.
But she's on a men's team.
She's on a men's team. So Brown has the first woman to play NCAA Division I baseball, threw out the first pitch at Fenway Park. And a lot of people are laughing at her for this. A lot of people are goofing on her. And I'd love to. I think it would be great. I've thrown out first pitches before. And like I've been a pitcher for years and years.
Mm-hmm.
You usually aren't like doing bullpen sessions or anything to warm up. And you're usually overthrowing it because you want to be one of the people who's
impress.
like, yeah, I want to fucking be the best, first pitch thrower ever. The smart people are the ones who just nice and easy, just right to the catcher. That's it. That's the best first pitch you can do. But some people are gonna I'm like they're auditioning for a contract. I'm gonna fucking sizzle this one in there. Watch this shit.
Throw it into the ground or something.
And they overthrow it.
Yeah.
People were shitting on this chick so bad that they actually turned off the replies on Twitter because everybody was just, talking about how bad is Brown and girls shouldn't play baseball. And
You're
this and that.
saying you feel sympathy for her a little bit?
Not sympathy. I just don't feel like they're shitting on her. I think because they already made up their mind they were going to shit on her beforehand. But this doesn't even crack the top 50 of worst first pitches
There's
ever.
some bad ones.
Yeah. So here she goes. First of all, rookie mistake. If you're going to throw a pitch, you got to button up the jersey. It's going to get in the way too much.
Sure.
So she should have buttoned up the jersey. Like, okay, it was down and away. It was in the dirt, but, like, she had a decent enough arm.
That wasn't good.
But it was, like...
I don't think she should be getting hated on for it.
Right.
It wasn't good.
Like, yeah, it sailed on her.
She knows it was way off.
Yeah, but, the velocity was fine. It's just, she hung on to it too long. She gripped it too tight. She was nervous. She was throwing out the first pitch at a Red Sox game.
I don't think it's anything to be ashamed of or to be shit on for, but it was a terrible pitch.
Yeah, so they hid all of the replies. Like all of the tweets and...
Well, that's fine. I guess you get to do that when you post it on Twitter.
Although they did post her stats. She's played in one game and had one at-bat, so she is kind of a charity case. It's kind of a look at me headlines kind of thing. Where
I kind of figured that, yeah.
They're like, hey, look, we've got a girl on the team. Isn't this amazing? The first woman to play Division I ball. And she's 0 for 1. I don't think she didn't strike out, though. So there's that. She made contact, at least.
Know. I think what you think. I think it's a headline.
Yeah, look at that.
We got a lady.
Yeah, all of the replies. This guy, they left this one up. Good for her, seriously, but laughing my fucking ass off.
Yeah, I agree. I don't care. Hey, I'm not the one out there throwing a first pitch. Pretty lucky girl. Yeah. She got to do it. Did it suck? Yep. It was pretty bad.
Honestly, with all the shit going on in sports right now, it's just nice that there's a person who's the gender they were born playing a sport somewhere. Like, right. I'm just, this story actually gives me relief.
Yeah, it's no big deal. I wouldn't have done better.
Yeah.
So
SC Motorsports is right. First pitch doesn't start in the stretch. What a noob. Yeah, you go from the windup, not the stretch. There's nobody on base, motherfucker. What are you talking about? Katie Kidney says she did good. Well, she had enough gas to get it there. Nerves got her aim off a bit. Yeah, I mean, look, I've thrown enough pitches in my life to know exactly what she did. She gripped the ball too tight because she was nervous, and she hung on too long. That was it. Gary Crouch says she's like the kicker at Vanderbilt. It gets you a little attention. You got to remember, especially the smaller schools that aren't like powerhouses like a Brown or like a Vanderbilt. These can all be kind of recruiting gimmicks.
Is the throwing out a first pitch at a game, is that all about your skills and everything, or is it just the fact that you got to go out there and throw the first pitch? Because that's what
first
I
pitch.
See it
No,
as.
it's based on celebrity.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
So I mean,
she's qualified.
Big fucking deal. She didn't do a good job.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Now Major League Baseball needs a maternity leave rule, says Balls Deep. Delco Lou, way better than Fauci's first pitch, better than Baba Booey's first pitch, better than 50 Cent's first pitch, better than a lot of people. So, I don't know.
There's probably a whole playlist of worst first pitches,
Yeah. George H.W. Bush, they had him throw out a first pitch at an Astros game before he died. Why are you doing? Why? Don't let him do this. And there's
Lady
Barbara.
Bush has Jeb.
Yeah, Barbara's got a Jeb sign on there. Yeah, that didn't work out so well.
That's funny.
So they wheel poor old President Bush out there and park him right in front of the home plate.
It'd be funny if he just refused to park him in the right spot.
First welcoming former First Lady Miss
Why?
Barbara Bush. She's escorting her husband and the 41st President of the United States, George Bush. And there you have it with this afternoon.
We have The Walking Dead on the field right
why
now.
are we doing this? I'm not saying that old people who are...
Pelosi, is that you?
Yeah, I'm not saying that old people who are infirmed shouldn't be allowed out in public. I mean, I'm not saying it, but this was probably a bad idea.
You do believe they should have their driver's license revoked, right?
Yes, I don't believe they should be driving, although neither of them are really an issue for that anymore.
Not anymore, no.
Here, let's see. Best. We always look up worst first pitches.
I prefer the worst ones.
Let's look at the best ones. 10 best first pitches. MLB greatest first pitches. Here we go. Oh, wow, a none.
To throw out the first pitch, but with a little added extra.
There you go. Not bad at all. That's a none.
Pretty good job of a throw.
What the fuck is going on here?
1
A grenade first? I want to see somebody hum one in there like at 80 miles per hour.
That was terrible.
That sucked ass.
Oh, Simone Biles.
What the fuck? Just throw the ball. Why?
There's your first pitch and then some.
No, come on.
From Simone Biles.
That's a toddler.
She is a tiny human being.
That is
Holy
a
shit.
toddler.
All right, here's Lawrence of Arabia throwing out the first pitch. Let's check it out. Oh, they're shaking off sign. Oh, who's this bitch?
Lawrence of Arabia, remember?
Oh, sorry. Oh, wow. Hey, you know what? Holy shit. Pretty good. I'll take that one.
What is this? Who is that?
Oh, that's a cabin. Oh, that's a cabin crew.
From the UAE or what?
I guess.
Because nobody wears that here.
Hey, get your fucking hair out of the way. Who are you?
Shut up, she's hot.
I can see your ass, but I want to see your name. I never say that usually.
One of the Olympic gold medalists. Check out this.
What the fuck?
Gay.
Gay. I don't like that one.
Hate it.
All of that
I don't. No, I don't need to.
Now you're just showing off.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out what.
Unnecessary. Oh no. Oh no. We got fucking retards from a Corbel. Oh shit! They hurt the mascot.
Aw.
You don't get to launch that out of a catapult. That's not fair.
It got me a Merlin.
Oh, he caught it. Nice job. Oh, mascot's throwing pitches. All right. The Menomina guys throwing a pitch. I want to show me a good one.
What are we doing here, guys?
And a quick exit.
I want to see one like really fire one in there.
Why don't you get in there then?
Oh, this is that's Gronk. Yeah, fuck him in the ass, Gronk. There you go. Yeah.
None of these are impressive.
This upcoming season.
Fucking when it's Gronk, it's always impressive.
Throwing out the first pitch here on
All right, Eric Bischoff.
day. And he's going to go from the rubber.
There you go. There's a good one.
My favorite so far.
Who is this motherfucker?
His countryman's hand.
An
And the hand
Asian?
of McCann.
Is that Matsui?
That was an Asian dude.
I don't know.
Yeah, that was my favorite one.
That was a good one.
That was the only good one in my eyes.
Look up George W. Yeah, George W. Bush had a good first pitch after 9/11. That was a solid one. Why didn't they play the George W. Bush first pitch?
Fauci's was awful, right?
Oh, Fauci's was embarrassingly bad. George W. Bush first pitch. There we go.
You'll be happy to know I think Megan Thee Stallion got to do it once.
For tonight's ceremonial.
This was like right after 9/11. Oh. There you go. Nice and easy. If you throw it in the dirt, the terrorists win. That's what happens.
I just got goosebumps for some reason. Why'd you do that?
You throw it in the dirt, and the Al-Qaeda gets a W. That's how it works. All right. They said every person's name, Aaron. Well, then I fucked that up.
Are we Tardo Beans? Because I missed it too.
Probably. All right, guys. Let's open up our 7 o'clock hour stories and talk about our friends at Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota.
Yay.
Downtown Foley or MidlandArmory.com. Of course, Midland Armory with a great selection of firearms, tactical gear, knives, optics, whatever, ammunition, all of it. It's all there. Go check out MidlandArmory.com for all the details and use the promo code SteelToe when you make an order at Midland Armory. That's MidlandArmory.com. Use the promo code SteelToe and get nice savings. Check out some of those firearms. Rifles, handguns, shotguns, optics. It's all there and more. And Derek and Tracy will be able to answer your question anytime at Midland Armory, MidlandArmory.com. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. If you're in central Minnesota, nobody better than All Care Towing. That's 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing. And last night was the return of Bike Night at Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. At Stoney's, they've got the best bike nights with different food trucks. Great time to bring your motorcycle out there and have a great time and some great drinks at Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. That's Stoney's. Check them out. We've got our 9th anniversary party coming up Saturday, August 12th at Stoney's. Someone says, Aaron, check your Facebook messages. All right. Steel toe or personal? Let's see here. I don't see anything from Mr. Approachable on my personal ones. Let's check out the Steel Toe Facebook page. I don't go on Facebook very often anymore. I'll share the show link to it. Don't get me wrong, but it's like Facebook's kind of boring, to be honest, especially when I can't get my fucking messages to come up. There we go. Here's a story. What do we got? Oh, we have the Chokey to Chokey lady. Oh, perfect. All right, we'll play this one in a little bit here. Let me get it all queued up. There we are. We can get Chokey to Chokey in there. Oh, and guys, don't worry. And don't forget, the screen back here, the 5.5-inch vinyl stickers, all of it made by our friends at Affordable Signs, Affordable Sign Service, AffordableSignService.com. Real estate signs, business signs, vehicle wraps, stickers like this, big to small, installation, AffordableSignService.com. That's Affordable Signs in Alexandria and St. Cloud. People accusing April of taking a power shit.
Nope. I like getting a little stretch in if I can.
Oh, who doesn't? All right, guys. We are a whopping 135 away from knocking it out today. Thank you very much. Let's go ahead and chip in on Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, and knock that 135 out real quick. I'm sorry, 125. I'm Camel Toe in the chat. Let's hit the goal and have a great weekend. Thank you, Camel Toe. Very nice.
Thank you.
125 away from calling it a successful week this week. How about this? Everyone gets super irresponsible on Streamlabs and PayPal, and let's just knock this thing out right now, probably in the next 10, 15 minutes. Everyone just get gross and disgusting and irresponsible and have your spouse yell at you and all kinds of shit. And we'll be totally cool. And then anything you go over from being irresponsible, we put it to Monday anyway. So it's all good. It's all good, man.
In the hood.
Yes. All right, let's watch Chokey to Chokey lady. Somebody found her. Mr. Approachable.
Oh, thank you.
Found her for us. So here we go. This woman went fucking mental in, I think, the Dallas-Fort Worth airport in the middle of COVID, if I remember.
He threw me to the ground! My name is Terry Ann Moose!
My name's Terry Ann Moose. Oh, okay. Well, I was just going to call you a psychotic bitch and throw you out of the airport, but I didn't know you were the Terry Ann Muse.
More like Terry Ann Moose. Sorry.
More like Terry Ann Moose, I think is how you pronounce
That's insensitive.
She said, she threw me to the ground. If I was the cop, I'd go, really? She? That little lady threw you to the ground?
So is her announcing her name kind of like saying, do you know who I am?
It's a little bit of do you know who I am? But it's also like she's trying to humanize herself so that man will see her plight.
I'm a goddamn person.
You want to pull a Negan with her. She's like, and I just got off the plane and we didn't even get food and I'm starving. You want to go, really? You're starving.
Lay off me, I'm starving.
I'm the manager of the fucking airport here!
That's not the manager. I want the manager of the airport. That's like Perry Caravello asking for the president of show business. I want the manager of the airport. Ma'am, we don't really have a manager of the airport. It's just some guy on the airport commission in government who got the job because he was a cousin of like the governor or something. He never actually shows up for anything. This thing kind of runs itself.
Give me the man in charge.
Not the manager of Delta. Not the manager of that gate. She wants the manager of the whole goddamn airport. Not the manager of the Hudson newsstand. She wants the manager of the entire airport.
Manager of the fucking airport here!
That's not
Chokey!
What now, ma'am? Who saw what? I certainly didn't see whatever the hell you just said.
It is hard to figure out what she actually said.
I saw a moose loose in the airport.
A moose loose?
Yeah, but
a loose moose.
I didn't see what you're asking.
Fucking airport here!
That's not
Chokey! Who saw him choke me to the ground?
That's not
Chokey!
Who saw them chokey to chokey?
Ma'am, slow down.
This is what we call a nervous breakdown, when you can't even talk anymore.
Right.
Because you're just your brain you're hyperventilating. You're not used to being angry in public.
You're not getting air.
Your brain's working faster than your mouth, and you're like, oh, sorry, I'm choky.
Who saw me? I saw you run through the door when you weren't supposed to. And I saw him push you out the door.
You deserved it.
I'm pretty sure you're mistaken.
You deserved it.
Nobody's.
Everyone in the airport is like, no, I saw you be a crazy bitch.
Ma'am, can you just shut the fuck up, please?
Yes.
And I saw him push you out the door.
Oh,
You
God.
deserved it. I'm pretty sure you're mistaken. Boo-hoo.
That sounds like something you'd hear in a Will Ferrell sketch.
Well, at least you know she's not a slut.
I am a woman in a dress, and I drive a Dodge Stratus.
Haven't you ever been worried about somebody seeing up your skirt?
I am a woman in a dress. That's something a trans person yells when people misgender them. It's like, how could you not see that I am a woman in a dress?
Practically speaking here, I understand why she said that. She doesn't want anyone looking up her hoo-ha.
Yeah, I mean, everyone's trying to look at her pussy.
I'm pretty sure you're mistaken. In a dress! Boo-hoo. Boo-hoo.
Boo-hoo! You fuck off!
Get him! Get him! Fight!
Out of all the things someone could have said that set her off, it was someone going boo-hoo. And she's like, boo-hoo? Fuck off.
She's like a demon.
Yes. Yeah, you would have thought the guy went, die, cunt. No, he just went, boo-hoo, boo-hoo, fuck off.
Boo, you whore.
Yeah.
Boo-hoo.
Boo-hoo! You fuck off!
Not helping.
Excuse me?
I want the manager of the airport here!
I want the manager of the airport here.
Dumbest question of the entire year.
Yeah.
She was drunk, right?
No.
No?
She just was not happy
Who
about
behaves that way?
She was not happy about the services she was being rendered.
Do you know how little I want to get noticed in the airport? Just how little I want anyone paying attention to me just because I want to get through it.
Right.
Done.
You're not out there slutting it up like Keanu Thompson and Chrissy Mayer.
I said it before. If I were treated that way too, I'd be like, fine, I'm fucking taking my pants off because that's what you're asking for. Here's my snatch.
Mike
You know?
Mike Erb says, he murdered me.
I would literally drop my pants to make a point.
Johnny says, my daughter spazzed like this once when I took her toy away. She was 6.
Yeah, I guess.
Eddie S says, love the boo-hoo guy. The boo-hoo guy was good.
Boo-hoo?
Yeah, boo-hoo. Boo-hoo.
Boo you.
You fuck off.
I can't even say it like that. You fuck off. I can't get enough gravel.
Balls Deep says, ma'am, the manager of that airport has a military rank. Yeah. Stevie J says, I would like to speak to the manager of Steel Toe, please. I have a grievance. Well,
I guess that's me.
We would love to hear you out. Clam identification, says Hobo Chili Recipe. Well, I think I'm sure by now she's definitely lived that down. And she's doing much better somewhere.
No, I bet that gets brought up at every family holiday and she gets pissed.
No, I'm sure she's really in great shape wherever she is. Oh, speaking of airlines, a disruptive woman was booted from a Frontier Airlines flight on Monday after fed up passengers held a vote. You don't usually hear this. Usually it's just like the flight crew decides you got to get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
We're deplaning and you're getting out of here.
I hate that.
They actually went full on democracy in this one, as like this person probably thought like, hey, I'm not bothering anyone. And somebody just stood up and goes, hey, who's bothered by this bitch? And everyone was like, me. I'm remarkably bothered.
Take her away.
And in a weird moment of airplane and airline democracy, the people working on the plane went, well, that settles it. The ayes have it. And they threw her ass off the plane.
You know what's a little troublesome, though?
Da 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 da. All you die. What's troublesome?
Here, let's see if he has one for this.
Murder, my mind state. No, sorry.
You know what's problematic to me?
What's problem? Da 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 da.
You know what's kind of
It's amazing how similar the Troublesome 96 rhythm and Inspector Gadget are. Can we please, before we play this video, I need to do a side-by-side of the Inspector Gadget theme song.
Oh, you looking to get popped today?
Inspector Gadget.
I'll pop you.
Thanks, babe. Inspector Gadget theme song, and then we'll play. So now, Troublesome 96.
We're in Pop City today.
Oh. All right.
It's literally not the
It's
same.
not the same at all. I was wrong. I apologize.
Which one's the better song, though?
There was, for some reason, Troublesome 96 is in my head. And then, for some reason, it makes me think of the Inspector Gadget theme song. And Inspector Gadget gets in my head way more than Troublesome 96.
Yeah.
Way more. All right, let's go to this Frontier flight. Boy, that was a bust-a-rooney. Let's go to this.
I didn't even get to make my point. You just started playing music.
Let's go to this Frontier Airlines flight. I think what happens here is the woman they want to throw off the flight has one of those really big backfire moments where she's the one who called for the vote. She's like, yo, who thinks I should be thrown off this flight? And everyone's like, me? Is this a trick question? We all think you're obnoxious. So here it is, Trenton, New Jersey, Frontier flight to Atlanta. And this is part 3, so this is the real eventful part.
If you are type 2 and take
oh,
meth,
right.
well,
Do we really need an ad for an airline
these two things that I'm going to show you
video?
in this.
Why are you? Has he done anything wrong? Hold on. Has he done anything wrong? Okay, so mind your business. Like I said.
Oh, by the way, this is a good time to mention, did you guys know that Frontier and Spirit might be merging?
Yeah, I was going to say, your first problem, Frontier.
This is going to be great.
This is the final Frontier.
I always love watching flights like this because it always inspires me to fly Delta.
Okay, so mind your business. Like I said.
Who was Manny?
Oh, so he flashed a bunch of cash at her. You know what I'd do on a plane? Is I'd pull out a giant wad of cash that totally shows that I have a legitimate line of business that I work in.
You could just look at his hair, man.
People pull out nice, crisp $100 bills in a giant roll, and I think, you know what? Banking executive.
Don't you just carry a bankroll around?
Yes.
I do.
Oh, yeah, most of my business is cash only, on site. I'm the vice president of Pfizer.
I actually heard that especially if you're a streamer, if you were to just pull out, all the cash you have in front of everybody at a time.
It doesn't let off any warning bells.
No warning. No red flags ever.
No.
About 40, 50 people here that would like her removed from the flight. If you want her removed from the flight, please raise your hand. Yeah. I'm not even kidding. If you can hear me, raise your hand if you want her removed from the flight.
Was that the pilot or a flight attendant? That's probably.
I would assume a flight attendant.
All right, you pieces of trash. We got this woman yelling.
What?
Screaming.
What?
Hollering.
What?
Making all kinds of trouble.
What?
Challenging people to fights.
What?
Calling people bitches.
What?
So if y'all want old Stone Cold to throw this bitch off the plane, give me a hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
You're goddamn right. I want Stone Cold's music to play as they throw her off the flight.
I'm not even kidding. I got 40 hands up. Sir, sir, I want her off the plane. I don't care. I'm trying to prove a point. You want to be people?
Oh, it was this guy?
Like, I'm not even kidding. Like, I'm not even kidding.
Come on, guys.
So they,
Take back, please.
So now they're actually throwing her off the flight. So the guy in red started a survey. They answered, and they went, all right, we'll throw the bitch off the flight then.
Why didn't the other one get kicked off the flight?
She was creating quite the disturbance too, wasn't she? I guess on Frontier, there's like a level of painting that don't leave any evidence of what you're about to write. Probably part of it. There's just kind of an expectation.
Let her go. What do you want? I don't know what I did. I don't know either. He's back and forth for something like 30,000 feet. You can't be arguing and just grab your stuff.
30,000 feet, you can't be arguing. Just grab your stuff.
She wasn't the only one.
All right, guys. Have a good flight.
So, yeah, they said 30,000 feet, you can't be arguing. Yeah,
I-
what happened to the other lady?
Yeah, I agree with that, but that other lady was standing up and bitching.
And that other
posturing.
guy got up and literally threw cash at somebody. Like, you got to go too.
You're all a problem.
You all have to get the fuck out of here. We need to start maybe regulating air travel a little bit more, where like certain behavior is not
What?
allowed.
The hell you say?
Again, another great. I think Delta Airlines should just show this video and go, remember everyone, fly Delta.
Yeah, pay that extra money.
Yeah.
Do it.
Pay a little extra and go on Delta, where
I mean,
you don't have drug dealers, allegedly, throwing cash at people. You don't have white and black ladies screaming at each other. It's a lot more peaceful flight. The only thing I've ever dealt with on a Delta flight is a 16-year-old landing in Las Vegas and shouting or yelling to his brother as he sees the Mandalay Bay. Goes, "Hey, isn't where that big shooting happened?"
we all collectively groaned and looked at each other like, are you fucking kidding me? That's how you start the vacation?
We all just grabbed our foreheads and went, Jesus Christ.
Well, the last thing you need, too, like with this altercation there, like the last thing you need for people that are anxious to be flying and stuff like that and stressed already is an altercation. Stop screaming on an airplane.
Those ain't real, dude. Says budget airlines are retard concentrators. Exactly. That's why, like, if I was in government and I had to approve the merger of those two airlines, I would say absolutely not.
Nope.
We need a Frontier and a Spirit. We can't have Spruntier. That's
Frontier.
We have too many retards. We have to have more planes for them.
Fear it.
Fear it. Frontier it. Spruntier. All kinds of ideas just kicking through here. This is just, look, you don't need a board meeting. That was just 15 seconds we came up with those. Give us 5 minutes. We'll get some good ones in
Just
there.
spitballing.
Yeah, just throwing some shit out there, guys. Zumakin with $5 says, let's go. Thank you, Zumakin.
Thank you.
120 away from today's goal. We are in that striking distance where if you all get just a little irresponsible, we will knock that out and even chew into some of Monday's goal. So let's get a little goofy. There's the Streamlabs, the PayPal, and the Venmo link. If you want to do super chats, Rumble rants, or memberships, you can do that too.
Zen got a tiny bit spicy in the chat.
Did he? What did Zen have to say?
I
Zen says, well, I can't say that.
Yeah, I was gonna say don't
Put
read
the
it.
it's on the plant, on the pores, on the soul. That's what Spirit and Frontier are, dude. Oh no, Warden Gordon calling it Spirit Airlines. No, that's not how you spell it, Warden Gordon. That is not.
I like the final frontier. That's it.
No, that is not how you spell Spirit Airlines. It is Spirit.
Your spirit is final. This is it. This is it for you.
Katie Kidney says, not going to lie, I'd fly Soul Plane Airlines. Looks lit. Yeah, no, you can go. I'll stay on Delta.
Just call it shit.
Somebody said that Nick DiPaolo was complaining about Delta recently. I hope not. I like Delta.
Complaining about Delta?
Yeah, what the fuck's wrong with Delta?
That is weird.
Why I no longer fly Delta. This is from Nick DiPaolo. Okay.
Delta hates white men like it's, yes, somebody's right there, sir. Even you.
I'm a white man. Delta's been lovely to me. We took a red eye to Las Vegas a couple years ago, and it only cost us like $100 for the both of us to upgrade to first class.
Yeah, and it was our wedding trip, so we're like, fuck it.
It was lovely, and they gave us a nice meal, and we sat up front in big cozy seats, and we got to watch movies, and it was awesome. I don't know what you're complaining about with Delta. They gave a white man like me and a white woman like April a wonderful treatment.
It was great.
It's awesome.
We sat in like the very front of the plane, too. It was awesome.
Nick, you have to remember, you're Italian, so you're not totally white.
And I also have to know, what do you fly then? Like, who do you fly with?
United? I hear
Remember,
United's not bad.
United was in the news for a long time about a lot of shit. You can't do Southwest now. They're in the news every week.
And American is in the news a lot.
Yeah, they make you depants in front of the gate.
Yes.
You fucking notice. You walk down that tunnel to the plane and there's posters on Delta, all kinds of posters, right? Black woman, fucking Indian with a headdress on a donkey, fucking Mexican with one leg, chink broad with 3 kids. You finally run into a white guy. What's he doing? He's kissing another white guy.
Okay, that's kind of funny.
That is funny.
Well, I mean, look.
I don't think that means they hate you per se.
Nick DiPaolo's an older guy, so like he gets a little crankier. Like to me, I just don't look at the posters.
Yeah, what are you doing looking at those?
I don't look at the posters.
Remarkably boring.
Nick, I'm not going to look at the posters. There's too many black and Indian people on them. No.
Fuck you, Delta. Lick my ass, okay? Am I right?
I got kicked out.
You got kicked out. I got kicked out of Delta. Get up here. I got asked to leave too. As an American.
I can't imagine. I can't imagine Nick DiPaolo talking like that and getting kicked off a Delta plane.
Yeah, what?
By the Indian stewardess. I'm sorry, flight attendant.
Boy, right there. Of course, he's got a Trump sweatshirt doing this.
Well, there's Nick DiPaolo. It's not. I haven't seen Nick DiPaolo stand up in a while. It's good to see he's still the same.
Still the same.
Still the same lovable curmudgeon. Nick. JJ says Sun Country. Yeah, that's a regional one here in this. I think in this area, isn't it?
Yeah, I actually don't mind Sun Country.
I like Sun Country. The only thing I'll complain about with Sun Country is everything is very basic.
And they sit you next to fat women.
Sit me next to fat women.
Sit on top of you with their
my
leg.
God, it's the worst. I hated that.
We've said this so many times that Aaron was basically half on my seat. I was like scooching over to the window as far as I could so he could like scoot away from her.
And as far as the next question you're asking, the answer is yes, and let's not bring it up. Okay? Perfect.
Yes, they had a neck pillow.
Nana Zumach says, United, why doesn't Ed want to separate instead or something? Oh,
Home run, Jefferson. Go to break.
Oh, that was brutal.
Mad Max Mardigan says, Aaron, be honest. Delta was only good to you because it was a blonde white girl and her gay BFF wanting to upgrade to first class. No, that might have been part of it, the whole gay thing. But also, it was like a red eye and there was barely anyone on the flight. So like, here, you want to...
How great was that? When we were at the gate waiting, and it was so late, so I was tired. We sat there like frumps with our little McDonald's bag for supper.
I only want to fly red eyes to and from Las Vegas on Delta. They are empty.
I kind of do too, because it was really cool flying in at night too. The whole strip's lit up already. Sweet.
Do you think they'd let you, if it was like a really empty flight and it was a big plane, do you think they'd let everybody move up to first class? Probably not.
No, I don't think so.
Because the word would get out and then everybody would do it that way.
I think they got to keep order in a sense. But yeah, there was like 4 people at the gate waiting with us. It was really strange.
Brian says, you think Crowder is using that shut up button on Nick, not on your life. Carlos says, Southwest at this point will get you to your flight 3 days later than expected, if at all. Yeah.
Southwest?
Yeah. Southwest is getting a lot of heat. B. More Lent says, I took a flight from Houston to Jackson, Mississippi on Frontier, and I was terrified. Yeah, Frontier and Spirit, you'd be like, wow, these are really affordable flights.
Okay.
For a reason, brother.
Well, a lot of people get anxiety flying already. Maybe don't put yourself through that then.
Yeah, don't. All right, we are, what are we at, 120? 120 away from knocking it out. Awesome, guys.
Very cool.
Thank you very much. We're very close, and we've got over an hour yet before we'd even have to rattle the cans. So go ahead and knock it out beforehand. Sounds good to me. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, and all of that shit. Remember that Texas principal, that assistant principal that got hospitalized for trying to break up a fight?
Mm-hmm.
We have video of the fight.
Okay.
Holy shit.
It's about what you expect.
I almost want to blame the assistant principal for getting involved.
For getting involved, yeah. Interfering.
Because Jesus Christ, this was bad.
Of course, Aaron Imholt blaming the victim.
Yes. The female victim. But look at this. Like, when I watched this, I'm not going to say what I thought, but I was watching it, I was surprised, and I'm just like, you know what it looks like? It looks like X at the X. And I'm not going to say what I thought, but it popped into my head. No. I mean, yes, but
yes.
I thought, honestly, here.
That's what I mean.
Okay.
Right.
All right. Don't hold that up, please. I honestly, it wasn't like I was trying to. It just popped into my head when I started the fight.
Yes.
When I started the video, I was like, Jesus Christ, it looks like.
Well, that's why I said this.
Yeah. Like the person jumping up and down, I went, oh my God, it looks like.
A kid jumping up and down?
Yes, it looked like a kid jumping on the bed. Look at this.
Brutal.
And then just everybody's joining in. Like, that's the thing about these fights is like two people start fighting and then all of a sudden it's like a school dance and everyone starts pairing off and they got to look for somebody to punch. It's like, guys, it's not your fight.
Roadhouse.
Yeah, it is. It's like Roadhouse. We need Dalton to straighten up inner city schools.
And then suddenly we're ripping out tongues and shit.
I just find it weird that politicians find it compassionate to leave these inner city schools to their devices because to clean them up and make it a safe place to learn would be racist. That's I'll never get over that. That's that communism shit that really pisses me off is that like, no, you don't understand. See, we're Democrats and we're the party of representing black people. See, they just do this. So you have to let them go and leave it alone.
How's that saying go? The bigotry of low expectations?
It is the soft bigotry of low expectations because there is no reason scientifically, socially, anything, to expect different behavior simply because of the color of someone's skin.
Nope.
There is nothing wrong with holding everyone to the same expectation. If you go to school, you will not be a fucking problem to distract everyone else from learning. I mean, by not intervening and kicking kids out of school and not arresting them and not putting a stop to this before it starts, you're hurting black children who want to go to school, learn, and get the fuck out of that neighborhood.
And isn't that technically racist? Whereas if you were to hold everybody accountable to the same standards, that wouldn't be racist because you're all being held to the same standards.
What's funny is we've actually started holding everyone to the same standard, but we've started holding them all to the shitty standard of, hey, you got to let them fight. Don't put any hands on the kids. If you're a teacher who tries to get involved, we're going to punish you because you hit one of them. And I mean, we went, hey, you know what? They're right. We have to apply the same standard at the suburban schools as the inner city schools. But the problem was we went with the inner city standard instead of the suburban standard.
It's a very left-leaning behavior, in my opinion. Let's make everything shitty for everybody.
Right. Look at this. Like, remember,
That's scary.
Remember
That's
when there
scary.
was a fight at school and we'd all kind of stand back and kind of watch as we walked to class? And
And
be
it's like two kids?
Yeah. In this school, they're just all swarming, again, like the Walking Dead. They're going toward the noise and just attacking. It's like, if I'm the assistant principal at that school, A, I sue the school.
Yeah.
And B, I mean, I never work in a school like that again. I mean, who wants to help? Who wants to help if that's what it gets you? Like, people are just going to wash their hands of it and go, you know what? Leave it alone. Just let that school rot. And then it's kind of like the Walmarts leaving Chicago and the Walgreens leaving San Francisco. Then people will go, hey, wait a minute. Why did everyone abandon this school? And because every time someone tried to help, you called them a name or they ended up in the fucking hospital. And
yeah, watch that poor vice principal now be called like racist or something because she tried to intervene and stop shit and, you know, make sure it was about learning in school and there was some peace in the hallways.
Katie Kidney says Antifa at a mostly peaceful protest. Yeah, same thing. I mean, you just, shit burns down around you and the news goes, oh yeah, it was mostly peaceful. It's like, yeah, that's not what the AutoZone said.
Oh, all of Minneapolis is on fire? Oh, it's just because, you know, racism and George Floyd, you know, it's in the name of racism.
All right, let's continue on. We don't want to get you too worked up. Jesus Christ, it's Friday after all. But yeah, I just thought we talked about that story. That was a little follow-up because we talked about that assistant principal.
She gonna make it?
Yeah, she's gonna be fine, but
okay.
She got the live. I mean, she's gonna be fine physically. You know, psychologically, she got the living shit beat out of her. So.
I would never go back to that school and work there.
Yeah, I don't know how she's going to be. We got some news for you guys, and some of you this might bother. Some of you might just keep on trucking like nothing ever happened. Burger King is closing up to 400 stores by the end of the year, with 2 franchises already declaring bankruptcy as the fast food giant fails to keep up with the fast casual competition. You know, this kind of highlights what a brilliant company McDonald's is, because McDonald's just kind of engages in these really subtle changes to get ahead of the times.
Yeah.
Like, you have places like, I don't know, like a Freddy's or a Five Guys, or, you know, all those, or like, what's the one out west?
In-N-Out?
In-N-Out Burger, where they kind of have this fast food but casual feel. You know, you order, you wait. It's a little bit longer than like a McDonald's.
It's kind of dinery.
It's kind of dinery. Yeah, that's kind of the new fad. And then McDonald's, they don't panic. They don't change everything they do. They just go, let's put some video screens in the tables for the kids. And they make these little subtle changes. And people go, look at that, McDonald's. Knocking it out, staying ahead of everybody.
Oh, I've got an app you can order your food on and just come pick it up.
Right, exactly. So they don't try to like chase the people doing the diner fast food casual thing. They just go, let's make a subtle tweak, keep doing what we're doing. We'll make some cosmetic changes and we'll stay ahead of everybody.
They stay the course.
Whereas you have like a Burger King that just goes, all right, we've been doing this thing forever. I know that people's tastes and shit are changing, but let's just keep doing the exact same thing we've been doing and just kind of ride this thing into the ground. Thing meet ground.
Yeah.
Burger King starting to fall apart a little bit.
Ugly.
All right, when you want to talk about fast food, you want to talk to our buddy Ryan the Garbage Man. He knows all about shitty food. Ryan the Garbage Man, what's up? Let me guess, you really love Burger King.
Oh, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
It's interesting too, because in my new line of work, I deliver carbonation to fast food restaurants.
Stop bragging.
I deliver to McDonald's and Burger King.
Yeah.
And you walk in the back room of a McDonald's, it's clean, everyone's well dressed, everyone's in a good mood. You walk into the back of a Burger King, and it's like a skating rink because there's so much grease on the floor, and you wonder how long they've been on parole.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, it's really
it's a stark contrast.
Yeah, the McDonald's has always had standards. I know McDonald's gets made fun of a lot, but like they've always had a standard. They've always enforced it universally. And yeah, Burger Kings are always just kind of run down and dingy. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, and the same can be said for Quick Trip versus Casey.
Oh, really? Quick Trip is cleaner?
I bet.
Oh,
it
yeah.
is.
Okay.
Oh, definitely.
All right. Well, thank you very much for thank you very much for the insight, buddy. There's Ryan the Garbage Man.
Thank you.
The bang up call.
That was a good call.
Wrong hole. Don't act surprised when he makes a good call, because now
I like Ryan. I always do.
Wrong hole Rick says now do Wendy's. Yeah, Wendy's are never in a great shape. Wendy's is another one that has the old floors that you can feel the grease on it.
Even I hate Wendy's. I am not a Wendy's guy at all. But like even just the exterior, if there's two of them in our town and one's on each side of town, and this one over here is like abysmal, abandoned looking and all that, and then they spruce up the other one. I don't know. You got to be consistent.
Well, it depends on the franchise and who owns it. And again, it depends on standards. Like if you uphold standards, you'll be okay. Jared with 350 says, don't know if you guys talked about it, but Hassan Piker was handing out free pizza to the Writers Guild people and was being followed by a 16-year-old Jewish boy who was trolling him. Really?
That sounds funny.
Jared, do you have any way to send us a link to that? Otherwise, I can just look it up. That sounds hilarious. I could probably, if I search that on Twitter, I'll probably get some stuff coming up.
Right.
Maybe Sam Hyde could get out there. I don't know. Yeah, I think as far as like fast food places go, I think Burger King is probably... I think we're going to see the end of Burger King in my lifetime.
Hell yeah, you are.
Yeah.
They're already closing up to 400 stores. Like, I grew up in a town where we did have a McDonald's and a Burger King, and that Burger King was hot garbage. They screwed up everything. It was always a mess. And guess what? They're sitting abandoned now, empty and closed, and the McDonald's is thriving and making upgrades.
Okay, there are 7,257 Burger King stores in the United States. So there's going to be about 6,800. So
check how many McDonald's.
They're losing a little more than, 5%?
Yeah.
Of Burger Kings are closing. Holy shit.
How many McDonald's do you think there are?
Boy, 7,000 Burger Kings. I'm going to say 20,000 McDonald's.
At least.
In the U.S. McDonald's. 13,550.
About
That's
double.
still about double. Yeah. $13,515. I was thinking with like airports and
Right?
like Walmarts and shit like
and now
that.
there's Starbucks everywhere too. Like things are just, there's certain brands you can see are just doing very well and they're multiplying.
I think we'll see Burger King go in our time. Also, I could be wrong here. I could be overplaying my prediction hand. I think we're going to see Subway go.
I was going to say Subway.
I think Subway's on the way down because they used to be the only place that did sandwiches.
No, now they're like at the bottom of our list to go to.
Now you got like Jimmy John's. You got Jersey Mike's is getting bigger.
Herbert and Gerbert's.
Herbert and Gerbert's. Firehouse.
Yep.
You've got all these different sandwich places, and they all kind of do Subway better than Subway.
Yep, they do. I would go to any of those over Subway. And I don't mind a Subway on occasion.
Balls Deep is right. I forgot. Yeah, we've already seen this movie in Demolition Man. Taco Bell ends up winning the franchise wars.
Ew. That is not my vote.
Roots Calhoun says we can't lose the Whopper. That's un-American. Well, maybe we can do like a Vince McMahon buys WCW thing, and then McDonald's eventually, years down the road, can buy out Burger King, and they can incorporate some of their sandwiches
They'd probably run it better.
Yeah. Like, okay, for example, I'll take the Burger King original chicken sandwich over the McChicken.
I don't get chicken from fast food.
Throw that on.
Unless it's like a chicken place.
Throw it onto the McDonald's menu.
Here's where I draw my lines. If it is a burger facility, I do not get their chicken because you know what? You're a burger place. You're probably not good at the chicken. And it's probably not delicious.
That's a little racist.
Why?
Against the fast food places. I think they can do good chicken. I like a Burger King classic chicken sandwich.
If you're a chicken place, you're good at chicken. Which, by the way, I think the arms race is about chicken places now because you got Slim Chickens, Cane's, Chick-fil-A, KFC, Popeyes. You have so many chicken places now.
There is a chicken war.
Which one of them is going to go first? I think KFC.
I hope Raising Cane's.
I don't know. They're not going anywhere.
KFC will always have a place in the heart of Americans everywhere. Mostly right here in a clogged artery.
I don't know what people are on about with the Cane's stuff. But like that, they're not going anywhere because people love them.
Cane's is bullshit. Cane's is bullshit. They got Catholic church fries. Casey Norman. Oh, sorry. He didn't put his screen name in there, so it's okay. Casey Normal Guy in the chats with $20 says, good week, guys. Thank you very, very much. Sorry that I suck at my job.
Thank you.
100 even away from today's goal. You guys have got it. Jared says, look up the kid called Matin Even on Twitter. Thanks for the buck. Appreciate that. Well, let's look that up. You guys want to see Hassan Piker get trolled a little bit? Matan Even.
I also saw somebody in the chat named Polar Bear wanting to text information about VIP to us. Don't do that. Use the email. Use my email. It's AprilImholt, STMS@gmail.com.
There, Polar Bear. There you go. Let's
Thank you.
at Polar Bear. There you go, buddy. There's where you can send your VIP information.
Was that the guy from Tuesday? Maybe?
Yeah, Polar Bear. Were you the Tuesday VIP? Because there's one guy we haven't heard from yet.
Yeah.
There you are, pal.
Thank you.
All right, so we are an even hundo away from being a success this week. So, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, all that shit. Let's get irresponsible and let's do 100. Let's do that 100, knock it out, and call it for the week. So Burger King's closing 400 stores.
Not a surprise.
Yeah, I think they just didn't evolve with the times. That's all.
There used to be 2 of them in our town, and now one of them's been sitting vacant for like a decade or something like that, right?
Yeah.
The East Side one.
Hassan Piker went to the, what do you call it? The writer's strike. God, what a douchebag. So he's like Mr. Progressive Politics. So like if there's anything lefty, like a labor stoppage, Mr. Socialist Hassan Piker is, I'm there on the picket lines to support all of the people. Look, you're fighting a losing battle, pal. AI is becoming a thing. I don't like it. A lot of people don't like it. It clearly is signaling the beginning of the end. It's a terrible idea. But at the same time, it's kind of inevitable in many ways. So these writers are striking because of language in their contract that doesn't protect them from getting royalties when AI gets a chunk of the royalties if they help write something with ChatGPT. And the writers are saying, no, we should get all the money still. And the studios are going, no, we should get to keep some of the money because we wrote it with the help of ChatGPT. So
it's getting scary.
It's becoming an issue. I just read in breaking news on my phone here, that SNL is actually canceling their episodes. So, yeah, no SNL due to the writer's strike, it looks like. Shit.
Well, then you go listen to Gino's show, and he's all about, like, don't support the Writers Guild, whatever. Like, we don't need people like that because you don't need, like, writers for shows that anyone watches anymore. I don't know if that's the case, but I see is what he's trying to get after.
So here we go. This is Hassan Piker. I guess there's this guy, Matan Even. I don't know who he is. He's got 236,000 followers. Good for him. But he's been trolling Hassan Piker at the protests. He's just kind of been following him around. I'm trying to find this. Oh, here we go. The We Love Landlords one. So I have this already. Good. Hassan Piker is really getting annoyed by this guy. And the thing about Hassan is he never learns the lesson of, dude, you gotta fucking ignore these people.
Right.
Like, Hassan gets trolled and fucked with because he always responds. Mm-hmm. So it's fun for these people because they don't want to say bad shit about you. They don't want to say anything good or bad about you. They just want to say whatever horse shit elicits a response from you. And if you weren't so easy to get a response out of, they wouldn't do it. It's like being teased as a little kid. If you show the person teasing you that it bothers you, I'm surprised that adults on the internet don't understand this concept anymore.
Right. It's like we regressed.
Yes. If you don't give them the oxygen, it's boring to them and they get mad and they move on. Like, we're in the point, for example, with the Steel Toe trolling where everyone's mad now because Steel Toe won't mention them by name. They won't talk about them. So they just get upset. And that becomes very funny to us. And now we're kind of in the tail end of that to the completely abandoning it phase of that whole deal. Hassan Piker will never get to the anger and dissipation phase because he keeps losing his shit at these people. Like, they want to fight with him. They don't want to fight with you. They just want to giggle when you yell at them.
They don't care what the facts are, so there's no point in telling them what the truth is. You don't owe them an explanation. None of that. They just want your reaction.
You're not going to beat them in a debate because they don't want to debate. They just want to watch you lose your shit.
They don't care.
So this is him going to the writer's strike protest to show you that Hassan Piker, the streamer on Twitch, the socialist, he supports the cause, man. Well, here's the deal. Shut down your stream. Don't do your stream because you are the one who benefits mostly. Podcasters are the ones who benefit from the writer's strike because people need to go elsewhere for their entertainment because SNL isn't on or the late night shows aren't on or sitcoms aren't on. So more and more people have to go to non-writers union entertainment, which is typically podcasts. So if you want to show your solidarity, then stop streaming. You shut down your work too. But he's not going to do that. He just wants to go out in public and be seen.
It's virtue signaling.
Yes, being such a good pro-labor guy. And now I guess this fuck behind him has been dicking with him the whole time, which is fair. You're going out there to be a douchey virtue signaler anyway. This guy just wants to fuck with you a little bit.
Landlords! We love them. We love landlords.
You want to move away a little bit?
No, he said we love landlords.
What does that mean, we love landlords? Does Hassan own property he's a landlord, but he shits on renting and stuff? I don't know.
I'm completely out of the loop on this guy.
So here's another clip where, again, same guy, same sign, we love landlords, and he's fucking with Hassan.
That's what you're supposed to do.
What's going on? How you guys doing? We love landlords. We're all against unions. We're here to protest against the landlords and the unions. We love them. Can we do like a quick shake on the hand? We love landlords. Look.
Look at it.
We love landlords.
Look at this humorless cunt.
Maybe he's confused too. I don't know.
But he's just giving them a dead stare instead of laughing or walking away or doing anything like that.
In fairness, though, I don't know what to give these guys.
I would laugh. Like, honestly, if those guys showed up and I was at a protest, first of all, I'm not going to a fucking protest or goddamn, not protest, a strike.
That's number one.
That's number one. I'm not fucking going just to virtue signal and make videos. But if two kids, like two 18-year-old kids came up to me with signs that said, we love landlords, I'd be like, okay, this is fucking hilarious. Who are you guys with? What is this for?
Who paid you?
Yeah. But you giving them this cold, intimidating stare, like, first of all, you're not going to do anything. You're not going to hit these guys on camera. You're not going to do anything intimidating. So they're not scared of you, Hassan. Stop it. You're the guy who ran from Sam Hyde. Stop. Just, again, this guy has no sense of humor, so people like trolling him.
Landlords, we love them a lot. We're all against unions. They're not fair to the corporate companies.
Oh, okay. So they're like anti the writers' strike, and they like the landlords and the... I don't get the landlord thing. I'll go back to the chat in a little bit.
Yeah, I'm sure someone will tell us.
And maybe people will explain to us. What I'm thinking is maybe Hassan Piker tries to be this pro-little guy and pro-union, and he's a lefty socialist dude. But somebody found out that he like owns like property that rents out to people.
Sure.
So he's a landlord. I don't know.
What's going on? How you guys doing? We love landlords. We're here to protest against the landlords and the unions. We love them. We love landlords. We love landlords. We love them a lot. We're all against unions. They're not fair to the corporate companies.
The more you do that, and the more you end up hurting.
You end up hurting.
The more you end up hurting capital.
You end up hurting the capital.
He's just doing the copycat game.
There is something super annoying about copycats.
I like this little shitbag.
Like,
I mean,
he's doing this the right way.
I'm sure he's remarkably punchable, but I don't think he's trying to be anything less than really punchable. So this is kind of funny because Hassan takes his shit so seriously. I'm going to change things, and I'm here to be a progressive. So the funniest thing you can do to a guy like that is not argue the other side.
No.
It's to have no side and just show up and go, I'm here to protest support for the Capitol. Yeah, and just be a dick.
Things would probably go really well for that kid, by the way, if he got punched.
Oh, yeah.
Like, that'd be a wonderful day.
You want some of that Hassan Abi money? Congratulations.
The quicker the strike will end.
The strike will end. Landlords, 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 landlords. We love landlords. We love them. We love landlords.
You want to move away a little bit?
No, we love landlords. What's going on?
So he's just being cunty.
That voice specifically following you all day. Ugh.
So is
Yikes.
that the whole
I think
Matan even Hassan Piker thing?
So what is a Matan even? What is he do?
I don't know. I don't know what he does. I'm guessing he's probably like TikTok, YouTube. No idea. Oh, here's a 1 minute video.
We're all against unions. We're here to protest against the landlords. We're all against unions. They're not fair to the corporate companies. This is a crazy protest.
This is crazy. He's got Brock Lesnar. Hold on, his little shit's got Brock Lesnar written on the other side of his sign. I don't know if this guy's a shitbag or not, but I like him.
Brock Lesnar.
He's got Brock Lesnar on one side and Hart Landlords on the other. Who is this chick, by the way?
Jeffrey Epstein?
This guy's got Jeffrey Epstein spelled wrong on the back of his.
No.
Oh, that's fantastic. Does everyone who works around Hassan Piker have to be humorless and never smile?
Yeah.
Is that like a rule?
It's prerequisite.
It's fucking Lilith
Have
from
you ever seen
Cheers
The Young
over
Turks?
here. Yeah.
Anyway, as I was
Landlords,
saying,
we love them a lot.
we're waiting for...
We're waiting for the landlords to come.
Oh, there you are. Thank you.
See if you see a new song.
Oh yeah, he's got to bring his camera. You know, you got to film it.
Well, it didn't happen otherwise.
No, I can. It's a public place. I can show the sign. Yeah, I will be showing the sign. You guys like landlords?
And look at this. The person who works for Hassan just looks bewildered and exhausted. God, this just does not seem like a fun place to be.
No, anywhere around these people. Anywhere in California, I'm guessing. Exhausting.
We'll probably leave if that's the case. I don't.
There was not one smile to be had during that whole thing.
Except by us.
Because we're serious and we've got to fucking protest all the unions.
Can you imagine having to look like this all day? Just
Yeah. I'm mad about politics. I like to make werewolf movies. $4.99 from $4.99 from Matt Melt says Gutfeld is still kicking. I don't know what that means. Oh, he's still on the air? Oh, okay. So you still got Gutfeld, at least.
he's gutting it out.
$95 away from today's goal. Thank you. And the goal for the week?
Thank you.
The goal for the week is only $95 away.
So nice.
So go ahead and get in there and Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, gifted memberships, the whole thing. We do appreciate it. Okay, they're telling me Hassan's mom is a landlord. She owns a bunch of properties.
Well, then go troll her.
Yeah, I mean,
He didn't do it.
I don't know. It's just kind of funny because
Obviously it's funny, but it's not his fault.
Hassan again, he reacts. And when you react, you're just going to get more of it. And plus, I'll give Hassan a compliment. He's big.
You liked his necklace.
Yeah, well, he's so nice. He's a big personality. He's got a lot of followers. He's got a lot of fans. You don't need to address these people. You're bigger than that. Like, again, you're higher up on the card. You don't work with them. But when you fucking scream at them, A, you make them a somebody, and B, you just guarantee that another guy's going to do it. Because think about it. Let's say you've got like 4,000 or 5,000 subscribers or followers.
Okay.
And you want to get a big shock jump. You don't want to do a show. You don't want to actually put effort in. You just want to get a good shock jump. If you live in California, you can go to wherever Hassan Piker is going to be, and you can troll the shit out of him, and you're going to get a reaction out of him. Mm-hmm. So you don't send the right message when you do shit like that. Let's go ahead and check out this story. People, I think this is New Jersey. People are perplexed by a shitload of spaghetti that got dumped in the woods. They don't know why. There's just a bunch of pasta chilling in the woods. No idea why.
Cloudy with a chance of spaghetti?
Yes.
Bizarre, more than unusual mystery that has baffled a community in New Jersey tonight appears to be solved finally.
500 pounds of pasta. We're talking macaroni, ziti, spaghetti. It was all dumped near a stream in the town of Old Bridge for nearly a week now.
Just 500 pounds of pasta just dumped by the river. Although I'll say this, East Palestine looked at that and said, I'll take that.
I know. I mean, how wasteful, though. I'm hungry. I would have eaten that.
Question of who left it there has consumed residents and police.
Looks like spaghetti. Wait a minute. That looked like SpaghettiOs.
SpaghettiOs.
You said ziti and all that shit. That looks like somebody just straight up dumped a shitload of SpaghettiOs and beefaroni. That's a Chef Boyardee dump.
Different piles for different noodles.
No. That is beefaroni. That is SpaghettiOs.
There was spaghetti to the side.
Somebody look into the chef. He did this. Chef Boyardee is the guilty party. I don't care what kind of
maybe
patsy.
He knows it's dog shit and he's throwing it in the woods.
I don't know what kind of patsy they're going to try to blame this thing on, but I'm telling you, this was Chef Boyardee.
Residents and police.
Until now, and we have some answers. Here's New Jersey reporter Tony Yates.
It took about 15 wheelbarrow trips to dump all this pasta. The questions and puns began almost as soon as these photos of the pasta discarded by a stream were posted online and shared.
So wait a minute, they went old school and dumped this all by wheelbarrow?
Yeah, and do you know how long it would take to cook all of those noodles?
Do you have any idea how long that's going to take?
Think about it.
Who done it and why?
That's okay. Again, guilty. Chef Boyardee, guilty. Fucking guilty. If I find one Frank in there, I'm arresting him.
Those might not be real SpaghettiOs. They might just be the little round noodles.
You know what? You've got a good point. But those look like beefaroni noodles.
They're macaroni noodles.
Oh, I see. They're not full on.
They're not full on elbow noodles, but those are macaroni noodles.
Oh yeah, you're right. You know what? Okay, then arrest Kraft. Robert Kraft needs to go down for this.
It's the mac and cheese guy.
This is Robert Kraft. You know what? This is like a Law and Order episode. The first guy you bring in is not the guy. I brought in Chef Boyardee. I was sure of it, and his alibi checked out. But now I've got Robert Kraft in my sights for this one.
Dun dun.
And so help me God if I find Mr. Cremette.
Oh God!
It was Nina Joknowitz who posted.
The township has no bulk garbage pickup. And because we don't have pickup, we have dumps. The funny dump this time was pasta, which of course you all picked up.
Well, several people on the street, including Nina, say they know who did it, but they all circled the wagons around that neighbor. A sensitive situation, they say, a person they care deeply about and want to protect.
You have a neighbor who was in possession of 500 pounds of pasta?
They literally went through so much effort to do that. That's like a couple days worth of cooking noodles.
But who has a neighbor who has this much pasta and just dumps it in the fucking woods?
That's what I'm saying. Like, you could have at least fed people with it, had a spaghetti dinner. If you sell a spaghetti dinner and like sell it for like $10 a plate, you're making bank.
Okay, but can we please, at the very least, like go do a welfare check on this person? Because this is a psychopath who dumps 500 pounds of cooked pasta in the woods.
They're discarding noodles so they don't discard a life.
Right. If you would have told me that this was like Borelli or somebody, like a company had a factory nearby and they're like, fuck.
Borelli?
What's the name of the company that makes the noodles?
Pretty sure it's Barrio.
Barrio. That's what I was thinking.
Barillo.
Benelli makes shotguns.
Yep. Benelli is a shotgun.
Benelli does not make pasta. They make shotguns. And Barry Manilow actually did this.
Maybe it was ramen.
Barry Manilow did have something to do with this. He stated when he heard about it, he said, quote, "It's a miracle."
No. I think the ramen people just don't like normal noodles.
Disgrace and dishonor.
Honored their wishes on that, but it brought home the one issue that Nina is adamant about: bulk garbage.
It's a financial constraint. When you throw out a couch, it's $300.
Okay.
To call up Sodexo or Waste Management, it's a few $100s for every single thing you want to.
Well, that's what you get when the mafia runs your garbage disposal. Or your waste disposal.
There's a big mental difference between dumping an old junky piece of furniture and physically going through and buying and cooking and dumping wheelbarrows full of pasta.
Right. You have a mentally ill neighbor. I love how we just glossed over that. It's like, oh, it's somebody's neighbor and they don't really want to talk about it. Oh, well, then in that case, we won't talk about the lunatic who dropped 500 pounds of spaghetti near the river.
Lunatic's a good word. That is quite literally psychotic behavior. I could take any piece of garbage and go throw it out and feel like, it was garbage, I got rid of it. But if I cooked for like 2 days a bunch of noodles just to throw it away.
You're cooking 500, I guess 500 pounds.
That's insanity.
And then they're like, oh, we don't want to talk about them. So the news went, okay, sounds good to us. I mean, at least if you dump a couch in the woods, like the local teenagers will smoke weed on it in the woods. So it's
probably some sex.
Yeah, maybe some sex. But a guy dumping 500 pounds of pasta, that's just a guy you need to keep an eye on.
That's a red flag, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Throw out.
We're going to hear about this guy eventually, and there's going to be a lot of dead people, and we're going to hear he was previously known to law enforcement, and we're going to be like, that's the spaghetti guy for sure.
Your neighbor.
He was tired of marinara sauce, so he decided to make his own in blood.
I don't even want to say my comment now.
Okay.
And some people have taken to secret and illegal dumping as their go-to answer. We found this hideaway a few hundred feet away from a waterway. TVs, grills, bedroom furniture, construction material.
Apparently, it's easier for people to go dump stuff in the woods than get rid of it properly.
This really looks like a really high-end neighborhood we're talking about. That lady, this guy, 500 pounds of pasta.
Is this Izzy's dad?
We found him. A lot of people don't want to pay the mafia to pick up their shit.
Christopher Eskison has for years taken his kayak out along waterways, snatching out of the estuaries what illegal dumpers discard.
I wound up getting 4 dumpsters, filled all the dumpsters to the brim of tires and furniture and other garbage that just washes up and floats up.
And then I had started a lucrative business selling those tires to African rebels so they could set them on fire.
Okay.
As smoke signals.
Very frustrating.
And
I sold a shitload to Antifa for their next protest. They really appreciate it.
Oh, look, they got lumps of noodles here.
I'm telling you.
About the pasta.
Department of Public Works did a great job cleaning it up, as always.
Jonkowitz, who once ran for city council, says it would cost less than $100 a year to add bulk service to regular garbage pickup, but she says the township voted it down. With the pasta fiasco over, Nina is hoping attention will stay on sites like this.
Yeah, I bet you are. Yeah. I bet you're hoping that the attention is elsewhere than the noodles, because that's a problem.
Yeah, it's not over. The person dumping a couch, I get.
I do too. I completely get it. Oh, you've got a big pile of shit in the back of your house. You don't know what to do with it, and you went and dumped it somewhere.
The person dumping the spaghetti needs to be checked up on.
Yes, and they're completely forgetting that part.
Johnny Chimpo says that is serial murder actions. Exactly.
It's going to happen. He's literally hanging on by a wet noodle.
Dexter Morgan pointing out Ettore Boiardi died in 1985, also known by the anglicized name Hector Boiardi, was an Italian-American chef famous for his eponymous brand of food products named Chef Boyardee. So we can't.
How about those Benelli noodles, though?
We can't bring him in, unfortunately.
Benelli noodles are dangerous.
Yeah, people said they're wild Italian hunting, and they were setting traps.
Wild Italian.
Yes.
You just see fucking Gino Bisconte running through the woods in nothing but a loincloth.
Hey, watch this! Watch this! I'm gonna eat the spaghetti. Roots Calhoun says they were trying to catch wild Italians. Yeah, that is a good. I mean, that works then.
That is a good point.
Yes, Mr. Approachable quoting Will Sasso as Jesse Ventura. I have 1,000 gallons of potable water and a silo full of tortillas. I also have 500 pounds of pasta out in the woods in Jersey. Yes.
Okay, psycho.
Roots Calhoun says, I'm positive this wasn't an accident.
Ew.
Then you start the
Also,
music.
ew.
That's the music. Finding Ian says, I am Ian. Found him. A village life vlogger from deep in the heart of Africa, Kenya. I turned 22. It's my birthday. Oh, well, Lingawa.
I bet
I'm
that's
just kidding.
a kid named Ian that just turned 22.
Amanda Hugginkiss says, fun fact, the chef lived and worked in Cleveland for decades. Yeah, he was the real deal. There was a Chef Boyardee. There was not a Dr. Pepper.
Really?
Nope, there was not a Dr. Pepper. There was
Are you telling me there was no Mrs. Grass? You don't even know what Miss Grass is.
I don't
do
know
you?
what Mrs.
You're
Grass
a bad
is.
person. When you're sick, if you're not eating the chunky Campbell's chicken noodle soup, you get the box, the dry box of Miss Grass.
I hate a dry box.
I do too. It's Miss Grass noodle soup. We have some upstairs.
There was a Marie Callender. She's real. She is. What? That's
What is the frozen pie person?
I
name?
learned this from Robert Wool on Assume the Position. He there was also a Betty there was or there wasn't a real Betty Crocker. There was someone who wrote recipes and then used the name Betty Crocker, but I don't think Betty Crocker was real.
Was there an Aunt Jemima?
Yes. Remember, there was a person that was based on. Was Betty Crocker a real?
Fucking based, actually.
Yeah, I don't think Betty Crocker was a real person. She is the brainchild of an advertising campaign developed by the Washburn Crosby Company, a flour milling company started in the late 1800s that eventually became General Mills. So, no Betty Crocker. Not real.
What is that tuna company?
Sarah Lee. I don't think Sarah Lee was a real person either. Was Sarah Lee a real person? Oh, Sarah Lee was real. There was no Betty Crocker. There you go. Taste of Home explains that Sarah Lee brand got its name from founder Charles Lubin's 8-year-old daughter, Sarah Lee Lubin.
Look at that. It says that Aunt Jemima was not a person. Betty Crocker, Aunt Jemima, and Dr.
Aunt
Pepper.
Jemima was based on a real person.
It says, unlike these examples, Sarah Lee was a real person.
They used the likeness of someone to make Aunt Jemima. No, John Hahn, she was not based on Harriet Tubman. And I don't think the Gordon's Fisherman was real either.
What was the tuna brand? There's a tuna.
Starkist?
I don't know. Not that one.
Bumblebee Tuna, I believe is what you're thinking of. All right. Yeah, they're saying Triple N says Aunt Jemima was a racist amalgamation. Oh, okay. $95 away from today's goal and 24 minutes away from firing up the music and knocking out that goal for the entire week. Just $95 away. So let's get really reckless with our money and let's give it to Steel Toe. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, memberships, gifted memberships. Everybody chip in right now and let's knock this thing out without playing the music because I believe we haven't played the music for like 3 days. Yes, go ahead.
I was just reading what was it? Prego was named after an
Italian lady who got pregnant in a round robin. Beautiful. PA Cheddar saying, no, April, Charlie the tuna isn't real.
Oh, okay.
There you go. To clear that up.
There is in fact no chicken of the sea either.
No.
Okay.
We do have some real estate news. We don't cover a lot of real estate news here on Steel Toe, and it's one of the most requested things. People say, guys, I love your show. It's a great program. But there's one thing you guys don't do that I really wish you would start covering more, and that's real estate. So I decided that I would start covering a little bit of real estate for you guys, and here is the latest. A financier has bought Jeffrey Epstein's private island and plans to create a resort.
Oh, okay. Knee jerk. Obviously, people are like, ew, gross. There was bad shit that happened out there. But wouldn't you kind of want to?
I mean, if you can buy your own island and make a theme park, why not?
Wouldn't you? Yeah, just don't put Disney there.
And maybe tear down the buildings he's already got on site. Don't try
Right.
to convert them into like gift shops and shit like that. Let's just, build some rides, build some carnival games, shit like that. Let's not try to repurpose all the Epstein stuff.
My way of thinking is like, why not take this really nasty cancerous place and make something cool out of it.
Sure.
Do a better thing with
But
it.
how about not something that appeals directly to children?
I don't
like a
think children
theme
should be
park?
allowed on this island.
Yeah, so maybe we don't build the... Oh, no, a resort, not a theme park. Okay, I was thinking something different. Yeah, make it like a swingers resort.
There you go.
There.
No children involved. That
Seven-
does look like a nice island.
That is the shame, isn't it?
Yeah.
Guys, look. Take a look at the picture that's up right now. Look at all the money that Israeli and American intelligence agencies can buy. Look at that. Look at all the property.
Look at it.
When the Israeli and American government team up to buy a guy property so that they can, manipulate world leaders and captains of industry, the amazing things they can do when they put their heads together.
Which heads?
Well, they go nose to nose. And their foreheads don't touch.
That's not what I meant.
The private islands that were a nexus in Jeffrey Epstein's depraved abuse and trafficking of young women and underage girls will be turned into a resort destination by U.S. billionaire. Great St. James and Little St. James have been in limbo since Epstein's death in 2019. Imagine that.
The poor islands.
Yeah, people didn't want to be associated with the island. The island didn't do anything wrong.
Right, now the island's crying.
Yeah, now the poor island.
You take something from that island.
Yeah, got sold for $60 million to financier Stephen Deckoff.
Seems kind of cheap.
Yeah, you got that on the cheap. Well, that's what happens when there's an underage whore ring
Discount.
run
islands.
on the island. Yeah. The purchase price reflects a steep discount from the $110 million for which the two properties were recently listed. Yeah.
Look at that beach.
I mean,
look at it.
It looks nice.
That is lovely.
So,
but if you think about what happened on that beach, it really takes something out of it.
yeah, you have to not to. The reason this guy got it for $70 million instead of $110 is because he is going to spend $40 million on a cleaning crew to just come through and...
Oh, like no shit? Thank God.
No, I'm kidding.
Oh.
A $40 million cleaning crew?
Burn this thing.
Yeah, I was just going to say, they're just going to come and torch the pine or the palm trees.
What if they just bought the islands and lit it on fire? It's probably better off.
Then strip mine it. See if there's any valuable minerals
Some
there.
diamonds in there.
Yeah. The pair
Use
of
kids to get the diamonds.
Yeah, guess what? You're still going to end up exploiting children. You find diamonds on Epstein Island, and guess what, guys? We're going to need some child labor. Sorry.
Oh, this didn't work out.
Nope. The pair of islands initially went on the market in March of 2022 with a $125 million asking price. But because of all the kid fucking that went on there, they had to drop it down, as you do. It's kind of like finding out a house is haunted.
I feel like if you're the billionaire that's going to buy the island and you're talking to the person in front of you, like selling it to you, and they tell you, oh, yeah, that'll be $125 million, please. You kind of just give them this look like, really?
Do I get the kid fucker
I
discount?
don't think so.
I mean,
I think, keep chewing that one down.
You're the real estate agent, and you keep walking into the buildings to show them, and you got to flip over the like nude Bill Clinton in a dress paintings. You're like, oh shit, oh god damn it, who didn't turn that over in the prep for this? And he's like, wait a minute, that's that Epstein paint. Is this Epstein's Island? No, don't get back on the helicopter. Nope. Oh, damn it.
Got just evidence everywhere. Like it's a weird Scooby-Doo episode.
Yeah. There's a used condom next to a coloring book, and the person looking at the house is like, what the fuck? I'm like, oh, man, we forgot to throw that away.
There's a picture of Bill Clinton holding a kid on his lap. Like,
shit. Oh, man, there's a dildo next to a copy of Despicable Me. Who didn't clean that up?
Oh, man.
Guys, what the hell?
There's bondage next to a Tickle Me Elmo.
Yeah, come on. We got to do better than this. We're trying to sell this thing. It's not working out. You gotta dress this place up a little bit.
That didn't go well for some people.
Yeah. The two islands which lie just off of St. Thomas in the U.S. Virgin Islands.
They do lie.
Figured prominently in the civil and criminal cases against Epstein and his accomplice, Ghislaine Maxwell. That's especially true of Little St. James, where numerous young women have said in court papers that they were taken via private jet before being ordered to perform acts with Epstein and other men. What other men, Joe?
Of course, they picked the Little Island.
Who are the other men, Joe? What's in the little black book, Joe?
Yeah, we can't just traffic kids to nobody.
Right.
Help us out here.
Oh, they trafficked children to this island where they then had sex with other people. Oh, do you have who the other people were? No idea. Do we know who the kids were? No, not sure. No idea. That's funny because most high-end prostitution rings keep records and books and things like that. Do you have one of those? Oh yeah, big black one. It's available. Oh, can we see it? No.
Why would? Nope, I don't even want to ask.
What?
No, I was going to ask,
what?
like, why, when this whole thing's going on and Ghislaine is going to trial and stuff, why wouldn't every single one of those girls come forward?
A lot of them did. A lot of them did come forward.
Well, then, how don't
They're
we
not going
know?
to come forward and name names. They don't want to fucking die.
See, that's fucked up, too.
Right. You're going to be, what you think? I mean, honestly, we can be as
Look, this is why I didn't want to ask, because I knew it was going to be like, oh, you're so naive.
We can be as naive as we want to, but you think they're going to name Bill Gates and Bill Clinton and not end up fucking dead in some alley somewhere?
If you're going to say anything, that was the time to do it, because everyone's got your back.
Nobody's going to protect you. You're fucking dead if you do that. There's no saying anything.
Well, then why admit to anything ever?
Because as long as you admit it. Well, and also, who's to say that these intelligence agencies weren't done with Epstein? And so then they and then they got all these girls to come forward so they could bury the motherfucker.
I am almost just as mad as somebody, like a girl that would come forward and say, yeah, I was one of those girls, and then you didn't tell me who was involved. Because you're not helping any of the other girls.
You can't. They were told to come forward, I think, by the CIA and all these people, because they're like, we got to get rid of this Epstein guy. You know, he outlived his usefulness, and he knows a lot of dangerous shit. So if you want to come forward and, rat the guy out.
I think if you're not going to help out everyone else who is a victim just like you, and you're going to protect that name, don't say anything.
The fear of not being alive anymore is a very powerful motivator.
Well, then don't say anything, because that's not cool.
They were told to say something by the same people who would fucking kill them if they named any names. You can't.
That doesn't make any sense.
Yes, it does. That's how the world works. That's how the world's always worked.
So you just half admit to shit?
You say what you're told to say, yes. Absolutely.
But do you understand how backwards that is to say, oh, yeah, I was trafficked and all these people did these things to me, and then not say who those people were?
April, I'm trying to explain this to you. You're thinking linear. You're not thinking like how the world works. None of this shit is done without somebody's permission. These girls just didn't grow a wild hair up their ass one day and go, I'm going to let the world know what the victim that I was. They got permission from somebody. It was time to burn down Jeffrey Epstein, so they went to these girls and said, here's what you're going to say, and you're only going to say this.
We're all living in hell.
I mean, that's how the world's always worked. David Dominici says, April, how are you not getting this?
I can hear what you're saying. It's just a bunch of bullshit. It's a bunch of bullshit.
It's not. That's how it works.
That's not what I'm saying. The world is bullshit.
Dekoff said he is in the process of hiring architects and engineers to develop the resort, adding that it could open as early as 2025. So that's the big island that they didn't build all the Epstein shit on. Ugh.
And the little ones behind it.
That looks like a nightmare to build anything on. Look at that. That doesn't look very...
Well, think about any island. You got to start that way, probably.
Yeah, that doesn't look very useful.
Anywhere, really, you've probably got to remove trees and shit.
Are those all boats? Jesus Christ.
I don't know.
What are we doing? Oh, that's definitely like a gay sex party. That's what that is. That's definitely more than one of these boats are docking together, if you know what I mean. Yeah, and then there's the little island that has all the houses and the pedophilia, all of that.
I just feel like you can't wash that off of something, man.
Well, check it out. This is Untouched Island, and this is Kid Toucher Island. See, that's how you know the difference. This is like Hunting and Fishing Island. This is Kid Touching Island. And this guy bought both of them. See, I would leave Kid Toucher Island alone. I would just buy the big one, unless it's like a package deal.
Light that one on fire.
Yeah. The Mood says Aaron wants to be on that boat now. No, I don't. That's the gay sex boat. I want nothing to do with the gay sex boat. No, thank you. So no, I will not be going to that island or to those boats. But hey, maybe they'll build a Six Flags.
No, thank you.
Turn it into something positive.
No, because again, keep kids away from that area. They've been through enough.
All right, guys, we got 13 minutes until we rattle the cans and knock out the rest of today's goal. And here's where we are, $90 away $90 away from knocking out today's goal. Streamlabs, PayPal, Steel Toe Media Inc. on Venmo, Super Chats, memberships, and everything else. So only 90 away, and that's good for the week. Let's knock it out. Everybody gets slightly irresponsible, and we'll nail that $90. I like this. Who had the joke? The Mood. It's not. They're not going to build a Six Flags. They're going to build a 6 red flags.
I think a red flag is actually their logo.
Probably a good idea. Need Trump with $20 says, let's go. Overtime. Need Steel Toe Coffee. Steel Toe Coffee and I did a little phone tag yesterday. He called me in the morning. I called him back in the afternoon. I think we're going to be having that conversation today. Sorry, my bad, guys. Over the weekend, we'll work out how that's going to go. We'll have the Steel Toe Coffee available to you guys very, very soon. And then if that goes well, if you guys buy a lot of Steel Toe Coffee, they're going to do the whole April's Magic Bean thing, and we'll be off and running. We're going to do that trial period. And then if that works out and you guys love the coffee, April's Magic Bean will hit the shelves, as it were. Ugly Fuckling says, you're copying Boring Jeremy now? The whole thing was started as a goof on Boring Jeremy.
It was a joke.
Like, we were making a joke that we were making fun of a video that Jeremy did from the Quartering where he did a 7-minute, this is fucking crazy. This video is insane. And it was all just him doing like a promo for his coffee.
Right.
That's all it was. So we were like, oh, wouldn't it be funny if we got a coffee? And we just did wacky fucking videos where we, kind of making fun of him. And then somebody who is a coffee distributor who's a fan of the show goes, let's fucking do it.
I'll roast you a bean.
Yeah. And so we made it funny and made it April's Magic Bean, and off we go.
I love it so far. I've been drinking it every morning.
It's just kind of a thing that got pulled out of our ass and ended up working. David Chandler with 10 memberships being gifted. Thank you very much. That brings us down to 50. We're only 50 away from today's goal. You guys have got it. Let's do no music today. Bruce Lindahl, Kevin Vassar, Dave Man Brain, Wall Mounter, Tyler, Prince Krasty, Puerto Rico Mango, Brandon Miller, the Admiral, and Tennille Suzanne, all getting a membership from David Chandler. Thank you very much, buddy. Only 50 away.
Thank you.
From knocking out the rest of it. Thank you very, very much to everyone for their kindness. Let's finish it off. There's the links in the chat. Go ahead and click one of them and knock out the rest of that 50. We've talked about this before, and I don't know if it's because of like my history as, a baseball player, but like I've always kind of hated parents who get like overly dickish during the game. Yeah. And I usually run into like resistance from people. They're like, it's not that big of a deal. And some of these umps are assholes and this and that. And I don't know.
I think they're obnoxious.
Yeah. I know there was a New Jersey law where they were like, we're going to make you be an ump.
Because that's going to go well.
Yeah, we're going to make you be an ump if you get shitty with umpires like during the game. That's going to be your, what do you call it? Not your restitution.
Punishment.
Your community service that you do as part of your sentence is that you have to ump games. And I'll tell you, I don't think anything will make you more sympathetic towards an umpire or a referee than having to be one, because it fucking sucks. One parent got so mad at an umpire that he decided to take things into his own hands.
The sheriff says this all started after an argument between one of the players and the umpire. He says that player's father decided to take things into his own hands, but now he's facing a felony. Take a look at this video from the game at Liberty High School in Kissimmee a couple weeks.
Uh-oh. Fat dad. That means former athlete who wants to relive glory days.
Probably a drinker.
Yep. Drinking, watching his kid argue with the umpire. And instead, like, good sports parent, bad sports parent. Good sports parent goes, hey, quit arguing with the ump and just play the game. That's good sports dad. Bad sports dad goes, yeah, Blue, that was bullshit. That was horrible. Because let me tell you something that's never worked in the history of baseball. And I played baseball a long time. Let me tell you one thing I've seen 0 times. Arguing and shouting with an umpire, convincing him that he was wrong and getting him to change his call.
Oh, really?
I have seen it happen a grand total of this many times.
Yeah, and I think in the process, you're embarrassing the shit out of your kid, too.
Yeah. Well, you're either embarrassing the shit out of them or teaching them, yeah, that's how you deal with those umps.
It's both.
And you're building a whole new generation
Right.
of cunts.
Because whether or not they're embarrassed right now, they'll do it someday.
Yeah.
Take a look at this video from the game at Liberty High School in Kissimmee a couple weeks ago. You can see the umpire leaving the field to take a break.
What, did he fucking chop him in the chest? What was that, a Ric Flair thing? Like, whoa!
Whatever it was looked painful.
That was an awful punch. What a douche. And you did it while the umpire's back was turned.
Cowardly.
You dick.
You can see the umpire leaving the field to take a break.
Slapped him in the chest. He did like a big show. That was like a pro wrestling thing that he did.
I'm scared that he hit him in the throat.
It looked like chest to me.
You can see the umpire leaving the field to take a break.
He hit him in the titties.
You can't knock out somebody in the titties.
Oh, yeah. Oh.
No, you can't.
Indy, cover your heart. That's what happened. He did the heart grab.
Looking when the suspect knocks him out cold. Sheriff says the victim is a 63-year-old disabled veteran who volunteers his time because of his love for baseball.
Oh my
What
God.
a fucking asshole.
A disabled retired veteran.
Oh, man. They just keep piling it on. They're like, oh, he's a veteran.
Yeah.
Oh, he's retired. Oh, really? Yeah, and he's disabled. Oh, Jesus. Oh, yeah, and he volunteers his time. Oh, no.
Oh, and he's black.
Yeah. And he's gay. He's also trans. Shit.
And his parents just died.
Yes.
The sheriff's office arrested Jorge Gonzalez, sharing video of him apparently laughing while walking with Sheriff Lopez to his squad.
Yeah, I did fuck him up, though, didn't I? Yeah.
I'm scared of this guy, like, at home.
Right?
I don't like this guy.
Yo, man, I'm out here trying to make shortstops and shit, and this ump is jocking my style.
Car. Lopez says the father claimed he was only trying to protect his son.
Obviously, if you can't contain
That's what I do. I always hit crippled veterans really hard when I'm trying to protect my children.
Especially when that crippled veteran is nowhere near your child.
Yeah, exactly. My kid is off somewhere having a juice box and a Twinkie. I go and I sucker punch officials so that I can, protect them.
Didn't they say it was after the game?
Yeah.
Well, so it wasn't even going on, yeah.
Right. If he would have hit him during the game, then, obviously that's fine. But after the game, that's...
No, I'm saying you can't say you're protecting your child and, like, the person's not even by your kid.
Oh, so you didn't think that kid was in immediate danger?
The kid was in no danger.
How dare you?
Yourself and behave in public like a normal person should, then just stay home, It's just not worth it. No one's getting paid here. This isn't the MLB, nobody's on a
Oh, he got paid. Or at least he got a receipt, yo.
contract. So his actions are just uncalled for.
And Sheriff Lopez told us that umpire told him he would like to see that parent prosecuted to the full extent of the law. In Osceola County, Connor Hansen, Fox 35 News.
Would you?
That guy?
Yeah.
No. I'm good.
A little wienery.
He's
a control on a baseball.
Not only is he a wiener guy, but he also... is this the same one? Yep, this is the same story. I saw another one, another umpire punch video, and I was like, well, let's check it out. It's the same guy. A lot of news stations picking up on the dad fucking up the umpire.
I'm sure it happens more often than you'd think.
Yeah. Need Trump with 5 gifted memberships. Thank you very much, buddy. Bill Bones, Drunk Dog, Joseph Newton, Sonic Break, Ravik, all getting memberships, and that's going to drop us down to, oh shit, I fucked up. I think that's dropping us down. That's another 10. That drops us down to that drops down to an even 40 for today. You guys are only $40 away from making it another successful Steel Toe week. There it is right there in the chat.
Thanks, guys.
All the links. Let's team up and do that last 40. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Venmo, all the different areas that you can contribute to the show. NF Cap says, Steel Toe Morning Show, the little Epstein Island is for hunting and fishing too, just a different kind. What? I don't understand the reference. I don't know what you mean.
Gross. Gross.
I heard it was just for trapping. World leaders into fucking kids.
For sure.
Oh, no. Strictly catch and release. Hobo Chili Recipe says, did my donation not go through? I do not see anything, buddy. Sorry. I mean, we had the... $4.99. I'm sorry, Hobo Chili Recipe. You're right. That is my fault. He says, there are the destroyed souls of little girls and broken hymens lying all over the sand like Omaha Beach. Well, I'm glad we didn't miss that
It's
one.
like finding a rare sand dollar, but it's a hymen.
Lovely.
Oh, I feel gross.
Lovely. You should.
I'm going to church this weekend.
You should feel really bad about yourself.
I'm going to church this weekend.
Then also Farley Burge Zone with $9.99. Hey, Farley. He says,
Hello.
Aaron and April, good morning. Do people still wrap people's houses? I want to have some Steel Toe coffee now. Wishing you a great Friday. The Steel Toe coffee will be available very, very soon.
Yes, fingers crossed it comes out fast.
And that's going to put us just 30 away.
I had a question, too.
I'd love to answer that question
I
for
keep
you.
getting this question from others, and I'm hoping for a certain answer, but we'll see. When this stuff comes up for sale, it will be for sale on their website, right? We'll just promote it.
We're going to work that out.
That would be ideal.
I would like it to be on their website.
I would too.
They want to do a thing where it's available on both, but the link on ours goes to theirs. Like we just kind of host it on ours.
That would work then, because I
Yeah.
was gonna say you're not gonna make anything on it then, because you're gonna have to ship it to me, and then I'm gonna have to ship it and buy shit to ship it in.
Oh no, they're gonna
How
they're gonna
screwed up is that gonna be?
I think they're gonna do all of that stuff for you.
Gotta streamline this shit.
Well, boys and girls, we are only $25 away from the goal, so we are going to skip the music today. No music.
I'm against
We're just,
it. I'm just kidding.
straight up goal, unless you guys want the music.
I'm kidding.
And we'll knock it out that way. Thank you very much to Mike G for the $5 on PayPal. Says loving the show.
Thank you.
I'm glad you're enjoying the show
I appreciate it.
this Friday morning. All right, let's go to our final regulation story, and then we'll open up the overtime. Oh, you know what?
I just saw that.
I don't have this one, but I did see. I think Jorge Masvidal's dad shot somebody at his house while Masvidal wasn't home. A man was shot at Jorge Masvidal's Miami area home Thursday afternoon following a verbal altercation before being transported to the hospital with at least one gunshot wound to the arm area. However, Jorge's dad, Jorge Sr., is currently in custody where he's being interviewed by police. Miami-Dade PD tells us they received a call around 3 p.m. when they arrived. EMTs were already on the scene, rendering aid to an adult male who was shot in the arm. Cops say the victim told them he was involved in an argument that escalated when the subject produced a firearm and shot him. The cause of the argument and who was involved is currently unclear, though police tell us the parties know each other. Oh, boy.
Well, at least
So
he
Masvid-
wasn't there himself.
Yeah, Masvidal Sr. probably has beef with someone. They decided to come to Masvidal Jr.'s house, and
I mean, it's kind of like a Patrick Mahomes, Jackson Mahomes thing. You don't need that.
yeah, I don't need
Come
my.
on.
I don't need my dad. How many times have I told you I'm only gonna let you house sit if you don't bring your street beefs here and shoot people?
That's kind of what I'm thinking. Don't bring that shit to my house.
You know how many times I have to change the fucking carpeting after you leave, Dad, because there's blood all over it? God damn it!
Wasn't one of Masvidal's nicknames, though, Street Jesus?
Street
That
Jesus
doesn't-
is one of them. Yeah.
You know, that comes from somewhere.
Hey, Jesus, I don't remember Jesus shooting people in the arm. If so, the Jews wouldn't have been able to kill him.
I just felt like if somebody could have seen like a chart on me or something, I felt the soul rush from my face.
What?
On that.
I thought that was the perfect time for a Crowder drop. What are you talking about?
Oh, it's fine.
What are you talking about? Hobo Chili Recipe says, boy, do these Cubans like their gunplay. Don't make a Royce mad. Yeah, don't fuck with Royce Lopez. We're finding out about the Cubans that they are not here to fuck around, boy.
Is that what your cronies say now, is don't fuck with Royce?
Don't fuck with Royce.
He's moved from Cumia.
Mersch is fine. He's a silly drunk. But Royce,
Clarence and Royce get together sometimes and really
he can turn like
fuck shit up.
Can turn like that. The Mood says VIP package arrived in the Netherlands and just paid for the clearance for the delivery.
Oh.
Sorry about that clearance, man. They make you, I guess in Europe, they make you guys pay that.
Check this out.
That sucks a dick, dude.
I don't remember how much it cost me to ship it to him, but he had to pay like $48 US just to pick it up.
Right, and we asked, we're like, well, can we take care of that on our thing? No, it's a thing they
And
have to
then,
do in Europe.
My guy in Australia got his thing too. He sent me a message this morning.
Glad that all of our international audience got their VIP packages. That is awesome. Thank you. Only $25 away from today's goal. If you guys want to chip in, Streamlabs, PayPal. Some people said they wanted the music today.
Oh, maybe they just miss it.
I don't know.
Maybe we end the show with the little music.
All right, here's the deal.
They can go out booty shaking.
If we don't do the 25 by the end of overtime, we'll give you the music. What?
Are we doing Ed and Michelle for overtime?
Oh, that's right. We've got Ed and Michelle. Oh,
I like an Ed and
okay.
Michelle.
Well, guys, click one of the links that's pinned up there in the chat, or do the memberships or the super chats, and we will knock out that last 25 and call it another successful week of Steel Toe, making it almost 3 years in a row now of successful weeks of Steel Toe.
Oh, Mom.
All right, let's.
I'm so hungry.
Let's check the great indoors.
Shit.
With Ed and Michelle. If you're new to the show and you don't know about the great indoors, they are
a treat.
39 minutes ago, Steven Crowder forces Bryan Callen to say something very sus.
We'll play that first.
You guys want some more Crowder stuff?
Yeah, just don't take up the whole time on it.
Ed, Michelle. Well, we'll do, how about 15 minutes of each? Ed and Michelle recently, they're a cute Ohio couple that just, they go around to like white trashy restaurant places. They go to like Ponderosa and Bonanza. And they go to, what's the other one they went to? They'll go to like casino, like tiny casino buffets.
What was that?
A Polish city celebration.
Yeah, what was that called again?
Right?
I
can't remember what the Polish thing was called. But at any rate, look
at this one more time.
Sorry. There's a black guy talking about Crowder. Never thought I'd see that. They went to this place called Brennan's Fish House, which it's fucking stupid.
Fish is gay.
Ed and Michelle are fucking idiots. So Brennan's Fish House is in Grand River, Ohio. And if you've never seen us cover Ed and Michelle before, they're just this adorable Midwestern couple.
I love them.
Like, Ed just recently did...
Michelle.
Yes, he recently did Michelle. But Ed recently did like a 7 or 8 minute video only talking about how you pronounce pasta. That was it.
That one I'm against.
And like he wheeled out some nursing home lady. Like it looked like they abducted her from the nursing home.
Italian.
An Italian nursing home lady. They like stole her from the nursing home so he could make his YouTube video. And they like did this 2-minute lead up and they go, all right, Italian old lady, what do you say? Pasta or pasta? And then she yelled the N-word at the camera and Ed had to like run out of it and go, all right, we'll figure it out some other way. Well, Ed and Michelle, I guess now recently went to, what is it? The Brennan's Fish House in Ohio. We'll check that out in just a second. Let me catch up with you guys real quick. Then we'll do the Crowder thing. Then Ed and Michelle. Luck of the Bind says, I have a question for you, Aaron. I'm ready. Do you support your newest co-host, Stevie Lou, in threatening my wife and family? Oh my goodness, did he do that? I am against it. Stevie Lou, if you're watching right now, stop threatening that man's family. I mean it. No threatening wife and kids.
I'd be against
now,
that too.
Did that really happen, or are you guys in some kind of a weird gay Twitter beef and you guys are all accusing each other of shit? Because I can understand both. Luck of the Bind says on air an hour ago. Well, I would love to hear that clip, sir. And if he did threaten your family, I would say, no, Stevie Lou, that is bad. That's a hack trick. Don't do any hack tricks. No threatening people's family members.
I would be consistent. No matter what shitbag you are on the internet doing these shows, don't threaten your wife and kids or your families.
Yeah,
don't threaten people.
Threaten each other. No, I'm just kidding. Don't threaten each other either.
With maybe some sex.
Yeah, threaten each other with a nice butt fucking.
Instead of I'll fuck you up, it's just I'll fuck you.
Yeah. Pragmatic Baxter says, COD doesn't sell tickets.
Pollock sucks.
Yes. Smelt is gay.
Smelt. That's a good one.
Jake L., thank you for becoming a baby boot. Appreciate that, buddy.
Thank you.
Enjoy your emotes and all that other good shit. Crowder makes Bryan Callen say something very sus. All right, let's...
So what happened to Ed and Michelle? Do this first.
We're going to do this first, and then we'll see what Ed and Michelle did.
You're distracted.
First position, rape joke.
7+1. This is this week's 7+1 things progressives say before and possibly during sex.
Yeah. Oh, it's going to be a really funny, like Crowder's like a late night talk show host. He's got like his top 10 list.
What a banger.
Good.
Number 7, Bryan Callen. Let's kick this off.
Be gentle. I haven't decided if this
is rape yet.
Oh,
Look at Callen's face.
yeah, that's
I mean, that doesn't really seem like.
That's the same smile or the same kind of dead behind the eyes smile Callen had when he was trying to apologize or explain why.
Okay, this guy's doing like a Red Bar thing where he overanalyzes like every facial tick or every look at how he moved his eyebrow hairs. And you're like, all right.
Look at how she looks at him. She hates his guts.
Everybody just calm the fuck down. I don't think the way he smiled or moved his eyebrow means that he joined a Nazi death party. I think we can probably take it easy a little bit.
Speak for yourself.
What?
Maybe everyone else thinks that but you.
I just think that guy's maybe getting a little too full of the autism. That's all. I mean, how dare I?
A touch of the tism. Yeah, you ought to talk.
Yeah. Well, that's how you know it's pretty bad.
You got a white. Did you
What?
eat something this morning?
What did I do?
You got like a white crusty on your mouth.
I'd probably just try. Farley with $25 over on Venmo. Thank you very much, buddy. And guess what? It's another knockout week for Steel Toe.
Thank you.
Thank you guys very much for all of your support. We do appreciate it.
Always.
And there we are.
Happy Friday.
Another knocking out the goal. And I'm really sorry to the people that clearly bothers a lot, but I guess we're here to stay for at least one more week.
No.
Sorry, guys.
You got it wrong. You're big fans.
That's true. You do need us.
Big fans.
You do need Steel Toe. All right, here we go. Brendan's Fish House Restaurant, Ed and Michelle. This is the most adorable little, I don't even want to say downsy couple.
She looks like she's, gotten into a little bit of shape here. No, that's a very nice color on her.
I think it's just a tit job. They stick out more now, so the stomach looks svelter. Yeah.
I get it.
It's a common trick.
Hey everyone, Ed here from the Great Indoors, and today we are in Grand River, Ohio to do a restaurant review. But before we do that restaurant review, I have a surprise for you guys.
Michelle's pregnant.
Yes! Michelle is having a baby.
Baby's a gay.
Ed is getting a sex change, and they're going to be lesbians together.
That
could be a fun one, too.
Edna and Michelle.
Edna and Michelle. That sounds very Midwestern. All right, what's the surprise? What's the surprise? Seriously, what's the surprise going to be?
They're having a special buffet today at this place. I don't know.
My prediction is they're going to do like a road trip of different places, and they're going to go and make videos. They're going to go like through 4 or 5 states.
Look at her shirt. My dog walks all over me.
Oh, Michelle's covered in dog hair when she goes to the seafood place. That's got to be sanitary.
And I'm going to take it right to that surprise now. So we are in Grand River, Michelle, and I don't know if you knew this or not, but the house right behind you is the childhood home of
Ed Gein. I'm sorry.
Ed Gein, huh?
Sorry, let me go back. I'm sorry.
You knew this or not, but the house right behind you is the childhood home of
John Wayne Gacy. Fuck. I had it in my head. I fucked it up.
Ted Bundy.
I don't know if you knew this or not, but the house right behind you is the childhood home of
the Green River Killer. I probably got it wrong. Let's see. I'm sorry.
You knew this or not, but the house right behind you is the childhood home of legendary football coach
Jerry Sandusky.
Tits McGee. I don't know.
Legendary football coach Don Shula.
Oh.
Did you know it? Well, now, you know it now.
Oh, my God.
I know it. Yeah, but this is it.
Did you now hold on?
That
Ed,
was it.
Ed, I'm not trying to tell you how to do your videos because we're big fans of Ed and Michelle.
Too.
I love the Great Indoors. It's a great channel, but the next time you fucking tell me that you have a big surprise and you pulled Don Shula's house out of your ass, not even the house he bought when he was the coach of the Dolphins, when he was a kid, back in like 1906. Don't ever tell me big surprise and then spit out Don Shula's childhood home. All right? Just a warning, Ed. I still love you. I like your channel, but stop. Which one of my comments did he like and like respond back and go, that's great?
It was about what you called the pasta.
I said my Italian grandfather called them, what did he call them? Like guinea noodles.
Guinea
or something.
worms.
Guinea worms. That was it. He called them guinea worms, and Ed liked it, and he goes, that's great. No, it's not, Ed. That's remarkably racist.
Aaron's sitting in the recliner. He's like, oh my God, Ed responded.
Yeah.
He thinks it's great. And he's like, no.
Guinea worms is a great name for pasta. It's not, Ed. It's remarkably hateful.
I feel like he said, that's great. I'm going to remember that. I'm like, oh.
That's like calling a dreidel Jew bottle caps. That's not good, Ed. It's bad.
Back in the 1930s, he lived here. And this house has stood the test of time.
Can we get to crab legs?
Michelle does not care.
We're going to Brennan's Fish House. Michelle does not give a... Oh, my God. He even put a picture of Don Shula.
Look at that guy's teeth.
They're gone. They're not there.
NFL history.
Okay, we're in the entertainment district, if you will, of Grand River, Ohio. And in past years, I've been...
Mail pouch tobacco, treat yourself. This place actually looks kind of cool.
I would go.
I mean, don't get me wrong. It looks like something Gordon Ramsay goes to and has to fix.
Aaron will be spitting by the time he's out of there.
Chewed tobacco from a mail pouch sack.
This is Pickle Bill's, and this is where I would always go to get this is where I was introduced to crab legs. I don't know if you guys know this or not about...
And the crab leg said, charmed to meet you, Ed. Nice to see you. It's also where I lost my virginity to a 62-year-old hooker named Cinnamon. And
where I got a different type of crabs.
Yes, I had crabs from that too, but they weren't edible. Not according to her.
Me and Michelle, but we do love our crab legs. But that's not what this is all about today. Today, it's about Brennan's Fish House. And
you misdirecting son of a bitch. I thought we were going to the mail pouch sack place.
No, he keeps us on his toe or on our toes.
Bait and switch motherfucker, Ed.
To be honest with you, I have never been here before.
Oh, shit.
Yes, that's right. I'm 58 years old, and I've never been to Brennan's Fish House.
You don't look a day over 52, Ed. Don't let anybody tell you different.
And that's a crime. Michelle's already inside, getting us a seat.
What?
I'll see you guys.
That's cute. Michelle was like, I'm going to go ahead, and I'm going to get us a seat, because Michelle, she's probably thinking, maybe there's some bread. Or they bring
She's
out...
going to get to it first?
Yeah, they get some rolls or something.
Can I point something out? This is a house. Look at the second story. There's air conditioners in there.
April, it is called Brennan's Fish House, not Brennan's Fish Restaurant.
Fine.
Kevin Brennan is actually...
You know what? Fuck me to death.
Kevin Brennan is actually the super at this building. He that's one of those weird MLC things that have caught on now. People are like, oh, yeah, Kevin Brennan fixes the toilets in his apartment building. Like, of course he does.
It's fun to think about.
Yeah, right. It's a funny story, but like
I wouldn't believe it.
There's people out there who are buying it now, and you're like, oh, Christ.
You can't buy something like that.
It started as a joke. Someone told it as a joke because he has a lot of keys. He pulled out his keys one time, I guess, and he had a lot of keys, and people were like, oh, he's the super. And it was a funny joke.
Maybe he's super rich from his time at Compound, and he's got a lot of cars.
Yes.
In there. Let's check it out.
Oh, we got production, too. I don't want to get popped for copyright.
Oh, look, it's so cute.
That's a charming place. Are you ready, kid? Oh, Michelle's got her thumbs up. And I want to go to Brennan's Fish House now.
With them, though.
Oh, wait, Ed might be a super, too. Look at all those keys that Ed's got.
Look at his little GoPro stick. So, wait, who's filming right now?
Oh, shit. Ed's having a seizure.
Back there. So check out all the decor they got here.
Lower the music bed.
Oh, Ed, no, we gotta work on our production skills before our next video.
I need to hear your voice, not the music.
Ed, we can't. We gotta turn down the music in post if we're gonna do. There's a little tool you can use where you can click and you can drag the audio down. You can fade it down there, and then you can fade it back up at another point, and that's. Well, anyway, Ed.
Pretty cool. And it smells wonderful in here. I haven't even gotten food served to me, and there's Michelle. Isn't this cool? Isn't this nice in here? You can just smell.
Then a hard cut. The music just gets a hard cut.
Middle of the note.
I love how all of like the hardened village people in this restaurant are watching Ed turn around like a dickbag and talk about the place. And like, who the fuck is this guy?
With a hot
the seafood in the air. I feel like I'm on the east coast of the Atlantic or something like that.
Yeah, I just feel like I'm a washing pussy. Am I right, Michelle? Like all of a sudden Ed starts working blue. Yeah. Oh, I got a good tuna salmon scent in here. Smells like your twat, Michelle. Fuck, like she's not with it. She's like, that's not the kind of content we do. Sorry, Michelle. I've been watching a lot of Steel Toe. Can't stop saying cunt.
What if he did? What if he now watches your show?
Yeah, I hope Ed and Michelle are fans. That's what I want.
I thought I was never going to be on a cruise and I could be at Brennan's Fish Market.
And look at that. You got this little Victrola behind you and everything. Did you see this, Michelle? Look at that.
No,
Wow.
she didn't. She walked to that table, and like a fat Doberman, she just stared at the food on the table and went, I didn't even see that, Ed. Oh, boy.
A fat Doberman?
Yes.
It's got history all over the walls, too. And I can't get over the smell. It just, I can't. It
Order
smells
your
so good in
food.
here.
Order your. I
I'm so
want to
happy.
watch you.
Michelle
Ed.
wants you to shut the hell up so she can order.
We're fast forwarding.
We're going to get the fisherman's platter and those frog legs. Look out, Kermit. Oh, yeah.
Ribbit.
How do you not love this bitch? She'll never fail to produce gems.
Oh, I love her. She is the star of this show. I do love her.
One more. Yeah, without Michelle, Ed is dog shit.
The fisherman's platter and those frog legs. Look out, Kermit. Oh, yeah.
Ribbit.
Can we please get a freeze frame on that?
Oh, yeah.
Ribbit.
And by the way, none of this is nefarious. None of this is
No.
mean-spirited. We love these two.
people, this is what you should watch on YouTube because it makes you feel better.
Yes.
This is good. This is good
These
shit.
people are wonderful, and they should be encouraged.
It's wholesome. They're never angry. I love it.
They also brought out some bread for us to share
Got some
before we end up getting our stuff. Look at that.
I thought it was a crab.
Isn't that cool?
You see, Michelle thought that the drawing of the crab on the plate was a real crab and scared
I
her.
did too for half a second.
Yeah, you know what seafood restaurants do? They just give you a crab.
Well, it's a printed crab now. It's cheaper.
There you go. You can have
No,
that
you
one.
like the crab more than me.
That's okay, Michelle. Don't worry about it. There we go.
Oh,
A lover's quarrel.
Ed getting a little bucky. He's like, bitch, for the video, I gave you the crab for a reason. It works better in the background than the foreground.
I'm a man. I want the flower.
Shit. Wouldn't it be terrible if we found out like Ed edits these videos and in between he cuts and he like hits Michelle? He's
Ed,
like,
the editor.
yeah, the editor.
Ew.
He goes, all right, hold on a second. Michelle, when I fucking tell you to take the plate, you fucking take it. Do you understand me?
I hope if they ever see this, they think it's funny.
Fucking butter that bread right now. You fucking butter it.
Don't butter your biscuits.
All right.
I'm going to be crabby.
They give you two different kinds of.
She's going to be crabby.
Guys, it's impossible to hold a straight face.
How do you not?
It's so cute.
How do
My
you dislike
eyes
these two?
watering. I'm so happy right now.
bread too, Michelle. This looks like more like a rye type thing. I don't
Sure.
know. But then you got, what does that look like? Italian bread over there? So there you go.
Pretty cool.
All right, let's get into it.
It'd be funny if Michelle just takes her face and dives it into the basket. Like a dog just comes up with a bread in her teeth.
Can we get them some nicer butter? Instead of
It doesn't look like
little hard
Brennan's Fish
packets?
House goes, bougie on the butter.
I want some whipped honey butter and popovers.
Remember how you go to Pickle Bill's? They give you that honey bread thing, and you end up eating all that before the crab legs show up, so you don't eat.
Oh my God, I hate that too, you guys. It's the worst.
Yeah, that's what we should be talking about when we're at another place.
I hate it when you fill up on bread before you get all your food.
Dude, that does happen though.
Stop it.
It's true.
You're doing the bit.
You've done the thing.
Enough.
Good. All right, well, I'll
Enough
bring you
of
guys
the bit.
back when the appetizers, the froggies, come out. Okay.
Ribbit.
Coochie, coo.
That's cute, Michelle.
I thought it was.
She tickled the totem pole thing.
I had to do a double take with her other hand though. I wasn't
She was
sure,
scratching her leg.
but it
yeah.
was like uncomfortably high up on her inner thigh.
She was about to. Ed has to hit cut all the time because when she tickles things like that, she gets really horny and she like starts touching your pussy. And then
We
Ed
all
has to go,
do.
cut. Michelle, I don't care if you have to itch your leg or whatever it is, but quit. We're trying to get this all ages on YouTube. You can't be touching your twat while you're fucking. You're gonna eat soon.
Okay, the frog legs came out.
Those look good.
And they're looking pretty good, Michelle. And they came out quickly, too.
Look at that. Ed has been running game on the editing software. He's throwing Tasty in there.
That's good. That's
I'm going to take
wholesome.
one and give you guys one. Look at that. That's what a frog leg looks like when it's not jumping around in your backyard.
Right.
Or whatever, okay?
It is mating
Thank you, Ed.
season,
Yeah,
isn't
it is. And then they give you some tartar sauce to go with it.
That looks like
Like-
some really shoddy ass tartar sauce.
That looks like mayo that got a fleck of black in it.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Ed, but I don't know. You do video editing now. Can you put tartar sauce in parentheses or quotations?
Tartar sauce.
And this looks like a shrimp cocktail. So
Can't get anything past that guy.
It's not a shrimp cocktail. It's just cocktail sauce.
Cocktail sauce.
I'm starting to get upset with him. I want more Michelle.
More Michelle, less Ed?
Yeah.
Anyway, Michelle.
You're saying Ed's the Ringo of
grab
great
one your
indoors?
frogs.
Since this is my first time ever eating it, do you dip it in both or one at a time?
I wouldn't even do any of them, to be honest with you. I like the way it is.
Old sauce blocking Ed over here.
I love sauce. I'm a saucy girl.
But that's just me, you know. So I would
Okay.
try it without any dip before you dip, if that makes sense to you. All right,
Yeah.
Michelle, this is her big moment. And you guys are going to be
Guys,
there
this
for
is
her.
a big, great indoors
that's the meat
moment.
part of it right there. There's a little
Okay.
bit of
Is
bone. It's
anything
like a
gonna
chicken
fall?
wing. Just think about
Okay.
it.
Michelle
as
is
a
having
chicken
frog
wing.
legs for the first
That
It
time.
looks like a music note, doesn't it?
Yeah.
God.
She spits it out because
Yeah, there's
it's
bone in
nasty.
there too, so you got to be careful.
Look at that steam.
Yeah. So what do you think? What does it taste like if you had to describe it?
Chicken.
She's going to say chicken.
Like a chicken.
Yep.
It's
You
like
know,
chicken.
Yeah.
I mean, everyone says that. You know, it tastes like chicken, but it really does taste like chicken.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ed.
Well, then why'd you say it in that mocking voice?
All right, I want to get to the main course here.
Salad.
That's beautiful.
Thank
Next
you.
time I come here, I'm going to get that. Okay.
Oh, is he just
There
bothering
you
the
go,
server
Michelle.
at
That's
the
what the
other
house
table?
salad looks like.
He wants to take a picture.
Check out that salad they got there. What is that? What?
Hey, excuse me, folks. Do you mind if I film your food?
I'm a YouTuber and I'd like to stream your salad.
Do you think they had this conversation with that couple, and that couple was like, "Oh God, shut the fuck up." Like, "Oh yeah, we're on YouTube. Ed and Michelle, you should subscribe to us." Yeah, we'll do that. We
Since
left our
they're-
phones in the car.
Since they're Midwestern, I guarantee you they turned around and had a conversation.
Yeah, for sure.
What kind of salad is that?
This is just a house salad.
That's beautiful.
Jesus.
Next time I come here, I'm going to get that. Okay.
Here you go.
There you go, Michelle. That's what the house salad looks like.
Thanks, Erica.
Oh, was Michelle kind of shitting on Ed there for being a
Yeah,
little
she's
retarded?
like, oh, let's just be rude, Ed.
Yeah. All right, so it looks like Ed got some battered fish, some fries.
Okay, have some fries with your fish and coleslaw. No, wait.
And
You got it, April. Go ahead.
Have some fish with your fries and coleslaw.
mashed potatoes.
Look at I went to the lavatory and then this came.
The lavatory.
I come out and look at
Did you get the lavatory pass, Edward?
Did lava come out your butt?
that. The food is here.
And you were complaining about your coleslaw. Look at how much coleslaw you
That's
got.
a lot of coleslaw.
Complaining?
And this is the white fish, I believe, over here.
Oh, if you'll
It's better
join
than
us,
the blackfish, am I right?
if you'll join us in the lobby, we will be having whitefish.
And that's the crab cake.
Oh. I gotta
That is-
say, I'm not really impressed with Brennan's Fish House presentation so far.
That crab cake looks like a hockey puck.
That does not look like any crab cake I ever saw.
I'll give you some crab cakes.
And this is the white fish, I believe, over here. And that's the crab cake.
Oh.
No, that's the white fish over here. And this is the perch over here.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Ed, for being Gordon Ramsay
I
wouldn't
would-
have fucked that up.
Honestly, I'd send that crab cake back. That is
That-
torch.
Yeah, that looks like a charcoal briquette.
That looks like the shit that's sitting underneath the like grills and stuff for forever.
And I think that's one of my scallops over there. And look, see what Michelle's got going on.
I like
over
having to
there.
guess what I'm
She went
eating.
with the mashed potatoes instead of a salad.
That looks like hospital
Well,
food.
They actually, didn't you you went mashed potatoes instead of what?
French fries.
Instead of French fries. Okay. And you got your same thing as we got the shrimp over there. There's like two shrimps
happened
in
to the
here.
audio?
I don't know.
And two, I don't know. Like two,
Ed is fucking terrible at describing food.
Let her do it.
We are
Now he's leaning over her food.
Yeah.
Getting his little hairs in it.
This is the episode where we all turned on Ed.
Yeah, I felt it. Like, I feel like I need to defend Michelle's honor.
Ed is being kind of a shithead. Like, he's letting all the fame go to his head.
Michelle has a crummy on her tit, and I want to brush it off.
Oh no, the this tit crummy right here.
Yeah.
2 or 3 perches and whitefish.
I have something.
I don't
to
even
say.
know where to start.
I have something to say.
Oh, did he have the shut the fuck Michelle light on? Is that what happened? Ed hit the shut the fuck up Michelle light. And she's like, excuse me, I need to raise my hand.
He's got like a headband on with a light.
Yeah. Shut up. It's Ed time.
Watch it.
What?
Red Lobster, who?
Yeah, tell me about
Oh, Michelle's throwing shade.
Do you want some Red Lobster today?
Michelle's shitting on Red Lobster. Oh, boy. I'm sorry. I'm not saying Red Lobster is the most high-end seafood restaurant in the world,
No.
but I think they can tackle crab cakes a little better than this.
I've never seen such a crab cake.
I'm sorry. Brennan's Fish House kind of looks like one of those places that was really big like back in the 70s. And then like the kids took it over and now it's kind of gone to shit. They went with cheaper food. And
Maybe they gave it to
frozen
the
stuff.
wrong Brennan brother to run.
They gave it to Neil and they should have given it to Kevin.
No, they gave it to Kevin.
No.
Should have given it to Neil.
Kevin would enforce standards. He would shit on all the other restaurants.
Yeah, I bet.
It wouldn't be such nice decor in here. It would just be signs shitting on comedians and other fish restaurants.
We're missing. Look at Michelle's face.
I know.
He stopped it.
Red Lobster, who?
Looks just like her.
She's throwing shade.
about it.
Wow, that's a lot of food.
And they give you your
we got
options of
How much is this?
tartar sauce and cocktail sauce right there.
You know how you know a fancy upscale seafood restaurant, April?
Because your sauces have lids on them.
Plastic sauce cups. That's
clearly made to order.
That's how you know that you're really in the high-end district of seafood restaurants. You've got your plastic condiment cups.
Isn't this tremendous looking?
No, Ed, I'm going to have to disagree with you. You and I must own different dictionaries because this is not tremendous looking.
Okay. I want to go.
And then some lady let out a giant sneeze in the background. I am not sold on Brennan's Fish House due to this presentation.
It's just a little extra green in your tartar sauce.
No.
Okay. I want to go right into the crab cake right there.
No, don't eat that crab cake.
Ew.
Check that out, everyone.
It looks dry as fuck.
That is dog food.
Ed, don't eat that. I implore you.
That is Meow Mix. They
Ed.
literally dumped a treat
Beautiful.
of Meow Mix out and fried it.
scallop. Oh, okay.
Michelle just came.
Scallop. Oh, okay.
She's the star of this video. Ed's gonna eat that dried out turd of a crab cake, and Michelle's just over there creaming her pants over her scallop.
Nobody can do what Michelle does.
No, you can replace Ed.
You know,
can't replace Michelle.
She might actually be kind of bitchy because they left the scallop off of her platter.
Yeah,
for
you
the
could have
first
fit
time
it
around.
right there.
Yeah, and she was missing it, so she was sad. She's like, Ed got
Extra
one.
turner and cocktail.
Oh, yeah. Thank
Anything
you.
else?
You did really good. Thank you.
Really well. Thank you, Ed.
Look at that crab cake.
That is a shitty looking. You don't. Oh no, it's so dry. It's
I don't
breaking
really have to worry
apart.
about double dipping because we have our own dipping sauce, okay?
And more dipping
There you
sauce.
Not like you're married or anything.
Right. Yeah, we stick our genitals in each other's mouths, but we really don't want to double dip.
Look at that face. He's wearing a Schwarzenegger shirt.
Oh, very cool. Did you see that crab cake just broke apart the second he tried to dip? And who's
Did you
dipping
see-
a crab cake?
Literally, no. You know those Meow Mix commercials where it's not the bag of food, but it's the little treat cups with the gravy sauce?
Yeah.
Somebody dumped out one of those and literally just into the fryer fried it. That's what that is.
That is outstanding, Michelle.
No.
You're going to love your crab cake.
Ed, stop. Oh yeah, you just
You
picked
don't
that up
even
with
really
your
need
hands.
dipping sauce on it.
Look at that.
It's falling
Oh, yeah.
apart.
Drip, drip.
Dripping good.
That's not the only drip.
No,
Am I right?
Your scallop shouldn't be dripping like that.
You shouldn't have a dripping scallop.
Clam, maybe.
I'm sorry, but Brennan's Fish House does not impress me so far.
I think, stay away from this one.
Ed's already
Maybe
on
go.
his-
I'd rather go across the street and chew on some mail pouch tobacco.
Yeah. Ed's already on his second soda, by the way.
Yeah,
Ed's
and
thirsty.
we noticed a couple videos back that Michelle sticks to water now.
Yes, she does. You're not supposed to put sauce on a crab cake. The fuck is going on here, guys?
Butter, maybe.
I can taste the shitty tartar sauce.
Look at that.
Ed, that looks dried out as fuck.
Beautiful.
It's not beautiful. You and I are different people when it comes
Whoa,
to
whoa,
crab
whoa. What
cake.
is that, Michelle?
Look at Ed. He just won't let her eat. He's like, whoa, 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 whoa. For the camera only, please.
She's trying to eat her damn food, and he's being obnoxious.
Yeah, she just wants to eat her food, and Ed's like, oh, hold on. Yeah, Michelle, for a moment.
Beautiful. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What is that, Michelle?
She took the breading off her scallop. It's either that or it fell off because it's like undercooked and too juicy.
Right.
Oh, is that a scallop? Oh my God, look at that.
I don't have my knife.
Beautiful.
Look at that.
She ate the breading off.
And look at the steam coming off of that.
Nice.
That's what hot food does, Michelle.
That's what she does, too.
Yeah.
She's hot.
All right, give it a try.
She just did.
She's going to cut it in half for us.
We got to switch hands.
I wouldn't even have put anything on that. You could eat that without any kind of dipping sauce on there.
Or butter.
Scallops are good all by themselves. Okay, slow and easy, Michelle.
Jeez, Ed. Let her eat.
Yeah.
Put your fork down.
Put your fork down. Stop holding your fork up like that. Put your fork down.
Now, I'm going to go with some of this looks like the perch. I haven't had perch in years.
She didn't say how it was.
And I'm being...
Ed doesn't care. Ed's really starting to feel the heat from Michelle, and he's trying to make himself the star of this bad boy.
Do you think they ever go home and have domestics after this?
You need to fucking watch it when we're doing these food videos.
They yell at each other from opposing bathrooms while they're having diarrhea shits
from the shitty restaurants
their
they
food
go
from
to.
dingus days and fucking fish fries.
Serious. Look at that.
How can you tell me how good the perch is if you're just going to douse it in sauce?
Hot.
This would be good.
That's not a class. He's doing a food review and he goes, oh, hot.
Very hot.
Oh, okay. Any other
steamy?
Any other describing characteristics there, Ed?
For Lent.
I burned the roof of my mouth. Oh.
You can see the steam coming off of it.
Yes, you can. You are both very astute in that regard.
It's outstanding.
Do these guys ever eat anything they don't like? Everything's outstanding.
No.
Try your potatoes. I want to see how the potatoes go for
just
you.
bossing
They
her
look like
around.
they look real. They're not instant.
They're
you know?
homemade.
Yeah.
The skin's on them. They got pepper in them.
Yeah.
Butter.
See? Michelle describes it before she eats it. She's,
Right. She doesn't just say it's hot.
That's definitely.
You
homemade.
had the option of having gravy put on it. Are you glad you didn't get the gravy on it? Yeah.
I'm not a gravy kind of person.
See that? She's
then
not.
it'll smell like.
See?
Really.
I like these two. They reveal things about themselves. They're open with their audience.
Very revealing.
All right, let's watch Ed eat his whitefish.
Else that I just want to make a special video just for the whitefish. And whitefish is something that you see a lot in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan as well.
Did you know that?
Did not.
I didn't know that either.
Would you say the UP of Michigan?
Yeah, I would say the UP. I mean, if I were, I would say like up here.
And they have those pasties or whatever. Yeah. Look at that.
The fish cover up their nipples?
No. I thought that too. But it's that thing, you know, the food truck at Miller that that big the doughy thing.
Yeah,
like
sure.
a calzone but with stew in the middle.
It's definitely white. Okay.
But we always
And look
had
at you see that it's dripping off of it?
Yeah, that's bad. That means that didn't get done all the way in the
Yeah.
deep fryer and it's dripping.
I don't think it's supposed to drip. It's supposed to be moist.
Yeah. You shoved that whole thing in your mouth, you pig.
That was a bit mean.
Sorry. Well, he's not treating Michelle very nice.
Smooth.
And he always has boogers.
He's talking about it like it's a bourbon he's never had.
Yeah.
Wow.
Ed always has like hair and boogers all over the place.
Why are his nostrils so
Smooth.
open?
Very smooth. Excellent. It's flaky. Look at that.
It's out of focus, Ed.
That's just the way
Ed, it's out. It's blurry. It just looks like a blurry blob, Ed.
It looks like lutefisk.
Yeah.
Sometimes you get it, it's like burnt a little bit or crispy on the inside. Look at that. You could cut it with your fork.
It just kind of looks like a soupy mess.
Excellent. We spent at that Cajun
Yeah.
King seafood place.
$80.
All right, I'm going to skip to the wrap up now because we got to get out of here.
We have a meeting in like 5 minutes.
Yeah, we got to skip to the wrap up.
Right. So, but yeah, I did not get to finish all the food. Bummer. So, Michelle, what did you think of our dinner here at Brennan Fish House.
It was delicious. It was out of this
Yeah.
outstanding.
It was out of this outstanding. I want them to put that on the back of their menus. Quotes, it was out of this outstanding. Michelle from the Great Indoors.
Erica, our server, she was outstanding as well. And, you know, from the frog legs to the fisherman platter, everything was top notch. I just can't say enough about how good it was.
It didn't
Especially
look
when you
great.
compare how much we spent at the Cajun King seafood place compared to how much we spent here. We spent half the money and got 100% more quality out of it.
And diarrhea.
And you got sauce in cups, in plastic. I'm not buying it. Brennan's Fish House looks very routine
Fishy?
to me. Yeah, it's something fishy about
Something
Brennan's
fishy.
Fish House.
Right.
So if you're looking to have an awesome seafood meal and not break the bank, Brennan's Fish House. It's the place to be, man, in Grand River.
It's fucking stupid. All right. That's going to do it for today, guys. Thank you to whoever sent us the Ed and Michelle stuff. I always
yes.
love
Yes.
Ed and Michelle. I love when they go to a new restaurant.
They're
It's
adorable.
fantastic.
I love them both. I hope they don't see this and get upset. 'cause
Why?
it's
Who
very
gives a shit?
fun.
I'm trying
Because
to-
I love them and you should shut up.
They need to give Michelle the stick more often and have Ed just kind of calm down a
Which
little bit.
stick?
You know.
That fish stick?
The mic.
Oh.
Michelle's the star of this show. MSO says, thanks for the outstanding show today. Thank you all for being an outstanding
you.
audience. We appreciate it. April, thank you very much.
Thanks, boss.
And to everybody else, we'll talk to you again Sunday night for the members only show. By the way, we eclipsed 500 members for the first time in channel history. So thank you very much for that.
What?
500, over 500 members.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
That's very cool.
Also, make sure that you subscribe, you hit like, all of that other stuff. Great show today. Thank you very much. Awesome